See, we could even see some tornado activity. So if you haven't started to prepare in those areas, that now is the time to do that. Understand what your threats are, and most importantly, listen to your local officials. Listen to the advice that they're giving you on the protective actions that you need to take.
All right, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate it. Jeff?
All right, thank you very much, Carl. Let's show you some images right now from Cuba. This is from the Isle of Youth, where Ida made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of only 75 miles an hour. I say only, but that's still plenty strong. Isla hit Cuba actually twice, first at this small island south of western Cuba, then again at Pinar del Rio on the main island. You can see the churning surf there earlier and the debris and the tree limbs and other debris down there as well, even some boats kind of up out of the water. All right, let's talk a little bit closer to home here with Ida's impact as far as rainfall is concerned. And again, it's no surprise that we're forecasting a huge amount of rainfall and a high likelihood of flooding down here across parts of southern Louisiana. But as Carl just mentioned, and as the FEMA director just mentioned, that's going to extend well inland as well, well on up into Mississippi and maybe even into parts of Alabama and Tennessee over time, because of course the hurricane doesn't just stop on the Gulf Coast. It continues to move inland, although we do think it will slow down at least a little bit from its current 15 miles an hour. There you can see it by Sunday afternoon, moving inland with the bulk of the heavy rain and torrential rains at that, wind-driven rains down around southeast Louisiana, but then starting to move northbound as we head on into even early Monday morning, pushing up through Hattiesburg and Laurel, Meridian, and Jackson in Mississippi, and then continuing to push north from there. So our highest flash flood threat or flooding threat period is in southern Louisiana as we head from tomorrow on into Monday morning. But then it starts to extend northbound up through Jackson and Greenwood, and even getting up toward the Memphis area. There's the possibility, depending on the track as this moves inland, that we could see some flooding rains there, even, I would say, even as far north as maybe around Nashville, Tennessee. Now, there are moderate risk days and there are high risk days as far as flash flooding. This, of course, tomorrow is going to be a high-risk day in southern Louisiana, and that's when the highest percentage, obviously, of deaths occur during the flooding. So again, turn around, don't drown. Of course, stay with the Weather Channel all day and all weekend as we track the very latest on Hurricane Ida. Download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida, now a Category 2 storm with winds of 100 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. So that long advertised period of intensification now appears to be underway. The hurricane hunters will be getting back out into the system in another hour or so. And as they get out towards the center of the storm, we'll have a much better idea of what's going on. But the satellite presentation, very impressive. We're seeing a very healthy outflow pattern almost all quadrants, and we're seeing the eye developing as well. So the storm's still on track to be a dangerous Category 4 storm as it approaches, and that is going to be during the day tomorrow, perhaps coming in just south of New Orleans, although there's some wobbling that's occurring right now, and so we'll see if that is a lasting wobble. That could move the storm a little more to the right, but we know that it's also going to dramatically slow down, and that is going to amplify all of the impacts in Louisiana and Mississippi. We want to get to Justin Michaels right now, and he is in Mississippi, and he'll give us the latest on what's going on there. And Justin, you said everybody's been clearing out, so everybody is taking this really seriously.
They have. Well, and in fact, Carl, the marina behind me here in Gulfport, there's a requirement that they pull their boats out. They had to evacuate the harbor at this point from the boats. But as far as mandatory evacuations for people, let's talk to the guy who's actually issuing those, Matt Stratton. He's the director of EMA, Emergency Management here in Harrison County. So tell me, Matt, when we look at evacuations, it's the one thing people have on their minds right now. Do I need to leave? Your recommendation, sir?
Well, we always are concerned for the water, and there's going to be a lot of water with this event with Ida. We do expect the up to 11 feet of storm surge, and with that, we are going to have coastal flooding. We're expecting up to possibly 16 inches of rainfall, and with that, we've got the inland flooding as well. And as we all know, the water can be a killer. And so, yes, for that reason, we are going to be opening 6 of our shelters here in Harrison County this evening to give people safe locations to go to. We have recommended evacuation of our low-lying areas, and there is work ongoing to distribute the sandbags and to make sure that all of our locations are going to be fully operational for these next few days. It's going to be very busy for us.
Well, Matt, tell me, so for folks who may have not been here during Katrina or previous storms, and this might be their first go at this. They're hearing a lot of news. The Weather Channel is covering it. Local stations are covering it. And it can get to be concerning, even scary for a lot of people. What would you say to folks who are maybe going through this for the first time or maybe haven't gone through it for a while? They left, they came back. For the newbies to this, because the people who've lived here their entire lives, they hear Cat 4, it doesn't even scare them. For everybody else, it can be very concerning. What would your advice be?
Well, we're in an area that does have a lot of turnover between the military bases, people coming to the area for economic reasons. There are some new folks to the area. I would encourage them, first and foremost, to get linked up with our emergency information that's available online through the county or through their cities, and to make sure that they're following the checklists that are out there and available. Follow the guidance of your elected officials as far as evacuations are concerned, or anything that needs to be taken care of for homes or businesses. And the other thing is that there is still time left, but time is running out, and so use your time wisely.
Matt Stratton with Harrison County. We are grateful for your time, sir. Thank you for all you do for your community. Thank you very much. So, Jeff, you heard that. No mandatory evacuations at this point for people. For boats, yes. For people, no. But the recommendation is certainly there. And, Jeff, I think you would agree, if you even have the inclination that maybe, hey, should we get out of here? I would say go. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's kind of my thought. If you think you should, just go.
No, I would agree with you there, Justin. Definitely. You don't want to stay and then at the last second think, oh my God, I should have gone. I put my family or myself at risk. All right, thank you very much, Justin. We'll be back to you in the next hour. Let's talk a little bit about the inland flood threat. You heard the possibility of the heavy rain down along the immediate Mississippi coast, of course, back into Louisiana. That's where the heaviest rain is going to be. But this rain is going to extend very far inland as well, all the way up through Mississippi, parts of western Alabama, and perhaps even up into Tennessee eventually, and even points north from there. So in an area that is much wetter than normal because of recent and sometimes tropical rains, you have saturated ground, and so some of this soil can't take very much water. And when you throw a tropical system like this slow-moving hurricane, and we do think it'll slow down as it moves inland, that's just a recipe for some flash flooding, and we think that flooding threat is pretty high. You can see how that extends well up into Tennessee as we head through Monday night and on into Tuesday. And then, of course, we have to talk about the severe thunderstorm threat with the threat of tornadoes in there as well. Again, oftentimes these landfalling systems can have these quick spin-up tornadoes. So just another threat that you have to be aware of with Ida.
Allergies with A lot of people here along the Gulf Coast are taking this warning seriously, and they are getting out.
Good afternoon from Morgan City, Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we track Hurricane Ida around the clock into Monday. Back in the studio, meteorologist Jeff Morrow and storm specialist Carl Parker watching really every move of Ida in the Gulf of Mexico. He'll have analysis in just a minute. Back here, though, we've had to move down to get protection because of the rain shower that came through. Pretty good downpour. It has taken an edge off the 100-degree heat index. But this is the flood wall, and this is one of the pieces of the wall that opens and closes, and they have closed all of them ahead of Ida. So they're protected up above 20 feet. 20 feet. So as we talked to the mayor just recently, really no concern about the Atchafalaya River. The concern is inside this area and up to 10 or more inches of rain. Now, they do have 48 pumps. We'll see how they work, if they can handle the rainfall rate, depending on the exact track. But we're expecting, as I mentioned, double-digit rainfall right here in Lake Charles. In addition to wind gusts, they may top 90 miles an hour. So power issues, flash flooding, the main two concerns here in the Morgan City area. I think I may have said Lake Charles. I meant to say Morgan City. Let's go back to the studio. Lake Charles last year, Jeff, hit twice. The state of Louisiana last year, 3 landfalls, 2 of them major, and it's looking more and more likely that Ida will landfall later tomorrow. It's a major hurricane.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Louisiana, particularly that part of Louisiana, has been taking it on the chin in recent years, and Ida is just going to add insult to injury. Well, here's what we know about Hurricane Ida at this hour. Port status Yankee has been ordered for the port of Gulfport. That means that tenants should be making final preparations, and port closure is imminent. And the U.S. Coast Guard has established an area command and pre-stage assets like helicopters and shallow water response boats needed in case of some flood rescues. The National Hurricane Center's acting deputy director said today is it, folks, in terms of protecting your life and property, because tomorrow may indeed be too late. And Carl, there's some sage words of advice there. Today is it. You should be rushing your preparations if you're staying where you are to completion, because tomorrow we're going to have a hurricane coming in.
Yeah, and we were making the argument that last night might have been the better time to leave, because the roads were still clear at that time.
Now.
And they are not clear now. Yes, it's very difficult getting out right now. We are looking at a Category 2 storm right now on its way to becoming a major hurricane. Could very well be a Category 4 as it makes landfall. That's going to be during the day tomorrow. It is now moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. And there you see the forecast track and intensity. So expected to continue to strengthen, getting up to 130 miles per hour, Category 4 tomorrow morning as it is closing in, and then very slowly coming onshore through the day tomorrow. One interesting thing is that we've seen a little bit of a disconnect between the vector here of the forecast track and the actual vector that has occurred over the last couple of hours. And so we'll see if that's something that is transient or something that is a little more permanent. That could have an effect on the track of the storm. It might be more towards the right-hand or north side of the cone there, if that is in fact something that is not just transitory. Here's a model forecast showing you how this is going to play out. We're going to start to see waves coming in, and we'll get back to this in just a second. We want to go to Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards. He's now briefing reporters on his state's preparations for Ida. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you can see, I have a number of folks here with me this afternoon. And at the conclusion of my remarks, we'll take questions, and certainly they're going to be available to answer any questions you might want to direct to them or that require their knowledge. Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of change in the forecasted track or intensity of Hurricane Ida since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. But before the storm itself is going to be over land. That is not so. The wind speed at landfall is projected to be sustained in the neighborhood of 140 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. Ben Schott of the National Weather Service is not here today. He is in New Orleans. He is working extremely hard, but I do have some of the most recent slides to put up and share with you. One of the things that you're going to see is just about the entire state is under some type of warning or watch. And so everybody out there needs to be very careful. I don't want folks who are further inland to be caught off guard, because there's a potential for 110 mile per hour sustained winds as far north as the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but also from Lafayette through Baton Rouge to New Orleans and all points south, including the river parishes. And I would point out that 110 mile per hour wind, that is Category 2 strength winds. So that's a Cat 2 hurricane there. And so while the storm will weaken after it makes landfall, it is such a strong storm at the outset that it's going to be extremely powerful as far north as Baton Rouge and even further. We expect storm surge of 10 to 15 feet between Morgan City and the mouth of the Mississippi River, from 7 to 11 feet from the mouth of the river to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And so if you just look at that geography, the storm surge will impact St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish the most. But there will be impacts well away from that, and certainly Plaquemines Parish and St. Bernard will be challenged with storm surge as well. 8 to 16 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible, and that higher amount could be 20 or more inches, and that's Sunday through Tuesday. And as a result, and by the way, there's a big confluence of all of these areas, but again, stretching from Lafayette through Baton Rouge over to New Orleans and points south, that's where they're expecting the heaviest rainfall. And you hate to make comparisons with other storms because every storm is different, but remember that last year with Laura, we had very strong winds extending through most of the state because of how strong it was and how large that storm was. But we're going to see something very similar with Hurricane Ida. With the rain amounts that I just mentioned, flash flooding is a very real concern, and this is a very large storm. One of the things the National Weather Service told us that from the center of the storm extending eastward, it could be up to 160 miles, and then another 120 or 130 miles over to the west. So you're looking at something that could be 300 miles long. River flooding is also possible, especially on the North Shore area. Now, we're catching a little bit of a break here because the rivers don't start off at flood stage, and we haven't had as much rainfall over the last couple of weeks as we had been experiencing earlier in the year. But it doesn't take many hours of rain that's falling at the rate that they're talking about before those rivers could be at flood stage. One of the things that we were told today by the National Weather Service during our Unified Command Group meeting is that they are extremely confident in the current track and the intensity as forecasted for Hurricane Ida. And you really don't hear them speaking very often about that level of confidence. So we can sum it up by saying this will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s. We can also tell you that your window of time is closing. It is rapidly closing. And just like we said yesterday, by the time you go to bed tonight, you need to be where you intend to ride the storm out, and you need to be as prepared as you can be, because weather will start to deteriorate very quickly tomorrow. By 8 a.m., we expect tropical storm force winds to start to move into the inland across southern Louisiana. And while you've been preparing, so has the state, so has local government, and we have certainly had assistance from our federal partners. And I'll just give you some updates from state agencies at this time. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has waived the hours of service for truckers responding to Hurricane Ida. I've been watching the traffic cameras across the interstate systems of Louisiana for much of the day. And part of the good news is that many people are heeding the evacuation orders, both mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders, and they are evacuating. This is causing some areas with high congestion. We just ask people to be patient. This is going to be part of the process. Everyone can do themselves a little favor by checking with 511la.org, or you can go to the 511LA app for traffic information. Find out if roads are closed, if detours are in effect, and if alternate routes are needed. At the present time, we have 137 coach buses in place in Louisiana, spread from Lafayette across east towards the New Orleans area and multiple vehicle staging areas. The vast majority of these resources will be focused on southeast Louisiana. We also have 19 paratransit buses, and they've already been assisting in the evacuation of a number of nursing homes. We will have another 38 more coaches on hand by Monday. It is important to note that debris on the roadway and high water can occur at any time during the storm because of the impact of the wind and the floodwaters. DOTD crews may not be able to get to these locations to erect signs and barricades and provide warning before motorists experience these things. So please be mindful of this. Don't drive unless you have to once the weather gets bad. When there's water on the road and you're not 100% certain you know exactly how deep it is and what the current is, do not drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. You should treat every downed power line as if it's live and deadly. I can tell you that the CPRA is tracking 692 gates across the coastal zone. As of this morning's briefing, 246 of those gates were closed. And that's up considerably from yesterday's report. For just the second time in the history of the Hurricane Risk Reduction System in New Orleans, we will fully activate that system tomorrow morning. Coastal parishes across southeast Louisiana have been working extremely hard to shore up certain areas in their protection systems. For example, Terrebonne Parish is performing super SAC operations to shore up low-lying areas in Lower DeLarge. Lafourche Parish completed sandbag operations to shore up low areas on Reach K of its system in the Morganza to the Gulf levees. The National Guard currently has 4,013 National Guard soldiers and airmen activated in support of emergency operations. We will get to more than 5,000 guardsmen available to respond to the storm. And in fact, the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and coordination for possible assistance with sister states
All right, that is Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards, and giving us the latest on what their state is doing to prepare for this very intense storm. Now a Category 2 storm at 100 miles per hour. And here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center. Expected to get to 115 tonight and then to 130 tomorrow morning. So 130 miles per hour Category 4 storm, and then moving in as a Category 4 storm. And it's really going to slow down as it is moving in. That's a big part of what is going to make this so difficult in southeast Louisiana, the prolonged nature of the event, where the wind is just going to go on for hours and hours and hours. There you see it coming up through Houma and getting towards Lafayette and Morgan City, New Orleans as well. It's going to be, basically the entire afternoon and evening there, where we see heavy rain and very strong wind, and that then slowly moving up into Mississippi into early Monday morning. We'll have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in a few minutes.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massage.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here with us this afternoon on a Saturday to get an update on Hurricane Ida and what we're doing to mitigate the impact of this particular storm here in the state of Mississippi. It is written in my notes that Hurricane Ida is currently a Category 1, but I think in reality over the last few minutes it is upgraded to a Level 2 hurricane, Category 2 hurricane, and that really just speaks to the movement and how rapidly things are changing. It is anticipated that Hurricane Ida will continue to strengthen to the point of most landfall being a Category 3 at least when it hits landfall, and it is currently expected to hit landfall in the vicinity of Morgan City, Louisiana, sometime on Sunday, most likely on or around 7 p.m. It is currently 400 miles southeast of New Orleans, and currently the maximum sustained winds are approximately 100 miles an hour. If that continues, and as we all know that hurricanes are unpredictable, they're unpredictable when they are in the Gulf of Mexico, and they're also unpredictable as they move onto landfall. But if in fact that is correct and the current projections hold, somewhere around Morgan City or sometime around 7 p.m. on Sunday, that means of course that many of our areas in Mississippi, certainly the coastal areas, will start getting significant winds as well as significant increases in water and rain sometime early tomorrow on Sunday. It also means that we could see the storm land sometime around 7 a.m. entering into the state of Mississippi. We could then expect that sometime around 7 p.m. on Monday that the storm would be just north of Vicksburg, Mississippi, 7 p.m. on Monday. Then approximately 7 a.m. on Tuesday, the storm would be located somewhere in and around Batesville, Mississippi, with the potential of leaving the state around noon on Tuesday. If in fact those hold, clearly we are looking at significant challenges in terms of increased water, particularly in Hancock County is probably our biggest threat initially. We could see as much as 7 to 11 feet of storm surge in and around Hancock County, but we'll also see as much as 4 to 7 feet of storm surge throughout Harrison and Jackson County as well. So we're going to see significant storm surge.
That is Tate Reeves. He is the governor of Mississippi, giving an update, of course, on preparations for Ida. Well, you need to get your preparations in place right now as Ida is fast approaching. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has some advice on that.
The tropics have come to life. A storm is threatening. The clock is ticking. It's time to take action. We're just 48 hours out. A hurricane watch is imminent or has just been issued. Get your car filled with gas and make sure you have plenty of cash. And now's the time to check your evacuation kit. Make sure you have a few days of food and water and grab any last-minute items. And check your insurance papers and other important documents and make sure they're up to date and saved electronically. Also, protect the documents that you are taking with you by putting them in a waterproof envelope. And don't forget to keep tabs on the forecast.
New models are just coming in, so be ready to adjust to any changes in the storm track or intensity. And remember that tropical storm...
The storm is growing stronger and getting closer. We're only 24 hours out. A hurricane warning is up. So finish securing windows and openings with shutters or plywood. Remove all loose items on your property and follow advice of local officials and evacuate if told to do so. Now, the outer bands of the storm are just coming ashore, and it's time to be at your safe location. Family members and friends, they need to know where you are, so share your plans. And remember, all your electronics need to be fully charged because with a storm like this, let me tell you, the power, it could be out for days. And the weather's going downhill fast. Landfall is upon us. Trees are starting to come down. Now is the time to shelter in place and ride out the storm.
All right, thanks, Steph. And Steph is just one of our meteorologists out in the field covering Ida throughout its path into Louisiana and points northward. Keep it here on the Weather Channel for the very latest.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel in Morgan City, Louisiana. We had a nice shower to cool us off. And of course, now the humidity is even higher. And that's what fuels hurricanes and tropical storm, warm, moist tropical air, or in this case, hot, steamy air. We're on this side of the seawall. On the other side is the Atchafalaya River. And the highest it's ever been during a tropical event was just a couple years ago, Hurricane Barry. It got up to just over 10 feet, but this wall goes up to over 20 feet. So we're in great shape, and you can see they have closed the entrances. They do this with sometimes with a bobcat. In fact, we've got that video. Cash is back there in the Weather Channel running the show. Cash, do we have that? Can we show what they were doing last year? Hopefully we can. If not, I can explain it to you. They have a bobcat. It's coming. Thanks, Cash. It is a bobcat with a chain, and it's kind of old-fashioned. They just push the door. They pull the door closed. They don't have any kind of electronic thingamajig, but they do it the old-fashioned way, so it's all closed up. So you can see what's going on in the video while I explain to you. On this side of the flood wall, seawall, they don't have to worry about the Atchafalaya River. They have to worry about the flash flooding. There you go. You can see how they're closing it up. This is last year, October 7th, when they had to close it ahead of Hurricane Delta, and then we headed up towards 20, and then I think the worst of the weather was between Lake Charles and Stephanie Abrams. By the way, we'll be back here at 5 Eastern, was in Jennings. So on this side of the seawall, we have to worry about two things: wind and heavy rainfall, flash flooding. It's all going to come down here. We talked to the mayor. They have 48 pumps to pump it out of the area because of the way gravity works in the elevation. So they're in pretty good shape, but they're on the call for any kind of rescues, Jeff. And then the wind gust potentially upwards of 90 miles an hour plus means the risk of power outages and at least some minor structural damage.
That's right, Mike. And for what it looks like right now, you may be ground zero for the landfall or very near that. So we'll be watching that very closely over the next 24 to 36 hours. Well, let's give you the very latest now on Hurricane Ida. The Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement says 279 oil and gas production platforms have been evacuated in the Gulf of Mexico. This happens all the time when you get a hurricane coming in. That's about half the 560 manned platforms. About 90% of Gulf oil production has come to a halt because of Hurricane Ida. Let's hope that doesn't cause any shortages. About 209 of tomorrow's flights have been canceled in and out of Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport. And Carl, I was waiting for that announcement as far as the oil platforms being evacuated. That happens all the time. They get those people off of there. You don't want to be out in the middle of the Gulf during a hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very serious storm that's going to be coming through and still on track to become a major hurricane tonight. And here is the latest on the storm. It's now a Category 2 storm with winds of 100 miles per hour and expected to be a Category 3 tonight and a Category 4 tomorrow. That's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. One interesting thing to note here is that there you see the forecast track off to the west-northwest, but the motion of the storm over the last couple of hours has been more towards the northwest. And so we'll see if that's a wobble or if that is something that is more than transitory. If it is, that could put the storm on more towards the north side of the track and more towards New Orleans. It's going to be very important to follow that to see if that is something that lasts, because that could raise the stakes in New Orleans. And as we've said all along, this storm is going to really slow down, which is going to dramatically amplify all the effects. It's going to be hours and hours and hours of strong wind, very heavy rain, and storm surge through multiple high tide cycles. There you see the wind potential, 110 plus mile per hour wind gusts in New Orleans and Baton Rouge and Lafayette and Morgan City and Homa. And there's that storm surge potential. We're talking about a life-threatening level of storm surge there in southeastern Louisiana in particular. And I want to show you, this is the National Hurricane Center's reasonable worst case scenario. And so if we get on down to Grand Isle here, you notice that Grand Isle is basically covered by 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. That is the worst case scenario if the storm comes in just a little to the southwest and drives the water across Grand Island. You would not want to be anywhere near Grand Isle in a situation like that. Homa, also a similar level of just incredible flooding in the reasonable worst case scenario, widespread 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding there. But then as you look at New Orleans, you see the real lack of color there, and the assumption there is that their very elaborate, expensive risk reduction system, a series of flood walls and floodgates, will hold in this situation. But certainly it's going to be there's going to be a lot more pressure if the storm comes right across New Orleans, and that is a possibility. We'll talk more about that track coming up here in just a few minutes.
The Weather Channel takes you live now. Gulfport, Mississippi. The port here is closed. And I'll tell you what, that's a good thing. No ships over in that port as Hurricane Ida continues to inch closer and closer to the northern Gulf Coast. And as we pull back and you can see the marina here, the Gulfport Municipal Marina, you're noticing not many boats. There are a few, but there are not many. And the reason there aren't any is because there is a mandatory boat evacuation in this marina. People are required now by law to get those boats out of there because we're talking about a 7 to 11-foot storm surge. So the question is this: what if you find yourself in a position where at the last moment you make the decision to evacuate and you have no place to go? A lot of people get to that point where they get a little scared at the end and we've got to go. Hotel rooms are booked, can't get to Granny's house a couple hours away before the storm hits. What do you do? Well, there are shelters in place all along the Gulf Coast. And we caught up with Kelly Richardson with the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency about those shelters and what you need to know. Listen.
Right now, we have several shelters that are on standby and set to open later today. And we do have a couple of mandatory evacuations in Hancock County for low-lying areas. And we'll have a list of all those mandatory evacuations and shelters on our website.
It's important to be checking municipal websites for a lot of the information you're going to need. Of course, we're going to provide as much as we can here live on the Weather Channel, but local authorities will have your most detailed information on escape routes and, Jeff, the things that people need to know on the ground about maneuvering during this storm, getting out of here, the things they need to know. Very important, and we do know we're here in that exact same county where some of those evacuation orders for low-lying areas have been issued. Of course, Jeff, you know as well as I do, they cannot force people to leave their homes, even though it's called a mandatory evacuation. But if they've gone to the stretch of saying, we really think you need to leave, it's probably wise to heed those warnings, because we do have that 7 to 11-foot storm surge forecast for this part of the northern Gulf Coast. Jeff, into you.
Hey, Justin, I have a quick question here for you.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people often ask us, are people in the field, sometimes they get concerned for your safety. Do you have a safe place to shelter as the worst of this may come in?
In fact, Jeff, it's a great question. And in fact, we do have multiple hotel rooms booked. So we have a hotel right on the beach here in Gulfport, okay? We're likely going to stay there. But if we can't, several miles inland, we have other hotel rooms booked that we can evacuate to. We know our route. We know how to get there. We know where we're going. So if we do need to evacuate, if things get a little too hairy and we're getting those evacuation notices, or we simply feel that we're in danger ourselves, the nice thing about the Weather Channel is our safety is paramount. And of course, we can retreat back to those hotel rooms to a safe location.
All right. Thank you very much there, Justin. And of course, we'll be back with Justin next hour for the very latest there along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. All right, let's talk a little bit about this rain. Rain is yet another problem that we're going to have to deal with, and it could be a big one here, as tremendous amounts of rain, maybe well over a foot of rain, are possible as Ida moves inland here into southern parishes of Louisiana, particularly from Houma up through New Orleans and maybe even up to Baton Rouge. That could be where some of the worst of it is. So let's put the future radar into motion here. You can see how the eye of the hurricane, there it is, moves by. This is 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Time tomorrow morning, just offshore, and then making a landfall here, perhaps down toward the mouth of the Atchafalaya, and then moving up over Houma and Morgan City, where Mike Seidel is. And then look at all that rain, all that yellow and orange that you see around the eye wall there. Not only will that have the strongest winds, but some of the heaviest rain will be in there. And in some of these spiral bands, there'll be locally heavy rain moving up into parts of Mississippi and even southwest Alabama as we head through the day tomorrow, particularly late tomorrow and tomorrow night. So our flash flooding threat is highest tomorrow into Monday morning in Louisiana, but then moves north as we head on through the day on Monday and on into Monday night. So this is going to be quite the rain producer, to say the least, let alone the surge and the wind. So let's bring in Carl Parker right now. And Carl, again, a multifaceted and what we think will be a major hurricane.
Yeah, and Jeff, we're seeing something that is very troubling right now on the satellite picture relative to the forecast. And so I'm going to draw a line on here showing the direction of the forecast, okay? So that is basically off to the west-northwest. That's the forecast track right there. And then let's do another line showing where the storm has gone in the last couple of hours and where the eye is right now. And so it ends up right about there. And so what that's showing is a real disconnect between those two things. It's moving more towards the northwest when in fact the track, the official forecast track, is west-northwest. So the question is that going to hold? Is it a wobble? It's almost to the point now where even if it is a wobble and it does start to move more to the west-northwest, it's already moved so far to the north that that's going to have an impact on the track. And what that means is that increases the risk for New Orleans. That increases the odds that you get into the eastern eye wall of the storm, and that increases the odds that you see even more wind there in New Orleans, even more water level rise outside of the levee system, and even more heavy rain potentially as well. So this is a troubling trend that we have seen here on the satellite. We'll have more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. An urgent plea from the National Weather Service in New Orleans. The office tweeting, if you are under any evacuation order and can, please leave. Some areas may be uninhabitable for weeks. Widespread power outages in our area are guaranteed. Preparations need to be completed by tonight. Ida will be a dangerous hurricane with catastrophic impacts. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Mike Seidel. He joins us now live from Morgan City in Louisiana. And Mike, certainly Morgan City is one of the areas that is likely to get hit hard by surge and wind, although there's a very elaborate levee system there in Morgan City. But now we're seeing, at least in the most recent trends in the satellite, that the storm may be edging a little more to the north relative to the track. And so that perhaps does give us more pause about what might be happening in New Orleans.
Yes, it may shift the heavier rain that way and stronger wind gusts. Here we have this, as you mentioned, we have this flood wall that we're standing on top of, up around 22 feet. So that keeps the city dry from the Atchafalaya River. In fact, the highest the water's ever been is a little over 10 feet. During Barry 2 years ago, and this goes up over 20. So that puts it in perspective. The concern, we talked to the mayor, is all the heavy rain, and look how much rain we're forecasting right now in this area, in the Morgan City area. Around 10 inches of rainfall, maybe lower, maybe higher, depending on the exact track and the wobbles, but that's a lot of rain to come down in a relatively short period of time. So it falls on this side of the wall, and then it has to go somewhere. And they have to pump it out. They've got 48 pumps that will be up and running. The other issue is the wind. Now, these are the winds we're forecasting as we get into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening into Sunday night. Winds here gusting 75 to 90 miles an hour. They could gust higher, and that's going to knock out power. In fact, the mayor guaranteed that power will go out. So there you go, and not surprising, they're on their own little electrical grid, and they'll have to deal with that. Also, with those kind of winds, the power outages will extend well inland. Look at the widespread power outage on the map, that shape that goes all the way in towards Baton Rouge and up towards the Arkansas border. And even spotty power outages will be felt well inland up through northern Mississippi and parts of Arkansas up towards Memphis. So this is going to have still enough wind to cause power to go out, even once it is downgraded from a major hurricane to a hurricane and then to a tropical storm when you get those stronger wind gusts. So wind, rain, flash flooding here in Morgan City, but then you go over to Houma, Jeff, where there's no seawall or flood protection. That parish, Terrebonne, has had a mandatory evacuation underway, and that 10 to 15 foot surge is going to work right up the parish into Houma, and that could be really devastating.
Mike, just a quick question for you. You've actually been on Grand Isle in the past. What do you think the people there are going to be dealing with? And in my opinion, they should have gone already, but they should get out.
Yeah, from what I read, everybody has left except some firemen and some police officials. We were there last year for Tropical Storm Cristobal, a tropical storm, and the northern half of the island was completely underwater. We were driving around in a high water vehicle, an old, I think an old Army vehicle, and just the whole thing was underwater. They lost some of their levee protection, their pumps, and then they had Hurricane Delta come in later in the season last year and caused more damage. So they're not in a great position from that angle. Plus, they're a barrier island, and there's only one way in and out, and hopefully everybody has left there except for those few city officials, and they also wanted everybody to get their RVs and campers and boats off Grand Isle. So that could be a real mess down there, because they're right at the, right there in the Gulf, and there's nothing to block it from coming in. And I couldn't believe how much water they had in the streets from Cristobal, which was not much of a tropical storm.
All right, and yeah, this is a lot stronger than that. Thank you very much, Mike Seidel. Of course, we'll be talking to Mike in the next hour as well. All right, a quick look at where we expect the heaviest rain. And again, it's not just along the Gulf Coast. Look where this yellow shading extends all the way up through Tennessee, all the way on up into parts of Kentucky. That is in the 3 to 5 inch category, and there may be even some areas a little more than that. That's what happens when a tropical system moves onshore and then moves rather slowly and drags all that tropical moisture with it. That's on top of very wet, saturated ground across much of the southeast. And of course, that raises the specter of flash flooding, which could occur very, very quickly. So here we're looking at the high resolution radar, future radar, and you can see here's the leftover center of what we think will be Ida. This is by Monday morning, and then this rapidly, or not so rapidly, moves northeast, but it drags all that heavy rain with it. And again, there is the potential for flash flooding and some severe weather with isolated tornadoes. We'll be watching that as well.
A lot of people here along the Gulf Coast are taking this warning seriously, and they are getting out.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, continuing around-the-clock coverage. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here in Morgan City, Louisiana. Back in the studio, Jeff Morrow and storm specialist Carl Parker with the analysis. And we are anxiously awaiting the next update coming up in about an hour, because the Hurricane Center will update the winds and also the forecast track. Back here in Morgan City, we're right along the Atchafalaya River, up on their flood protection system. They're not worried about the river coming through here. It's never gotten higher than 10 feet with any tropical system on record, and this is about 20 feet plus. We're watching traffic. 90, US 90 westbound, not as busy as it was earlier, but still a lot of cars with boats and RVs, and we saw cars today coming from New Orleans with the back of their SUVs packed. They're heading up down 90 to I-10, and all these folks are heading into Texas to stay with friends, relatives, or probably, in many cases, trying to find a hotel room. And we can also show you the eastbound traffic. This is out of Slidell, Louisiana, over there on the other side of New Orleans. And look at the traffic eastbound on 10. And I think Jeff Morrow mentioned earlier it was taking about 3.5 hours to go from Slidell all the way over to Mobile, Alabama. And Jeff, that is a slow trek. I've been in traffic like that before. And I tell you, the worst part is when you have to go to the bathroom, you have no options. Back to you.
That's exactly right. And also, you have a very, very wary eye on the gas gauge to see that you have enough gas to get where you're going. All right.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Mike, and we'll be getting back to Mike shortly here. Here's what we know right now about Hurricane Ida. The New Orleans National Weather Service office just tweeted, if you are under any evacuation order and can, please leave. Some areas may be uninhabitable for weeks. Widespread power outages in our area are guaranteed. Now, at 6 p.m., there is a curfew in effect for Lafourche Parish, and the U.S. Coast Guard has established an area command and pre-stage assets like helicopters and shallow water rescue or response boats in case there are some water rescues needed. And Carl, again, just looking at that Interstate 10 camera, just a reminder to folks now, we just got that tweet out of New Orleans that said if you can, leave, but if you leave, you may be stuck in traffic.
Yeah, we talked about this all last night. I mean, the roads were wide open last night. You know, that would have been a great time to go because now you're faced with being stuck in traffic and, you know, possibly running out of gas and everything that goes along with that. But this is still an extraordinarily dangerous storm that is coming towards southeast Louisiana, still on track to be a major hurricane tonight and coming in as a major tomorrow, possibly as a Category 4. Right now, a Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour, and it's moving off to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. There you see the forecast. It's expected to become a Category 4 by tomorrow morning and continue to be a Category 4 as it is slowly moving in. Now, as you look at the satellite presentation, we've been looking at an eye kind of on and off through the day today. Just a spectacular outflow pattern indicating the upper level environment is very favorable for strengthening right now. And an interesting trend here in just the last couple of hours. Here you see the forecast track moving out towards the west-northwest, and then the actual center of the storm moving a little bit more towards the northwest relative to that track. That is really important because whether or not that's a wobble and we're going to get back on more of a west-northwest track, that's likely going to mean that the storm is going to be more towards the north side of this cone, which brings New Orleans more squarely into the center of the storm, and that obviously is going to amplify the risks in New Orleans. That could mean much more wind, and that could mean, you know, a lot of heavy rain and an amplified storm surge threat, even though they've got that very elaborate series of flood walls and levees there. So this is the max wind gust potential as it stands right now. A huge area of 110 plus mile per hour winds. So that's easily enough to bring down lots of trees and power lines, cause structural damage. But again, if we see a shift in the track, that's going to bring New Orleans more squarely into that area of stronger wind, and it's going to raise the risk for additional wind damage. Also, a tremendous amount of storm surge on the way, life-threatening storm surge, mandatory evacuations issued for many towns in southern parts of Louisiana, and we're talking about 10 to 15 feet on the high end. And another big part of this storm is the fact that it is going to slow down tremendously. So 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, it is approaching around Grand Isle. And then we go through basically the entire day, and it's just barely moved inland. It really slows to a crawl. And so we're going to see hours and hours and hours of strong wind and heavy rain and storm surge over several high tide cycles. And one of the areas that's going to get hit hard is Morgan City in Louisiana. Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel is there. And Mike, they're well positioned as regards the potential storm surge in Morgan City, but not so in surrounding towns.
No, right here where we're standing, we'll show you what they do. They close up the big gates here on the flood protection system. We were here last year in October for Delta. Remember, we went through the Greek alphabet last year. And this is a video I shot that morning. This is the day before Delta hit. It came into our west. And remember, Stephanie Abrams was in Jennings getting battered by the wind the next evening. But they use a bobcat and a chain, and they just close these doors. This goes up just above 20 feet. So we talked to the mayor, and it never gets, the river will never get over this, we say with confidence, because the highest it's been for any tropical system since they rebuilt this and built it higher has been 10.06 feet with Barry, and that was primarily a rainfall issue back in 2019. So we're protected here, but you go to Houma, just to our east on 90, no protection. Terrebonne Parish, that water is going to come right up the bayou, right into town, a 10 to 15-foot storm surge. And we talked to one of the folks from Houma this morning, and we got his opinion and his concerns with Ida making an approach and a landfall tomorrow.
So once it comes across Terrebonne Bay, which is just right south, there's nothing to stop it. You know, there's no levees. All levees are up north. So, and Lumcon, I'm watching them. They've been boarding up all the windows all morning. So when we get done here, we're going to go back to the house and start picking up everything else.
And as we came through Houma this morning, the traffic really picked up on the other side of Houma this way, and now they're all heading on 90 over the bridge here, heading west towards I-10 and into Texas. Now let's head east on I-10 and head over to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Justin Michaels in a harbor, Justin, that would typically be filled with yachts and boats and dinghies, but they're gone ahead of Ida.
Yep, required mandatory evacuation of the boats here in Gulfport, Mississippi, Mike. That's exactly right. And in fact, you can see behind me here, they are certainly gone. There are only a few out there, and I have to believe that the owners of those boats will be pulling them out soon. I mean, at present, standing here right now, I can see 2 boats out of dozens and dozens that should be filling these slips. So we actually spoke earlier today with one of the boat captains, a charter boat captain and owner of his boat, just about what it is again to have to deal with another storm, in this case Ida, Hurricane Ida, coming ashore and owning a boat here. They've had years where they've had to take them out a lot more than so far this year, but I can tell you one thing, in speaking with this guy, he was telling us they are concerned about Ida, people who use the water as their job. Listen.
I believe there's a big concern coming about the storm surge and, you know, the amount of rain we'll catch and how our rivers and everything will flood and can affect houses and stuff like that. Zach?
As far as pulling all the boats out, I mean, it's amazing to see almost an empty marina. Mm-hmm. You know, it's almost kind of eerie. I mean, what's it like for you as a boater?
Well, after like last year when we moved the boats by this time 5 times, you just kind of get used to it. You're like, well, here comes another hurricane. You're just already prepared for it. You know what to do.
Yeah, so again, these are seafaring people. They know what to do here on the coast, but the bottom line is here in Gulfport, Mississippi, we have a tropical storm warning, we have a storm surge warning, we have a river flood warning. And all of this is in place right now. And we do know over the next 36, maybe 48 hours, it's going to be quite tumultuous. As far as your timing goes, tomorrow morning, really, right around sunrise is when the effects are really going to kick in. And then it's going to stay. And you heard Carl Parker talking just a little bit ago that it's going to kind of come on land and kind of plan itself there for a little bit, which is not good for any interests in this part of the country. So definitely going to be a tough go. Evacuate if you feel you need to, especially if there are those mandatory evacuations that some places even here in low-lying areas have received already. And just have that hurricane plan ready to go. Make sure you can implement it and move when necessary and be ready for the worst. We're talking about 7 to 11 feet of storm surge here in Gulfport. To give you some comparison, Carl, during Katrina, it was 28 feet of storm surge. So we're not talking about, these are different animals, but still 7 to 11 feet can be problematic. And Carl, my question for you is, I was looking at the tide charts here in Gulfport. So tomorrow morning, it's 3:39 is the high tide. And then Monday morning, it's 4:22 in the morning. When you're looking at those times, 3:39 tomorrow, 4:22 Monday morning. And as far as this storm's path and how it's moving through, do you see problems with that related to the storm surge?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are both going to be critical times. We're going to be looking at more of an easterly wind tomorrow morning as the storm is coming in. And then the more critical time along the Mississippi Gulf Coast is likely going to be Monday morning. There you see the high tide in Bay St. Louis at 4:52 with a very strong onshore flow at that time. Now let's talk about these storm surge warnings. You notice here they're not just in coastal areas. They extend well inland. There's a lot of intertidal areas there, a lot of marshland, and so that storm surge is also going to extend well inland. But you notice the lack of warning right around New Orleans proper. That is because of that very elaborate hurricane risk reduction system put in place after Hurricane Katrina, $15 billion system that is expected to withstand all but the very most extreme of storms. And so with that in mind, we can take a look at a product from the Hurricane Center, and this is looking at the reasonable worst case scenario. So this is a model that they run which considers all of the different factors, how intense the storm is, how large the storm is, the nature of the sea floor, and all of these factors are put into this model. And so the reasonable worst case scenario in Grand Isle, there you see widespread flooding of 6 to 9 feet, and that of course on top of a tremendous amount of wind coming in, well over 100 miles per hour. I would not want to be anywhere near Grand Isle with this storm coming in. Houma, we see a similar level of just really intense storm surge flooding, widespread areas of 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding across Houma. And then as we move north and east, you notice the lack of color in New Orleans, and that is related to, again, that very elaborate system of walls and levees. But then we get outside of that into Slidell, and we see the storm surge flooding there, 3 to 6 feet in many areas. Over into Mississippi near Bay St. Louis, Shoreline Park, looking at flooding of 6 to 9 feet in this model. And then past Christiane, of course, an area that was hit very hard in Katrina and in Camille, and looking at storm surge flooding of 3 to 6 feet in many areas indicated by that yellow shading there. So this is going to be a really significant surge event over a large section of coastline in Louisiana and in Mississippi. Jeff, over to you.
All right, let's take a look at, I think we have a tower cam shot here. This is out of Slidell, Louisiana. Again, we wanted to show folks, if you are going to go out on the road and you're headed east on I-10, this is what you're going to run into. You're going to be crawling, and basically this goes on for miles and miles and miles, all the way over, probably even past Mobile, Alabama. So this is quite the backup, but if you have to get out, you have to get out. You do have time this afternoon and on into tonight, obviously, to get out on the road and do that. Make sure you have a full tank of gas, obviously. All right, I wanted to start this off with a radar because we're seeing the first of the outer bands, if you will, of Ida starting to push up toward the Gulf Coast a bit. And I put a little bit of you know, how far away it is, 78 miles from the mouth of the Mississippi River to the leading edge of this spiral band. I also want to point out, if this rotates in like it looks like it is, look where this rain, this heavy rain, is going to be headed up to. We're not just talking about southern Louisiana, we're talking about southern Mississippi and even southern Alabama, and it might even clip the Florida Panhandle with some of these heavier bands down here. The actual center, or the eye of the hurricane, is down here at the bottom of the screen. So we'll continue to keep monitoring, but you can see it's not that far away. And overnight tonight, some of this band is going to start impacting southern areas of Louisiana. And of course, that's where we think the heaviest rain will be, but there'll be heavy rain all the way over here into the Florida Panhandle and Mobile Bay and on past Gulfport, where Justin is, and on over, of course, into southern Louisiana around New Orleans, Houma, up toward Baton Rouge. That's where some of the heaviest rain we think will be. And we think that the flash flooding potential, obviously, is extremely high across this area for tomorrow and on into probably Monday morning. Then as we head from Monday into Tuesday morning, that flood threat extends a lot farther north, right up through central Mississippi, including Jackson, Greenwood, and even as far north as Memphis. And beyond that, it could actually even push up into parts of Tennessee and Kentucky as well. Of course, stay with the Weather Channel all day and all weekend as we track the very latest on Hurricane Ida. Download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and of course our live coverage with all of our 10 crews spread out across Louisiana and Mississippi.
My dad.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You know, Ida's turning into a very, very dangerous storm. I need not tell you. Just got another briefing from the Hurricane Center, and as you know, it's now heading straight for right toward Louisiana. This weekend is the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and it's a stark reminder that we have to do everything we can to prepare the people in the region and make sure we're ready to respond.
The President of the United States talking about Hurricane Ida moving towards the Gulf Coast. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you in Gulfport, Mississippi, where we do have a tropical storm warning in this neck of the woods. Also, a storm surge warning for up to 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. And what that's going to do is flood this entire area. You are now looking at the open Gulf of Mexico. Of course, Ida moving north through that body of water. And you can see the beach, you can see the parking lot, you can see people moving through here. And please understand when I tell you, all that you're seeing right now will be underwater. Up until there's a berm, almost like a levee, that is elevating all the buildings you see back there. It might not look like it from this distance or this perspective, but our hotel is right along this stretch here, and they're telling us that there is no chance that even 11 feet of water would get into the hotel. So those properties over there are actually more protected than you think. And that's a good thing. Now, let's look the other way, and you can see, because there are going to be no boats you're about to see in the marina, and that's a good thing. That means people are heeding the warnings and the expectations by the harbor master here, because there has been a mandatory evacuation of all boats from the Gulfport Municipal Harbor at this point. There are still a few boats out there, and I hope that the captains or owners of those boats will heed the warnings and get their boats out of there. Otherwise, they certainly do risk losing them. A boat in a marina like that is not going to fare well in a major storm like this that's coming, guys. So definitely preparations are underway, not just on the Louisiana Gulf Coast, but also here in Mississippi, as we're under the gun from this storm as well, guys.
And Justin, it's good to see that behind you there, nobody out on the beach. So that is some good news, just a few cars going up and down the road. All right, thank you, Justin. We'll be back with Justin a little bit later this hour. Do want to mention Hurricane Ida is expected to lash all of that Gulf Coast region with strong wind, heavy rain, and of course, as Justin was mentioning, life-threatening storm surge. Inundation of 9 feet or greater above ground level is possible from Morgan City, Louisiana, to the coast of Mississippi, where Justin was standing. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us how dangerous those water levels could be.
Hurricane Ida is closing in on the northern Gulf Coast. Expect destructive winds and life-threatening storm surge. Storm surge warnings are up for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And let me show you what storm surge actually looks like. Let's bring that water up to 3 feet. 3 feet of water, very dangerous. It can float cars away, knock you off your feet. Who knows what's hiding in this water, and certainly can flood out parts of the first floors of homes and businesses. But let's bring that up even higher. Let's bring that up to 6 feet. 6 feet of water. That's as tall as I am, even higher than that. Life-threatening. Oftentimes, the only way to escape this is to go up if you can. Certainly, this can flood out the first floors of homes and businesses. But we know some places will see maybe storm surge as high as 9 feet or higher. That can put entire neighborhoods underwater. So make sure you prepare and get those preparations, rush them to completion, because there's only a handful of hours left before you can do that. Stay tuned to the latest forecast and follow the advice of the officials. If they ask you to evacuate, do so. Time is running out.
All right, Greg, thank you. And right now we're looking at a Category 2 storm with winds of 100 miles per hour. Here is the latest from the Hurricane Center. We're expecting a new full forecast package to come out at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Central, so within the next 35 minutes or so. And there you see the current forecast track, still expecting the storm to become a Category 4 storm before it moves in, and that is going to be during the day tomorrow. You look at the satellite presentation, you can see very clearly this sort of a classic presentation that's spiraling spiral appearance to the high cloud there, indicating a very favorable environment aloft. The eye has been sort of popping in and out today. Now we're seeing it definitely coming back, and a very well-developed ring of thunderstorms around that in what we call a central dense overcast. And so indications certainly are that the storm continues to become more organized and will start to come in tomorrow near Plaquemines and Jefferson parishes, and then it's going to really slow down. So it's going to be an all-day event, very heavy rain, very strong winds coming into Grand Isle, into Homa, life-threatening storm surge in those areas, strong wind in New Orleans as well. And then with these outer bands, we expect that there is going to be a severe threat, and that will continue for a lot of the day tomorrow. So we're talking about Torcon, that is a 3 out of 10 in parts of southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi, and a 2 out of 10 farther to the north and to the east. We're going to have much more on this very dangerous storm coming up in just a minute.
Welcome back to Morgan City, Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're covering Hurricane Ida around the clock now, all the way into Monday evening. Landfall expected sometime tomorrow afternoon, maybe as late as tomorrow evening. It's likely going to landfall south and east of here. Terrebonne Parish, maybe Jefferson Parish, but the impacts extend away from the center, in fact, outside of the cone. And we'll check back with Justin Michaels coming up. He's way over in Gulfport, Mississippi. We've got 10 crews fanned out to keep you updated as the storm rolls in tomorrow and the weather goes downhill dramatically. Now, here in Morgan City, the concern is not the Atchafalaya River, because we're up on a 20-foot plus flood wall. The gates are closed. The water's not going to get over the flood wall from the river as it gets pushed up the river because of the wind blowing onshore. That surge downriver at the Gulf, at the mouth, is expected to be upwards of about 7 to 10 feet. But the real concern here is what happens on this side of town. There's Charles Peak getting ready to put his drone up and give you some great shots during Stephanie Abrams' coverage coming up in just a few minutes. But it's this area. The town itself is protected from the river, but then you have all the rain coming down and the flash flooding. We've got a flash flood watch that goes all the way until Tuesday morning, although the bulk of the rain is going to fall tomorrow afternoon into Monday morning, early Monday morning. So we've got that to be concerned with, in addition to winds that could gust over 90 miles an hour. Power outages are given, and likely some kind of structural damage here in Morgan City. And if you go over to Homa, there is no levee, no wall. That water is going to come right up through Terrebonne Parish. The forecast surge there, 10 to 15 feet, Jeff. And with no elevation, barely any elevation increase from the Gulf to Homa on 90, it's just going to roll right in there as Ida makes landfall.
Yeah, it looks like you may be in definitely the better position there, Mike. And something tells me you're going to need the rain jacket as we head through the next 24 hours. All right, thank you very much, Mike Seidel. We'll be back with you shortly. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ida. The New Orleans National Weather Service office said via Twitter, if you are under any evacuation order, and you can, please leave now. Some areas may be uninhabitable for weeks. Widespread power outages in our area are guaranteed. Jefferson Parish Transit, meanwhile, is suspending all services at 6 p.m. today. All bus service tomorrow is also suspended. And Louisiana Power Company Entergy says it could take up to 3 weeks to restore power in areas hit by a Category 3 hurricane. All right, let's bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, do want to mention to folks that in the next half hour, we'll be getting a new update from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll get some more information on whether Ida is indeed continuing to strengthen.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it from a satellite perspective. It's a very healthy storm right now and only getting more and more organized. So right now, Category 2 with 100-mile-per-hour winds. You see that very well developed, what we call central dense overcast, and how the high cloud is kind of fanning out in all directions. You can really see that when you look at the visible imagery here, just a classic satellite presentation on the visible imagery. This is a really dangerous looking storm, and it's still got a lot of time to continue to strengthen as it sits out of the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, one thing we've been talking about for a little while now is this deviation of the center, and you can see where it has gone here relative to the forecast track. Now, sometimes you have little wobbles that occur. They're little, what we call trochoidal movements that are something like that. that. And so the wobbles don't necessarily mean anything in the longer term. But this one is getting farther and farther away from the original forecast track. And that might have implications for the downstream forecast, because if it does, in fact, move a little farther away and continue to do that, it might be more towards the east side and north side of that forecast track, and perhaps more towards New Orleans. So obviously that would raise the stakes for New Orleans. That would amplify the threat in New Orleans. We're talking about a huge wind threat as it stands, winds gusting to 110 miles per hour plus there in New Orleans, and then westward into Lafayette, into Baton Rouge, and then southward into Houma, into Morgan City, New Iberia. All of these areas getting hit very, very hard. In fact, winds may gust along the coast there near Grand Isle and towards Houma over 130 to 140 miles per hour. And there is a huge storm surge threat there across southern Louisiana. Widespread power outages expected in those areas, but they may extend well inland as well. There you see the storm surge warning also penetrating well inland across all those intertidal areas in southeast Louisiana, and a life-threatening storm surge threat outside of that hurricane risk reduction zone in New Orleans, 7 to 11 feet from Mississippi down to Plaquemines Parish, and then from 10 to 15 feet from Plaquemines Parish and on westward. We're going to talk much more about Hurricane Ida coming up in just a few minutes.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You are watching the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you in Gulfport, Mississippi, where this town is one of so many on the northern Gulf Coast that is going to be impacted by this storm. Good thing for Mississippi, it's on the eastern side. Bad thing for Mississippi, it's on the eastern side. Most of the impacts, Louisiana, but still here we have a storm surge warning in place, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge coming up the Gulf. We also have a tropical storm warning, a flash flood watch, so many things, river flood warning, the list goes on and on. And the man who is probably more concerned about this than anybody, Billy Hughes, the mayor here in Gulfport, Mississippi. We are grateful for your time here, Mayor. We know you are busy. In fact, you've had meetings this afternoon already as you're trying to make almost hour-by-hour decisions on how the town is going to move forward, and you're even looking at curfews. Why is that?
Justin, it's necessary. Hits, but we're inside of 24 hours now when we really start seeing the impact. So the more information we can get out, the more we can secure and place assets where they need to be, so we can respond appropriately depending on what the severity of the storm is. We'll be ready.
And Mayor, tell me about evacuations. We know that some low-lying areas, evacuations have been recommended for people. We know boats have been evacuated for the most part from the harbor here. Have you, as discussions go, are evacuations part of your planning right now?
Anybody in a low-lying area is encouraged to go ahead and get out now. You know, tomorrow they start trying to get out and everybody else is doing the same thing. It's usually too late. Our first responders don't get out once we have sustained winds beyond 45 miles an hour. It's just, look, we're not going to put our people in harm's way if you weren't smart enough to get out of harm's way. But we issued orders for the harbors yesterday. All the cities across the coast did. And so we're just watching the storm. If it starts to move further to the east and it looks like it's coming dead on us, then we'll probably have some mandatory evacuation orders. But again, we've been through this drill a number of times, and fortunately people take it pretty seriously. By this point, everything's kind of locked down personally, and those people who have either elderly or young children, they're already getting them in place or getting them out of the way too. So everybody's just watching.
Mayor Billy Hughes, Gulfport, Mississippi. We are grateful for your time, sir. Thank you very much. It's always nice to be in your town. We love being here. So, Jeff, so there you go, hearing right from the mayor. Of course, everything's on the table for public safety. That's the number one thing, and that's the number one way they're going to make decisions to make sure the number one, the most people can be safe is how they're guiding through this storm. So we'll stay on top of the details. We have direct line to the mayor. We'll keep you up to date.
All
Jeff,
right.
into you.
Thank you very much there, Justin, and we'll be getting back to Justin throughout the storm. Of course, he'll be there tomorrow as well. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the rainfall impacts here from Ida, and they are very, very large impacts, we think, particularly here from Baton Rouge over to about Hammond, Louisiana, through New Orleans, all the way down to Houma, and where Mike Seidel is located there in Morgan City. That looks like that may be where the heaviest rain will be. It could be over a foot of rain, but look how that rain extends north as we head through time. Of course, as Ida continues its push inland, we'll be seeing rain pushing all the way up past New Orleans, and then, of course, heading all the way up toward Jackson, Mississippi, and even north from there eventually as we head through late Monday night into Tuesday. We could even have some of this heavy rain pushing all the way up into Tennessee. But here comes the heaviest, of course, when we have landfall of Ida tomorrow afternoon, it looks like, and then generally slowing down a bit and starting to make more of a northerly and then eventually a northeasterly turn. So flash flooding, yeah, a very high likelihood as we head through the day tomorrow and on into tomorrow morning. So we'll keep you updated on that flooding threat throughout. But let's hand it over to Carl Parker right now, and he has more. I don't think we have the new advisory quite yet from the Hurricane Center, but it is imminent.
Yes, it's going to be coming in any moment. And here you see a live shot of I-10 in Slidell. So this is traffic that is coming out of New Orleans. And you notice here that it really is barely moving. I mean, a number of people have actually pulled off to the side, you know, presumably to wait this out. Maybe they're running a little bit low on gas as well. But this is something that we talked about yesterday. These highways were actually open last night. So that was a good opportunity to get out without getting into this mess. And hopefully this doesn't last too much longer. But it's been a really, really tough time for people trying to get away from this storm and getting away for good reason. Take a look at the satellite presentation. I mean, you just don't see too many storms that are as well formed as this on satellite. That spiral appearance to the high level cloud there indicating a very favorable environment aloft. That's really not going to change. And then you see the eye. It's been sort of waxing and waning here, but there's definitely an eye in place. And so that really dangerous core of the storm, the eye wall of the storm, likely coming in tomorrow morning. And then it's going to really slow down. So it's going to take all day to move through southeast Louisiana. That's going to mean high storm surge over several high tide cycles. It's going to mean a prolonged multi-hour period of strong winds and, of course, exceptionally heavy rain as well. And we'll talk much more about this forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. We are awaiting the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. It's going to be out at any minute. As of the 1 p.m. advisory, a Category 2 storm with 100-mile-per-hour winds moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. And the last forecast out at 11 calling for it to be a Category 4 storm as it comes into the Louisiana coastline. And that is going to be through the middle of the day tomorrow. Very, very impressive satellite presentation at this hour. We're seeing a really healthy upper level environment, optimal for ventilating the storm. The eye has been sort of waxing and waning, but is absolutely there. Very impressive ring of thunderstorms about that center there, central dense overcast, as we say. We've been seeing a little bit of a deviation of the track from the actual track. We'll see if that is a temporary thing, or whether or not that is a lasting deviation. If it is, that could raise the stakes for New Orleans. That could mean a more direct impact there. New Orleans, where we're already anticipating winds could gust over 110 miles miles per hour. In addition to that, we're going to be looking at a significant flood threat there in New Orleans. Let's get out to Mike Seidel. He is now in Morgan City in Louisiana. And Mike, looking at really significant rainfall threat with this slow-moving storm, and that is definitely going to be putting some pressure on the pumps there in Morgan City.
Yes, indeed. 48 pumps will be up and running tomorrow. Their concern is not the Atchafalaya River because we've got this huge flood wall up over 20 feet. So the river may come up over the walkway and down here on the grass like it has done before, but it's not going to get over the wall into town. Their concern is all the heavy rain. So you get on this side of the wall on Front Street, and then in the city, everybody is really protected from the Atchafalaya, unlike in Houma where they don't have this kind of system. So the concern would be the flash flood threat. Will there be water rescues? We'll see. We'll see if the pumps can do their job and handle the rainfall rates that we're expecting to be at least an inch an hour. And again, the total rainfall will be dictated by the exact track of Ida. Then we throw in the wind issue, winds gusting here over 90 miles an hour. Power outages, that is a given. That's a given across this whole area of south central Louisiana and north along and near where that eye wall comes through. And then even farther north into parts of Mississippi, almost to Memphis, we've got the risk of some spotty outages, and that goes with the territory with that kind of wind. And even with winds 50 or 60 miles an hour, you can get power outages, trees on power lines, and then don't forget the risk of some structural damage. Looking on my phone here, we've just got the latest advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, and it is rapidly strengthening. Let me give you the latest now. Sustained winds now 105 miles an hour, so it's up 5 miles an hour. It's moving northwest. Now it's 16. That hasn't changed. The pressure, I believe, that's the same as 3 hours ago at 976 millibars. So again, as of 5 p.m. Eastern, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, maximum sustained winds, Jeff, have been increased from 100 to 105 miles an hour. So it's approaching Category 3 status.
That's right, Mike, and we'll know even more once the hurricane hunters get in there, and one is just about ready to fly through the center. So we'll get more information, and we'll know exactly how strong this hurricane is. Thank you very much, Mike Seidel, for being with us for the last 4 hours. And, of course, Mike will be back as we head into the day tomorrow. All right, let's take a little bit of a look at the inland flooding threat here. Okay, and what we're talking about is, first of all, the severe weather threat and isolated tornadoes that you always have to be concerned about with a landfalling tropical system. So anywhere from southeast Louisiana through most of Mississippi, parts of the Florida Panhandle and into Alabama, western Alabama, that's where the threat will be greatest as we head through the day tomorrow. The rain threat obviously starts in Louisiana, but eventually, as what's left of Ida over the next several days moves to the northeast, well, that's where the flooding threat will go as well. Places like Nashville and all the way up to Louisville will also have to watch out for some locally heavy rain. But the biggest flooding threat, obviously, from Mississippi and down to the Gulf coastal areas of Louisiana. Of course, this is falling in most areas on saturated or at least very moist ground that has had a lot of rain in recent weeks. So with that being said, the flash flooding potential is very, very high. Here is a look at your future radar here. Moving northbound here and then eventually making that turn and taking the heavy rain and the threat for severe weather with it as we head through Monday and Tuesday. Carl?
Well, Jeff, once again, we got the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So we're looking at a 105-mile-per-hour storm right now. There's been a slight adjustment in the forecast track because of the slightly different position relative to the previous track there. But the essential forecast philosophy is unchanged. Still looking at a Category 4 storm coming into southeast Louisiana. That's going to be through the middle of the day tomorrow and then really slowing down. And it's going to be a prolonged period of wind and surge and very heavy rain there in southeast Louisiana. Our coverage continues in just a few minutes.
We are less than 24 hours away from a potential catastrophic hurricane on the U.S. Gulf Coast, especially in the state of Louisiana. Yeah, potentially 2 Cat 4s in 2 years and through here. This one on the anniversary of one that no one will ever forget. Hurricane Katrina back 16 years ago. This one is Ida. It is steamrolling toward Louisiana, where we have live team coverage for you with hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb back in the studio. We will get his thoughts and views on the new track, the intensity, what he thinks potentially these impacts will be for New Orleans with a maybe slight jog to the east. The Louisiana coast is covered with Stephanie Abrams in Morgan City, all right, and also Jordan Steele in Broussard. We're going to watch and talk to them in just a moment. Welcome to our special team coverage. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori on the banks of the Mississippi, which is where I have been for so many times here, especially in the last 2 years. We had 4 landfalls last year, of course, with storms. Now we face yet another one here, this one potentially catastrophic. All right, let's get right to Dr. Rick Knabb, our hurricane expert, to talk about some of the nuts and bolts of the new advisory. And Dr. Knabb, certainly unnerving when you see a hurricane of this magnitude right of track. How does that change the game for the city of New Orleans?
Well, it certainly raises the concern level, because if that right of track trend, although it's in the overall scheme of things slight so far, if that trend continues, then that could raise the stakes for the wind and other impacts in New Orleans. But it could also, trend back in the other direction. We can't take anybody who's in the hurricane warning out of the mindset of got to get ready for the worst that Ida could bring. And it is in the middle of a rapid intensification phase. Now the max winds are up to 105 miles an hour, and motion is northwest at 16. I wish it was going to be moving that fast when it comes ashore, but it's going to be slowing down. Pressure's down to 976 millibars, and when you look at it on the satellite a little more closely, certainly very concerning. It is getting a much better defined eye. And look at these outer bands here with a lot of lightning. Hurricanes tend to have a lot more lightning in their outer bands, especially when they're in a strengthening phase. Sometimes when they go through an eye wall replacement cycle, you'll see some lightning in the middle there. But you can see the weather is going to be gradually going more and more downhill tonight. So the sooner you can get your preparations done, the better. And taking a really close look at this, you can see the eye is right in here, and there's a very, very pronounced banding around it. Here's a band right there. There's a band right there. The eye wall is getting its act together. This will start to get more symmetric as time goes on, and we're going to have both NOAA and Air Force Hurricane Hunter data in there over the next few hours. So we'll bring that data when it comes to the upper level pattern. It's breathing. It is not suffering from any wind shear, and it's got the really warm waters all the way up to the coastline in the northern Gulf, and it's going over some very deep warm water. This is the fuel that it has been utilizing to strengthen so far, and I don't see anything to stop the strengthening trend all the way up until landfall unless it goes through some sort of internal structural change, some sort of eye wall replacement. But bottom line is the intensity and track forecasts have not dramatically changed here on this advisory. And I don't want anybody to be thinking, well, okay, it's definitely going to keep going on the right side of the cone. If you're on the left side of the cone, it could end up trending back in your direction. But certainly in New Orleans, you got to be concerned about, the strong likelihood that you're going to be on the right-hand side and maybe take the eastern eye wall. And we're still talking about Category 4 at landfall, plus or minus the 130 miles an hour, and then that's a relatively slow motion after landfall. One change here at the 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time advisory is the storm surge warning has been extended eastward to the Alabama-Florida border, so it now includes coastal areas of Alabama and Mobile Bay. Otherwise, the storm surge warnings remain in place, and the storm surge forecasts are still very, very high. This is saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. You got to get out according to local officials' instructions, and the timing is very similar to before. The likely arrival time would be early tomorrow morning here in southeast Louisiana, and you've seen that nasty band not that far offshore. It could be very late tonight when those tropical storm conditions start arriving. No changes to the tropical storm and hurricane warning areas. Look how far inland they go. And the tropical storm watches go all the way north of Jackson, Mississippi and Monroe, Louisiana. So, Jim, this is going to be a potentially devastating wind and water event at the coast and inland. We haven't even talked yet about the WPC having a high risk for flash flooding in New Orleans inside that risk reduction system starting tomorrow.
I was going to just say, I was just going to say, that does include the city of New Orleans.
Yes.
So a high risk of flooding is a bad thing. Everybody needs to have a plan. I know my team is making a plan here in the city to, when this water starts coming up and the pumps can't handle it, if that in fact that will be the case. We will get to high ground and bring you broadcasting as long as cell service allows. Dr. Knapp, great briefing on that. We'll talk a lot more about what this right turn means. But, you know, for folks in New Orleans, remember, this is not, even though it's eerily similar to the date of when Katrina came in 16 years ago, this is a much different city. Much different city as they are prepared for a storm. And later on in the show, we're going to talk more about that. All right, let's get to the graphics, because this is interesting, certainly, as we watched today. And then before, you know, I'm always looking at the computer. And one of the things I noticed is just how this was getting right of track. You know, this is the infrared satellite, so you can see the deepest convection, the coldest cloud tops are still on the south and the eastern side. But this thing is trying to rotate around, and really ever since this morning, it has been getting its act together. There's planes in here. They'll tell us what's happening to the pressure, and as we know, pressure goes down, slight delay, winds go up. All right, we know that for a fact. That's just the physics of the atmosphere. But you can see here, in terms of the center part of the cone, this is pretty close to the right side of it. We'll see if that trend continues, like Dr. Knapp said. Does it wobble back the other way? So anyone who's in the cone needs to be ready for some pretty stout impacts with this. And you can see even this thing is coming inland. Baton Rouge, this is just as much your storm as it is New Orleans and Houma and everybody else. So here's the HRRR model. And what's interesting about this is actually it looks like it keeps this right track. We get into these bands tomorrow morning, so you got to be done today with all your preparations. But look at what that does. It brings the center just to the southwest of New Orleans and brings that eye wall into the city. All right? If you're on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, right now on the western side of it, you're getting that east wind. It's pushing the water on the west side. This is going to push the water on the northwest side. So all that water is coming up toward Mandeville. All right? Regardless of how far west it goes. Keep that in mind. It could be worse, obviously, if it goes a little bit closer to us. Either way, guys, we're talking about winds that could easily, even here in New Orleans, get close to Category 2 strength or even stronger than that. That means extensive power outages in this area. Plan on losing power, and some of these areas, especially with the kind of surge that we're talking about, Stephanie, may be uninhabitable. You may not be able to get back to some of these areas for weeks. Depends on just how bad it gets with that surge, because it's going to come in with a vengeance, certainly maybe even 24 hours from now. All right, let's go down to Stephanie, who is in Morgan City. Steph, I would think that your area is almost a ghost town at this point.
Well, a lot of people have left, but there are some people that are staying. And Jim, you mentioned that surge, so I want to kind of set the scene for everyone of where we are. We're about, let's say, 90 miles southwest of where Jim is. We're on the Atchafalaya River, and we're actually on this massive wall that stands about 21 feet, I'm told. And the Atchafalaya is really low right now. And yes, we are expecting the water to rise, but we're not expecting it to breach this wall. Now, the entire city is basically a fortress. You have this wall that runs on Front Street. I'll show you the businesses that is protecting and some of the homes behind these businesses. And we'll take you down to the ground level coming up here. We're going to be on air for about 4 hours. But it's not only this wall, but the entire city is surrounded by levees. Some are earthened, some are concrete. And so this is really a fortress. So they are not necessarily worried about surge right here in Morgan City. We were at the EOC earlier speaking to authorities there. They said the flooding that we could get in some areas will just be from strictly rainfall. But just because we're in Morgan City does not mean that we're not representing the rest of coastal Louisiana. So we want to show you who could feel the effects of this system. South of I-10. We're going to see some big-time water rises. So let's show you the surge graphics and those wind graphics and that water rise that we are concerned about with this system. So as it comes in, it's just going to push everything right ahead of it. And remember, 10 to 15 feet all along coastal Louisiana. And it really depends where that center circulation is for the surge, because to the right of that center, with that forward push and those winds going from south to north on that right-hand side, you get kind of a double vector, if you will, and that really pushes everything inland. And don't forget about all the rivers that are running up right through Louisiana. We expect to start feeling the effects of this tomorrow morning. We'll see some of those outer bands come in, and it will be 24 hours of nasty weather. So today is your last day to get prepared. You need to stay put. We will lose power. I've been here for other storms that weren't half as bad, but we will lose power, so be ready for that. And then Dr. Nab, if this shifts a little bit west, a little bit east, whoever's in that eye wall will see the worst damage. And I wanted to ask you about the little shift that, Cantoria was mentioning. Could this be feeling just a little weakness in that ridge that's kind of directing this thing and then still get shoved back west once it gets a little bit to a stronger point in that ridge?
Yeah, you have to look at the long-term motion. Yes, it definitely has gone right of track compared to the previous advisory over a few hours. But that's why, the forecasters look at like a 6 to 12-hour motion to get the initialization on the models. And still the models are not taking a really significant right-hand, trend. But you have to allow for the possibility that something goes right or left of track when you look at that cone. So it is a trend we have to monitor closely, but it doesn't put anybody at dramatically greater risk, and it doesn't take anybody off the hook in the hurricane or storm surge warning areas. We do have a NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane that is coming in from the northeast. They haven't quite gone all the way through the center yet, so we'll monitor those data to see if the winds are still coming up. The models for intensity are skating right near that Cat 3-4 threshold, but the Hurricane Specialist Hurricane Center looking at the satellite trends and going on the high end of the guidance, and that you can't blame them for that. They're still forecasting something near the Cat 3-4 threshold at landfall. Could be a little stronger than that, could be a little weaker than that. And again, you can't time the wind impacts based on when landfall the center is going to be. You got to get ready by late tonight or early tomorrow morning. That's when the tropical storm conditions are likely going to start arriving. And if the wind fields expand some more, that could be even a little bit earlier, later tonight instead of breakfast time tomorrow. Here's where the hurricane warnings are, and got to keep reminding you how far inland these tropical storm and hurricane warnings go. This is going to be a significant wind event that you need to shelter from like you would for a tornado. We'll get back to the watches here in a little while. Look at how far inland gusts of at least 58 miles an hour could go, and that could bring down trees. You need to shelter like you would for a tornado in major hurricane, if not hurricane force winds. And look at how widespread the power outages are going to be, especially concerned about that in Louisiana, but goes all the way up near Memphis, Tennessee. And power outages can be surprisingly dangerous, if not deadly, if we are not careful, Molly, because people improperly use generators, they light candles, could start a fire, down power lines. So we got to get ready to be safe during and after the power goes out.
And that's always a surprising number of fatalities after the fact, is people improperly running those generators. Thank you, Dr. Nab. Well, time is running out to get ready for Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. Weather Channel meteorologist Jordan Steele is live in Broussard. Jordan?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. All right, so the big story here in Broussard is, first off, to give you location-wise, 125 miles west of New Orleans, or about 7 miles south of Lafayette. So south central Louisiana is where we are. All day long today, people were in preparation mode. And it was honestly a really nice day to be in preparation mode. Fueling up cars, getting propane tanks filled up. I've seen people in lines for ice to fill up their ice chests, the grocery store, and currently where we are here, which is at one of the locations the city dumps a bunch of sand and has residents come all day long to fill up their sandbags. People have been coming and going all day long. In fact, earlier today, we were talking to some of the residents here filling up sandbags, and there was one lady that really stands out. She has been living in southern Louisiana since the 60s, and she's seen everything. And I asked her, is this storm system something to worry about? And she said, these storms are unique. This one needs to be respected, and there's a reason why I'm here filling up sandbags. But let me let you hear what she had to say for herself. Check it out.
Do you ever have a worry when you see a storm going in the Gulf? Is it ever like, oh no, or are you just like, it's...
She's from Golden Meadow.
I lived near Grand Isle in the 60s, which was the worst decade of any hurricanes ever. We had a Hilda, Beulah, so many hurricanes hitting one right after the other in the 60s. And so I kind of got used to it.
So this one's just another one.
But you still take precautions, and you be careful.
Yeah.
And you watch the Weather Channel.
Watch the
So the big part about this little town here is it runs right along State Route 90. This basically connects Morgan City, where meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is, and goes all the way over to New Orleans. So this is kind of a big escape route for people. So Dr. Nab, when we talk about, some of the storm surge and all the folks who are needing to flee the far southern tips of Louisiana heading north, this is one of the big thoroughfares, and that road needs to be taken seriously because there could be some flooding on that road as we progress when the storm makes landfall. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Jordan, we got to keep people out of salt water, out of fresh water, and sheltering from the wind. You got to evacuate now if told to do so. Storm surge warning means the danger of life-threatening storm surge. And when do you need to get out? You need to get out before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. So when we look at that area under a storm surge warning that now goes all the way to the Alabama-Florida border, goes way west of Vermilion Bay, the timing of the winds is critical. You got to be evacuated by the time those winds arrive. So evacuate now. Get out, according to those local officials' instructions, and we are talking double-digit storm surge flooding above normally dry ground in some areas, including around Lake Pontchartrain. Slidell, Louisiana is at risk. And oh, by the way, there's going to be tremendous amounts of rain while the storm surge is happening. So can you imagine all of this high-risk area for flash flooding? That rain is trying to escape back out of the Gulf of Mexico, but the hurricane is going to be pushing that water back toward the shore. Stay tuned.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome. The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day.
No matter how you got COPD, it's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. It's time to start a new day.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
As Hurricane Ida closes in on the coast, it's more important than ever to get your plan in place now. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams has some advice.
The tropics have come to life. A storm is threatening. The clock is ticking. It's time to take action. We're just 48 hours out. A hurricane watch is imminent or has just been issued. Get your car filled with gas and make sure you have plenty of cash. And now's the time to check your evacuation kit. Make sure you have a few days of food and water and grab any last-minute items. And check your insurance papers and other important documents and make sure they're up to date and saved electronically. Also, protect the documents that you are taking with you by putting them in a waterproof envelope. And don't forget to keep tabs on the forecast.
new models are just coming in, so be ready to adjust to any changes in the storm track or intensity. And remember that tropical storm...
The storm is growing stronger and getting closer. We're only 24 hours out. A hurricane warning is up. So finish securing windows and openings with shutters or plywood. Remove all loose items on your property and follow advice of local officials and evacuate if told to do so. Now, the outer bands of the storm are just coming ashore, and it's time to be at your safe location. Family members and friends, they need to know where you are, so share your plans. And remember, all your electronics need to be fully charged, because with a storm like this, let me tell you, the power, it could be out for days. And the weather's going downhill fast. Landfall is upon us. Trees are starting to come down. Now is the time to shelter in place and ride out the storm.
And in 24 hours, it's going to look like that last shot that Stephanie showed right here in New Orleans. Big difference between here and 16 years ago. We had a lot of people that left New Orleans, a lot of people that stayed as well. It'll be interesting, especially for a storm that's going to go to the west of the city more than likely. All right, let's talk about this, guys. We're right here on the Mississippi. Nice stiff east wind coming down. Of course, the New Orleans is parked tonight, as well as the Natchez. These, I can't imagine these two boats wouldn't be, river boats wouldn't be full with people. You go down toward Bourbon Street, you get down to the French Quarter. I mean, it's like a ghost town down there. There's hardly anybody. As a matter of fact, we're going to show you the camera from time to time tonight, Christina, to let everybody see what's happening down there. It's just not all that much. But obviously, the weather's going to go downhill. We could be into some of the outer bands of this thing by the time we roll into tomorrow morning. So there's a great example of what I'm talking about. This area would be packed with people normally on a Saturday and Sunday. All right, let's bring in Dr. Rick Knabb. And you know what, Dr. Knabb, I want to talk a little bit about this. Going back certainly and looking at Katrina, people are thinking about that. This is a storm that essentially was such a large storm in size. It's hard to compare that, certainly with Ida at this point, nor do we think it's going to get that big. But just track on its own merit, this is going to be something that will probably go to the west of New Orleans versus the east of New Orleans like Katrina did.
Yeah, now, of course, one of the big reasons why Katrina was able to fill up Lake Pontchartrain, for example, with a lot of storm surge was because of that huge size and that flow on the northern side of it. But there's another hurricane we got to keep in mind. That's Betsy of 1965 that came in from the southeast and went west. It went south and then west of New Orleans. It flooded Lake Pontchartrain and much of New Orleans and the Mississippi River Gulf outlet. And of course, that was obviously before the risk reduction system was put into place. So Ida's track is very concerning for storm surge, except for the fact that we have the risk reduction system in place. So we're not going to repeat Betsy inside the city of New Orleans.
Given the current track, and looking at hurricanes over the past 16 years and tropical storms, do you think this will be the biggest test to the risk reduction system that we've had thus far from a tropical system?
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Now, I think there's good reason to be confident that it's going to provide tremendous amount of protection to the city, and it would be way worse. We'd be having to evacuate a lot more people from New Orleans without that risk reduction system. But this will be a big, big test for it. And going back to Katrina and Betsy, the Mississippi coast is still at grave risk of life-threatening storm surge in this case as well, Jim.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because should this little east jog continue, you saw what happened with Mobile Bay. They put them under a storm surge warning now. So this could bring, the water up even further. Places like Waveland and Bay St. Louis that are open, Gulfport, Biloxi, Mississippi could see even higher water, perhaps than they did all of last season. And they took a direct hit from Zeta with the storm surge.
Yeah, Zeta produced tremendous storm surge in Mississippi. Katrina and Betsy did.
The sea storm.
Yeah. That's right. So Ida you've got to evacuate from the coastal areas of Mississippi, even Alabama. Right. So, Jim, we got to get people out tonight, because you can't wait for landfall tomorrow, because the winds of tropical storm force are arriving perhaps late tonight. You got to be to your safe place where you go to bed tonight.
Ida's turning into a very, very dangerous storm.
This is not just a coastal event.
We're preparing for the worst.
I've already signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana.
Of course, Louisiana was the first state in that emergency declaration. Mississippi, I think also Alabama in that at the present time. As you look behind me at the Crescent City Bridge, just a beautiful sight. I mean, anybody who comes to New Orleans finds their way eventually down to the Riverwalk, which is where we are. And, you know, unfortunately, we've just been here for too many disasters, and this one certainly looks like it's going to be another one. And no stranger to these disasters, Louisiana Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. He's obviously one of our favorites at the Weather Channel, and I know he's one of yours here in Louisiana as well. He's a straight shooter, and he can tell you exactly what you want to hear, whether you want to hear it or not. Billy, thanks for talking to us. Let's just start off with. Thank you, brother. Let's talk about where Louisiana's at for this. How are you feeling in terms of comfort for what could be Cat 3, Cat 4 storm, maybe going just to the west of New Orleans?
Yeah, we're hoping to get as many people out. You know, they've got new federal levees being built in Plaquemines Parish, but they're still under construction. And you saw what Katrina and Isaac did 7 years apart to that parish. New federal levees will help, but not with road on them. When everyone left for Katrina.
Billy, this is a little obviously much different than 16 years ago, which is just eerie in its own right. The fact that these will both landfall on the same day. But, you know, obviously with the protection, the risk reduction system that they have here, but also in terms of the time allotted that you can prepare for it, because this kind of came up quick. And, you know, to get gas and generators and other supplies pre-position was difficult, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and it was also difficult, as you heard the mayor said, she didn't have time to call an evacuation. And people are getting out, and this one's really scaring people.
I mean, what do you want to say to them? I mean, they're going to have to shelter in place. A lot of people.
Out today, by dark tonight, you're going to need to shelter in place and hope for the best. But if this thing jockeys a little way, one way or the other, it'll devastate a large portion of the coast of Louisiana that's not having that 100-year protection, or like in Plaquemines Parish where those levees aren't finished.
Right. You know, the good news is a lot of those lower parishes with mandatory evacs, hopefully everybody got out that certainly could. We saw a lot of boats, a lot of cars just leaving in droves. I-10 is still packed to the best of our knowledge. What is your biggest concern, Billy, at this point, just going forward?
Is those people that stay behind. Being able to get to them, you can't get to them till the wind's down, and we'll stay behind. We see it after every storm, and depending on that storm surge, it will not be nice, and we will lose some lives. Those people that did stay behind.
And you have preached this for years, so, God, I hope they got the message. All right, let's talk about post-storm, Billy. We know it's coming. It's unavoidable here. What is the state of Louisiana in a position to do and activate as soon as this thing moves on away?
Well, we've been through this so many times. All the parish presidents working with the governor's team and those first responders, ready, the National Guard, with boats, helicopters, airboats, will be ready to go in to make sure they can get to as many people flooded areas and those areas that have the most damage. And that's going to be the key right after it's safe to travel into those areas.
Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, always a pleasure to talk to you, sir. Be safe. Continue the good fight, my friend, and hopefully we'll talk to you again about recovery and maybe even some good news. Who knows? I'm just hoping. I'm hoping here. Great to talk to you, sir, as always. Again, guys, really in 24 hours from now, this is going to look a lot different here on the Riverwalk. It's going to be hard to walk out and through here. Winds are going to be getting stronger. You're talking about, certainly what could be hurricane-force gusts coming up this way. Maybe something that could reach Category 2 strength here in the city of New Orleans. It just depends on how much of this holds together. Where does it track? Do we get into that eastern eye wall, especially if this right of track, wobble continues? It'll be more than a wobble if it continues during the night, that's for sure. But if you're on the Mississippi coast, if you're on the Alabama coast, we are talking to you. If you're in these inland areas across, especially Mississippi and northern Louisiana, Baton Rouge, this is just as much of a hurricane for you as it is the city of New Orleans. All right? So keep that in mind. And like Billy said, we hope you got out of these southern parishes with mandatory evacs. We'll be right back.
This network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Morgan City is surrounded by not only this big wall, but earthen levees. So it's a bit of a fortress. And with the Atchafalaya River that is right over here. Earlier, we were at the EOC, where they did have some Coast Guard members that are starting to prepare for the storm to arrive. Now, it's not just here in Louisiana where the Coast Guard is starting to prepare. They are getting ready for rescue calls. And then, of course, after the storm passes, they will be ready to deploy and help those in need. We want to bring in Vice Admiral Stephen Poulin, who's joining us from Mobile, where aircraft are also being staged. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. How many aircraft are you staging? What type of aircraft?
Well, throughout the Gulf Coast, we have 34 helicopters and 14 fixed-wing aircraft that are ready to respond. We brought additional aircraft in from the Great Lakes, down from New England, down from North Carolina, and over from Florida. So we have staged a lot of capability here in the Gulf Coast.
What would you say is your biggest concern with this storm?
My biggest concern is the safety and welfare of Coast Guard families first. We have a lot of Coast Guard members and their families who live on the Gulf Coast, so we want to make sure that they're safe. But secondly, from a mission standpoint, it's how many people actually did heed the evacuation orders and move out of the path of the storm. And that's both in the offshore area, but inshore as well. Now, we're positioned to save lives, but we're not going to be able to respond until after the storm passes. Our Coast Guard rescuers are heroic, and we're going to respond as soon as it's safe to do so. We'll take a lot of risk, but we're not going to take any unnecessary risks.
So what do you want people to know as time is running out? You know, I've been doing this for about 20 years. And after, the Katrinas, after the Ikes, I hear people say, oh, maybe I should have an axe with me in case I have to cut myself out of my house. So after hearing that type of stuff, I'm like, well, if that's the case, maybe you should, evacuate. What do you want people to know if they are caught in a situation like that?
Well, what I want them to know is the Coast Guard is ready to respond. But we're not going to take unnecessary risk. You can be your own best friend here and heed the warnings of state and local emergency management officials. But for those who don't, we will try to respond to you as quickly as possible, but it's going to have to be when it's safe for us to do so. Our Coast Guard is fully committed. I think we've shown our ability to respond to any crisis here on the Gulf Coast, and we're going to do so here, but we're going to do so prudently and safely. And we're not only going to focus on saving lives, that's our primary mission. We're going to save lives, but we also want to respond to marine pollution events. And we also want to get these ports and waterways open as soon as possible after the storm passes.
What should people do after the storm passes? What's your advice for those? A lot of people are going to want to get their boats out right away.
Well, I would say don't take to the water until the Coast Guard has opened the waterways and ports. We need to survey the waterways to make sure there are no obstructions, to make sure there are no hazards, and to reset all the aids to navigation so it's safe to move both boats and commercial traffic. And we're committed to doing that, right? We understand how important maritime commerce is to the Gulf Coast. I'm a resident of the Gulf Coast myself. I've served many assignments down here along the Gulf Coast. I know how vital maritime commerce is. But we can only reconstitute and get the ports open when it's safe to do so, when we know that there's no additional hazards.
All right, Vice Admiral Stephen Poulin, we really appreciate your time. We know you guys are busy getting ready for this storm, as everyone is. Thank you so much for taking time to join us. And Jordan, I just wanted to, emphasize one more time with that surge here along the Louisiana coast could be up to 11 feet. This wall stands about 21 feet, I'm told, and we're not expecting this wall to be breached. One of our biggest concerns will be the wind if we get the eye wall, and then just the rain that's falling from the sky with the flash flooding.
Right. Well, and of course, that makes sense why they're so adamant about trying to get people to, evacuate when they can. We are in Broussard. This is basically 120 miles or so west of New Orleans. We're just shy of the
really good, Mandy.
We're near Lafayette by about 7 miles. I've got Mayor Ray Bork here from the city of Broussard. And, one of the big things Stephanie was just talking about was just the evacuees and trying to get people to a safe place when we think that this storm could be Category 4 status. You've got State Route 90, which is a big thoroughfare from Morgan City, kind of going up to I-10. What are your message to those people who are trying to evacuate?
Well, I hear that traffic is very heavy. We've been monitoring that all day. I've been working with our chief of police and our police department's out in force to make sure that people can travel safely. We expect that to continue through the evening, and we're doing everything we can in Broussard to prepare ourselves for this storm.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be on the west side of the storm, and we just have about 45 seconds left. But, you know, people might go up to I-10 and think, man, I can't get out of here. Would you say this would be an area that people can seek shelter? You guys done a lot of preparing up to this point.
We have. We've been preparing our city. We only have 2 hotels in Broussard, and I'm sure that the hotel situation is quite full. But we want to make sure that we are safe for people to travel through. We've been talking with our police department, our fire department, and the chiefs there to make sure that travel lanes stay open, that we have access for people to get on and off Highway 90 and do everything we can to allow people to flow through. I mean, there's a lot of evacuation going on right now in the southern part of our state.
Well, you guys have done a great job with getting the sand out for people to collect sandbags. I know that people have been here all day. I do want to get caught up with you a little bit later. Thank you so much for taking time and bringing awareness to this big situation, big storm. As
Think premium can't be capable? Think again.
Such nice people over there.
All right, guys, you're looking live at Interstate 10 here. A lot of people trying to get out of harm's way, and rightly so here. This one's kind of come up pretty quick in through here in terms of preparation time. You know, we had a lot of time, certainly when we talked about Katrina, we had a couple more days, but this one we don't have as much, and of course it's a different time 16 years later. You're talking about something that's protecting a city, a big you know, risk reduction wall that costs billions and billions of dollars. That is pretty much hoping to protect a lot of the city. But should you not feel safe, should you live in one of these mandatory evacuation zones in the southern parishes, these are areas that you need to leave. All right, so before I talked about some of the flooding factors here in the city of New Orleans, I want to hear from Deanne Criswell. She, of course, is the FEMA administrator. We got a chance to hear from her earlier about how they're prepping this area for Ida.
The president declared a declaration for Louisiana, but even before that, we have been moving resources into the area as early as Tuesday when we talked with the National Hurricane Center, and they thought that this might be a potential storm. So, you know, we're prepared with swiftwater rescue teams, with helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, as well as high-water vehicles, food and water, as well as generators, ready to deploy and support the state of Louisiana or Mississippi as needed after the threat and the storm has passed.
And if you heard our interview with Billy Nungesser, Lieutenant Governor, just a few minutes ago, he was talking about this, about how these, you know, supplies are coming in, and the rescue effort, of course, will be, you know, lifted up pretty good with these kind of resources coming in. So let's go back to those flooding factors in New Orleans. Of course, you're talking about a city that sits 8 feet below sea level. We certainly saw what happened with a man-made levee failure back in, 16 years ago, almost to the date tomorrow, when we saw the city of New Orleans flood in many vulnerable areas. Those vulnerable areas have been sewed up by pumps, canals, walls, and ways to keep that water out of New Orleans. I mean, one of the most incredible features of that whole building project, which frankly is probably one of the biggest accomplishments that we've done as a country to protect an area or hold water back since the Hoover Dam. So that's a big, big deal. But the Lake Borgne wall, which is about 26 feet high, is huge. You cannot let that water get in there, or then it's Katie bar the door. Then it gets into Pontchartrain and potentially even comes into the city from the north side. So there's many ways to flood. Of course, I'm standing on the river, which is one of those ways. You know, they're going to close a lot of the flood gates that surround the city. So that'll keep any kind of water that's coming up here out of harm's way, especially with something that may go to our west and just to our west. So we may deal with some of the higher storm surge as a result of that. Now, it's not just the coast that's open in Louisiana. Mississippi, I hope you're watching this. Mobile Bay, I hope you're watching this, because now you're in a storm surge warning. And should this eastward jog continue and not wobble back to the west, we could easily see higher storm surge totals and maybe even some of the watches and warnings extended a little bit further to the east. So just keep an eye on that. If you're watching us from the Florida Panhandle, we do expect the wind field of this storm to expand. Now, the other issue is just the rain falling out of the sky. Okay, not just the water being pushed around from Lake Pontchartrain or the Mississippi River or Lake Borgne. You're talking about rainfall from the sky, which could get into the 10 to 15 inch range. And one of the most important things that kind of raised my eyes was the high risk of flash flooding in New Orleans. All right, that is something that WPC puts out. And when they put something like that out, that's like one of those high risk days, all right, that you see for tornadoes or severe thunderstorms. That's a high risk of flooding. Same kind of thing, but it involves flooding, obviously, in this case. So that should get your attention in and around New Orleans. All right, if you've got to shelter in place, make sure you've got high ground. And those that had mandatory evacuations, you gotta make sure you get up high. All right, so here's the deal with the pumps. They can remove about an inch of rainfall for the first hour. The rainfall rates that we may get with this thing could easily be 1 to 3 inches an hour. All right, and that's bad, because that means they can't handle all that. After that, it's about a ½ inch up to 5 inches for every hour after that. Get ready. By this time tomorrow night, we will be easily in potentially hurricane force winds, maybe stronger, and 8 to 12 inches of rain. All right, Dr. Nab, anything you're noticing on satellite or any of the Hurricane Hunter passes that's worth pointing out at this time?
Well, might as well go ahead and show you what the latest NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane has been doing, and that we have more help on the way to monitor what's going on. So we got the NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane that took off from Lakeland, Florida a little while ago. They've made the one pass. They found the pressure's down a few millibars. The winds haven't yet picked up. But then we've got the Air Force plane that took off from San Antonio because they had to evacuate from Biloxi, Mississippi. They will be getting into the center of the storm in a little while. But when we look at it on satellite, it is definitely still on an intensification trend. The tropical storm force winds are right behind this first band, so you got to get ready, get into your safe place tonight.
And we are less than 24 hours from a potential catastrophic hurricane to make its way, believe it or not, toward the state of Louisiana on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. That's the first disbelief. This will be the second Cat 4 potentially in 2 years, if it gets that strong. We still got a little ways to go, certainly, for it to get that way. But either way, it's going to be a strong hurricane, no matter how you slice it. It's strengthening as we speak. We're going to talk to Dr. Nab about that. Landfall certainly maybe late tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, should it slow coming to the coast like they usually do. We've got live team coverage for you, including Dr. Nab back in the studio, Stephanie Abrams in Morgan City, Louisiana. They are ready for this thing. And, of course, we have Jordan Steele in Broussard. We will talk to him in just a moment. Welcome back to our live coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori on the banks of the Mississippi River. Frankly, I've been here all too often, especially in the last 2 years. Remember, we had 4 hits last year, and now we're facing another one, which certainly seems inevitable here in the next 24 hours. Everything is just sitting here. We've got the New Orleans, boat, the Natchez here, the river boats just sitting here. Bourbon Street is like a ghost town. It's amazing going down through there today. And when you think about a Saturday and Sunday where New Orleans is usually hopping, and there's a lot of music and fun going on, that's just not the case in through here. The Saints have canceled their game all entirely. That would have been played right now, their exhibition game. All right, that's not happening. Baton Rouge students at LSU, shelter in place. All right, and the Atlanta Humane Society is actually moving pets out of some of these coastal locations to safer ground. So a lot of things going on in through here. But it's kind of interesting, Dr. Nab, and I think the fact that we unlike Katrina, we're not looking at this satellite picture of this monster yet, like we were, or Andrew, where we already knew what happened in South Florida. This thing is in the ramping up phase, so I don't think people are really getting a full grip on what is actually getting ready to come in here.
Yeah, we have to prepare for what it is forecast to be, not what it is now, and it may look its most menacing on satellite when it's making landfall. I mean, we've had that happen in the past. Laura is an example, Michael's an example, many others that have been Gulf of Mexico hurricanes that ramped up all the way until the time of landfall, and that is what it looks like Ida is poised to do, Jim.
Well, we certainly have the water temperatures for that. It's kind of interesting when you look at where it is right now, moving over these warm waters. Is there anything that you see as we go through the next, 18 hours or so, when I think it has its best chance of intensification, that may allow it not to do so?
The only thing that could trip it up in terms of its intensification trend is if it goes through some sort of internal structural change like these eyewall replacement cycles. But if that were to happen, I don't know if it has time for that to happen. It might just be on an upward trend all the way to landfall, kind of like Laura and Michael were. But if it does go through that replacement cycle, then it might get a little weaker, but typically when that happens, they get larger. So you can't catch a break sometimes with these intensifying major hurricanes that Ida is forecast to become. Category 2 right now, and we're going to be monitoring the recon data very, very closely. So I'm going to show you what the recon planes are doing. We got 2 of them in the air right now, and at the 5 p.m. advisory, had a Cat 2 with 105 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. Pressure was 976, but this NOAA plane that took off from Lakeland, Florida, this is one of the P3s, went from northeast to southwest. They didn't find any stronger winds than that 105, but they did see an estimate that the pressure has gone down a few millibars, so I think the wind will just eventually catch up. They'll go, looks like, from southeast to northwest within the next half hour or so. Here comes an Air Force C-130. Notice they're taking off from San Antonio, Texas, not Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. They all had to evacuate those 10 planes, and they're flying in. We'll get data from them probably within the next hour. You do have this forward band of thunderstorms. It's probably not tropical storm conditions. That's probably right behind it, right back in there. But in any case, the storm is not just a point on the map, but when you do look closely in, it is getting better and better organized in that inner core. The buoys that we do have are starting to show the gusts out 30, 40 miles an hour, over 100 miles away from the center. On satellite, the center of circulation continues to look, unfortunately, better and better organized. These overshooting tops that you see rotating around, these vertical hot towers, if you want to get real technical about it, trying to create a more solid eye wall, and the eye trying to clear out. This is on an intensification trend. We at least have the lowering pressure from the recon to say that that is still happening. Upper level high pressure dominating overhead. So that means, along with the warm water that it continues to go over, that there just don't seem to be any impediments other than if it does some internal structural change. So the latest forecast from the Hurricane Center, no really big changes on the track or the intensity, still forecasting something near the Cat 3-4 threshold at landfall. It could go near the right side of that track. It could veer back around more to the left side of the track. Everybody needs to stay just as vigilant as you were before. And by the way, Jim, it's not going to be moving all that quickly once it comes ashore. So one thing we have to talk about, in addition to the wind, is the water. And yes, that risk reduction system in New Orleans is going to protect from storm surge, but it's not going to keep the rain from falling, and we could have some very significant flooding inside that risk reduction system. The Weather Prediction Center is going high risk tomorrow for heavy rainfall-induced flooding. Those can be the damaging and deadly days just from the rain.
Trust me, all of our crews are planning how do we get up to tell that story should the pumps not be able to handle the rainfall rates, which we know are going to be excessive. Hey, Dr. Knapp, I wanted to ask you one more thing before I let you go. In terms of where this is on the track, are we still right of track? Are we wobbling back to the west? I mean, I haven't really asked you that in about an hour, so I wanted to do it again.
Yeah, I think it's still just slightly to the right of the track that was issued at 11 a.m. But that's, it's not a drastic bend to the right. So So we'll have to look over the next few hours to see if it continues to go right of this track, which it hasn't yet. But the Hurricane Center looked at a longer-term motion, and I would not read too much into that yet, and I don't see a really significant bend to the right yet. But like you've been saying, I was saying it yesterday, anything on the right-hand side of the cone could easily put New Orleans in that eastern eye wall. So you got to get ready for the worst of the winds. New Orleans could get major hurricane conditions depending on how strong it comes ashore when it makes first landfall to the south.
And that's what we have to prepare for.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what some of the guidance is even showing us. So thank you, Dr. Knabb. I appreciate that. Again, guys, let's talk a little bit about this. We'll start off with a satellite picture. And really, ever since this, so I get up this morning, and the geek that I am goes right to the computer, turns it on, and I see what are twin hot towers, okay? In other words, deep convection on almost opposing sides of the center. And that is usually, it's like, holy cow, this thing's ready to go. This thing's just about ready to go. And that's really what it's been doing all day. And the eye has had trouble becoming clearly visible. It has for a moment, but then it's kind of filling in. There's a lot of deep convection going up very, very near that eye. But it's almost like it's trying to pull it like a skater, pull its arms in at the same time you're getting these deep hot towers, as Dr. Knabb was talking about, so that cirrus is filling in the eye. But should this thing become a formidable foe, you'll see the pressure drop. You'll see that eye clear out. You'll see the winds go up pretty dramatically. So again, notice the center track. The center is actually on the right side of that still. Does it wobble back to the left? Does it keep its right side? We'll see. But that's a big deal for New Orleans. That's a really big deal. So we have to watch those trends during the overnight hours. Now again, this is one model. This is one run. All right, so don't hang your hat on this, but I want you to look at what it's showing us overall. It is bringing in rain and wind tomorrow morning. So any kind of boarding up or preps or whatever around the house, you should probably have those done, because we're going to get into a pretty nasty rain band by the time the sun comes up tomorrow morning. This particular model paints a pretty grim picture for the city of New Orleans. All right, and it actually brings the eye wall right over New Orleans. So we could easily gust, certainly to 100 to 120 miles per hour, depending on the intensity when it comes in. You can see those winds right through the later part of the day and into the evening hours. And of course, the rain doesn't end either. The storm kind of, it goes around New Orleans on the west side and then pulls north. So the east side is still packing rain and rain bands. All right, let's find out what our friends in Morgan City are reminded of with Ida thus far and how they're preparing. Stephanie Abrams is there. And Steph, I know you've had a chance to talk to people. When you ask them, hey, what does this remind you of? What seems to be, what's in first place right now in terms of hurricanes?
Andrew is a benchmark. And this one's kind of taking a similar path. Now, the wobbles will make a difference, a big difference for Morgan City, Jim. So I want to bring in David Notcan, who is actually the Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, to talk about that. And when we were talking earlier, you said Andrew is our benchmark. But with Andrew, it wasn't a water issue. It was a wind issue.
Just as this storm is approaching us on that angle of about 40 degrees, the same thing Andrew did. So what was occurring is we were getting that northeast component to the wind prior to landfall to push our water out. It pushed water, but we didn't get that Hurricane Laura tidal surge like they got. And we feel like the same thing's going to happen here. When y'all came back for Barry in 19, we had the same thing. Barry took a very similar approach, and we didn't get the water until Barry was halfway up the state when the winds came back out of our south. We feel like that's going to happen again with Ida, in the fact that we're going to keep that northwest component of wind until it gets far enough north till the wind comes out the south. Then we're going to get our tidal surge.
Delayed reaction
no doubt.
With this type of thing.
And it won't be near as bad.
Yeah. So let's talk about the levee system. We're on a wall here on Front Street, but this is a fortress. So are you not concerned at all about surge here? Just maybe rain coming from the sky?
I am not concerned about surge from Hurricane Ida. I will say that, yes. And of course, they've closed their gates just for precautionary, but certainly Ida's storm surge should not be an issue for our current levee system or for the plans that they have to deal with the water that we're going to get.
What about just strictly rainfall and flash flooding?
Yeah, well, that's the one.
You got pumps, though.
Well, not every levee has a pump, and that's part of our issues with the new levee system. The new levee system was built to control tidal surge flood from a storm. Well, if you block that, and you get the rain on the inside, you got to open the gates back up to let the water back out. So you got to watch your water levels. The water level on the inside the gate is higher than the outside. You get to open the gate and let the water start flowing out. But it's a flow. It's not a pump situation. Now these over here all have pumps.
Yeah.
So
we only have about 30 seconds here. I know you had a meeting when we spoke to you earlier. Will you be calling for mandatory evacuations here?
The mandatory evacuation is for people that live south of the Intercoastal Canal, and that's as far as it'll go. We do have shelters open in the event people are just scared, and there are some.
Yep.
They just need a place to go. We got that, and we'll take care of that as the need arises.
All right. David Knockin, we appreciate you coming out. We'll talk with you later. We'll be in touch with him, by the way, throughout the storm. He's absolutely wonderful. Every time we come, we can call him, text him, get all the information we need for the city. So we will be up to date. And Dr. Knabb, you know, if the eye wall does come here, though, wind will be an issue. And that was the biggest issue they had with Andrew was the wind. Remember, Cat 3 here for us.
Absolutely, people need to be getting ready to shelter from the wind because it can be life-threatening if you're not in a safe structure. And you want to be thinking you got to shelter during a major hurricane like you would for a tornado. Lowest level, most interior room. You got to, cover those windows, not with tape, but cover those windows, the plywood and the shutters, and do not go outside during the storm. The winds themselves can be life-threatening. Now, here's a shot of people getting ready, covering with plywood, and you got to install this correctly, but please don't tape the windows. All taping windows does is waste your time, waste your money, and not make the windows any stronger against breakage. And when the windows break, then they just break into larger, deadlier pieces. It gives you a false sense of security. And then if you don't get the windows broken, you're scraping tape off for the next 2 months. Don't do it. And we have to deal with a hurricane that's forecast to be near that Cat 3-4 threshold. Could be a little weaker than that, could be a little stronger than that, but that is a significant wind machine. And don't plan to get sheltered by the time the center of circulation comes ashore. That's too late. You got to get sheltered by the time you go to bed tonight, because overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, that's when the tropical storm conditions will arrive. And then a lot of you could get hurricane conditions. Look how far inland that hurricane warning goes. Look how far inland that tropical storm warning goes. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, over to Vermilion Bay, Morgan City. All of these areas have the potential to exceed 110 mile per hour wind gusts, and this could take out quite a bit of power, Molly, and I'm really concerned about people being safe from the wind, but also power outages can be surprisingly dangerous, if not deadly. Got to operate those generators properly, stay away from down power lines, don't light candles, a fire risk. And it could be, the power could be out for a long time.
Yeah, we're talking about an extensive time of a period of time that we could see this power out. So time is running out to get ready for Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. Weather Channel meteorologist Jordan Steele is live in Broussard. Jordan, people have been getting ready there all day long.
Well, you know what, and I think something that we need to point out, too, Dr. Knabb is doing a great job kind of showing the bigger picture, but we are on the weaker side of the storm. We're on that western side. If the track continues to stay the way we think it's going to stay, Lafayette, Broussard is going to be on that western flank. So most of the wind is going to be coming out of the north, the east, and of course, we're going to wait for that storm to lift before we see that wind coming more onshore from the Gulf. And so some of the biggest threats for us on the west side is going to be power outages just due from the wind. That typically happens, especially with a lot of the power, lines running in this part of the country up above ground. And then, of course, flooding is going to be a huge threat. And that is why people continue to back up. They're filling up their sandbags. The city's been doing a great job with, keeping those sandbags in the shed for them to come and prepare. So, a lot of folks have been trying to get to safer ground. And I-10 right now is completely backed up. Just looking, Broussard's about 7 miles shy of Lafayette, and it is jammed packed as people are trying to get out. And I don't want that to deter you. I still want you guys to take the precautions you need and head out if you think it's safe to do so. We have until probably tomorrow afternoon until conditions get really bad for us here. We'll be back.
can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
So let's play a little game here tonight. What doesn't belong in these pictures? I'm showing you the French Quarter on the left, and you are looking at I-10 on the right. These are all current cameras, or this is all live. So think about it. It's a Saturday night. I-10 shouldn't be packed, right? So that doesn't belong, but we have a hurricane named Ida. And on the left, the French Quarter should be rocking. All right? That's not the case here. Because we have Ida coming our way. Guys, I am on the Riverwalk, as I've been, unfortunately, all too frequently, especially over the past 2 years. We had 4 landfalling tropical systems last year. We got brushed with Marco, so if you want to call that 5, that's fine. But behind me, of course, the beautiful Crescent City Bridge. In front of me here, the beautiful riverboats, the New Orleans and the Natchez as well, all stand pat as we await Ida's arrival. In 24 hours, things are going to look a lot different. And the rain is going to be coming down sideways in a lot of these areas, including Morgan City, which is where my colleague and partner in crime is, Stephanie Abrams. So, Steph, you know, obviously that area with the flood protection, the surge protection, it's been well documented. But what about the water that comes out of the sky? Where does that go?
Well, that's right. That's part of the problem here. They do have pumps, as David mentioned, but he said there are some areas that will absolutely flood. They flood just in the afternoon thunderstorms that we get here. So that will be a problem. And people are ready for it. We're boarded up here on Front Street. You can see there's some sandbags here. And this, again, is not for the surge. This would just be for the water out of the sky. And as Jim was mentioning, if you're just joining us, I can show you this massive 20-foot wall that's behind me. And we can even give you a bird's eye view of how the wall is separating the Atchafalaya River from the town, and that's why surge will not necessarily be an issue here, and they're not concerned about it at all. But the rainfall definitely could be an issue, and not only here in Morgan City, but from Louisiana and Mississippi. Hey, Mississippi, you could big time get flooding, and Alabama as well. There are flood advisories posted for all 3 states. So let's talk timing. Because we don't want you to obsess over the center of circulation. Because remember, hurricane force winds can extend out 60 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds can extend 100, 150 miles from the center. And of course, flooding rains can go even bigger than that. The center is important because around the center is the eye wall, and that's where you will get the worst winds. Now, it had a little wobble today. They can wobble back and forth. These things do that. So don't think you're out of it just because it wobbled a little bit east. It could wobble west. And so you'll see that center of circulation. Around that will be the strongest winds. Will that be Morgan City? Will that be Houma? Will that be New Orleans? We're kind of right in that area of where we could see some of those strongest winds, but also notice the heavy rain that will be coming down. And remember that on high-risk days, which we're going to have, you actually have 35% of deaths, and that is just too many. So let's start preparing now and all just stay home. And Dr. Nab, I want to talk to you a little bit about that wobble. And I was trying to tell my crew about it, how we have this ridge off to our east. And it's not, you know, a perfect ridge on the west side. It's kind of like when you take a bite out of an apple. It's kind of perfect, but then it has a little indentation and then it pops back out. Could this storm be feeling like a little weakness in the ridge and then still take a bigger jog west because maybe that ridge is pushing a little harder when it goes a little farther north?
Yeah, both could happen. It could have a short-term right of track behavior, but then it could bend back on and maybe left of track. So we can't pinpoint landfall, and we have to, very importantly, not treat this as a point on the map. This is a large system, and the rainfall and the weather, the winds are going to arrive well before the center of circulation does. This outer band doesn't have tropical storm conditions, but, you know, later tonight, 6, 7 hours, 8 hours from now, this band could be bringing some heavy rain to New Orleans, and that will be just the beginning of the heavy rainfall. And one thing that's also of concern is this is not a very fast motion after it comes ashore. And with a solid hurricane, it's not only going to be able to push the storm surge onto normally dry ground, not into New Orleans, we don't think, because of the risk reduction system, but heavy rainfall from front to back for hours and hours, maybe longer than a day. So once the winds of tropical storm force start late tonight, early tomorrow morning, so will the heavy rainfall. And the rainfall totals, depending on what model you look at, Baton Rouge and New Orleans could be getting over half a foot, maybe eclipsing 1 foot if this GFS is right. And the risk reduction system around New Orleans is not going to protect you from that. That has to be pumped out. So that could overwhelm the system, and we could have some dangerous flash flooding. This is, as Stephanie was talking about, a very likely flash flood situation tomorrow, then Monday into Tuesday. It continues, and it heads northward. So, Molly, this is going to be a big-time inland flood event all the way up into places like Tennessee. So this could be a big problem there.
Great advice there. And if you want to continue to get this great advice, you can stay with the Weather Channel as we track Ida. Download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
You know, Ida's turning into a very, very dangerous storm.
This is not just a coastal event.
We're preparing for the worst.
I've already signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana.
Kind of amazing tonight here on the banks of the Mississippi River in New Orleans, here the Riverwalk area. Just absolutely beautiful. The sun's out. There's a nice breeze coming off the river and through here. But just take a look at this, because in 24 hours, we got a whole different animal coming your way. Let's hope it's not the eye wall of Ida, all right, because it could be. That is certainly an option. It is not the case right now, but it's something that we absolutely have to consider. So parishes have been rushing to get things done all day, and one of those parishes, of course, is St. James Parish. Pete Dufresne, I want to bring in the parish president to talk about how they're getting ready. This was a parish that came around back in 1807. The Mississippi River kind of cuts this parish in half, so they have certainly water problems into there. And they say, Pete, that this is actually part of the New Orleans Metairie metropolitan area. Either way, how are you guys ready for Ida?
Jim, how are you? Thanks for having us. We're doing everything we can to prepare like we normally do. The hurricanes are not new to anyone in this area. You know, mostly everyone's familiar with their surroundings, their neighborhoods. They know what to expect. We've been through several hurricanes before, and everyone's doing a tremendous job preparing their own homes and helping the neighbors as well.
So I wanted to ask you that, Pete. Speaking of neighbors, do you talk to other parish presidents? Do you guys coordinate, because you guys have a voluntary evacuation, I mean, shelters and things like that? Hey, we're going to bring some of our folks up to you, or hey, we need this equipment, or we may need some help with this particular item. I mean, what is that conversation like?
Yes, we are in constant contact with all of our neighboring parish presidents. Everybody's always willing to extend a helping hand. The parishes surrounding us, more on the southerly end of us, have issued a mandatory evacuation. This is a situation that flared up rather quickly, and we hadn't had a lot of chance. We did not issue a mandatory evacuation in St. James because naturally, issuing a mandatory evacuation triggers many other chain of events that has to take place. So we have strongly encouraged a voluntary evacuation, especially for people living in mobile homes and other homes that's really not anchored down to a slab. So yes, we do have a lot of people moving out, but it was mostly all voluntarily.
So let me ask you this: in terms of this voluntary evacuation, how many people have heeded that? And are you happy with who has heeded that? Do we need more people to get out?
Well, naturally, we would like anybody who feels like they're in harm's way to get out and to leave and to seek shelter in a safer location. But currently, we have no idea to know the exact number of the people who have left already. We are opening a shelter tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. at the Lutcher High School, and we have a number of residents already registered to have shelter there. We have our transit buses lined up and already have appointments made with some of our residents to transport them to the shelter. So we do have a safe place for them to go. Yeah.
It sounds like you're buttoned up there, Pete Dufresne. You've certainly had a couple of pretty active years getting ready with tropical systems. All right, guys, we got more active weather in the United States, including tornadoes. Let's go to Molly for an update on that. Hey, Molly.
Hey there, Jim. Yeah, we have some active weather. This is in Minnesota and southern Minnesota, where we have a strong line of thunderstorms that potentially are producing some rotation. So I want to take you to this first area near Slayton. That's where we have a tornado warning for Cottonwood and Murray counties until 6 p.m. local time. And you can kind of see that swirl just near the Slayton area. It's starting to move towards Slayton, and this is just roaring to the east at about 55 miles per hour. So this is moving very quickly. And so we want to get the timing on this. Lime Lake, 5:58. Eventually moving into Westbrook if this does hold together at 6:26 local time. We also have an additional tornado warning just to the south of this, and this is moving towards the Worthington area, Nobles County, under that tornado warning until 6 p.m. local time. If you are not seeing rotation, you're seeing really strong winds, upwards of 70 miles per hour, as well as some quarter-sized hail. We want to send it out to Jordan Steele now, who's in Broussard, Louisiana, where preps for Ida.
Well, here in
continue.
Lafayette, Broussard area, we are focused on flooding and power outages. They could be long-lasting. More coverage on Ida when we come back.
Fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We wanted to give you a little perspective on why they are so confident in Morgan City that surge is not going to be an issue. I'm standing on Front Street. Behind me, there are businesses, and right behind that are a bunch of homes as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk up the staircase to give you just an idea. Think about that. About 20 feet is how high this wall is. That's about a two-story building. Remember, about 10 feet is a one-story building, and that's how high the surge could actually get in some places in Louisiana. So we have to worry about it getting that high. Now, there's no way it's going to get up and over this wall or the levee system. Again, I'm still going upstairs. And then we can look over at the Atchafalaya River, and thankfully, it's actually quite low. I've actually been here for other storms where you could not see the walkway, and it was coming up the wall. So surge is not going to be a concern here, though I know it is in many communities. And of course, those, Dr. Nab, who are outside the levee system, they had to evacuate. No mandatory evacuation here, but if we do get the eye wall, they're very concerned about the winds and the damage they could do.
Yeah, and it's not just Louisiana, of course. Mississippi and Alabama coastlines under storm surge warning as well. So let's break down why a hurricane can produce storm surge risk over such a large area, regardless of the exact path of the center, although wherever the center goes, mostly to the right is you're going to have the onshore flow. But you know, with Lake Pontchartrain where it is up in here and the shape of the Gulf of Mexico coastline there in the northern Gulf Coast of the U.S., the flow around here is already starting to pile up the water preliminarily up on the northern Gulf Coast. So if you look at the observations of the gauges, this is, you know, how much water is flooding above normally dry ground right near the coast. That's what these gauges are essentially representing. It's already a half to a foot and a half above normally dry ground there. So it's a little bit elevated already, but that is just the beginning, because once the system gets centered up in here, the onshore push on the north side into Lake Pontchartrain and into the coastal areas there outside the risk reduction system in New Orleans, into the coasts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, could be a big problem. And wind is relevant here because you need to be evacuated and out of those surge flooding areas before the winds of tropical storm force arrive late tonight or early tomorrow morning. So look how far inland from the immediate Gulf front that the storm surge warning goes. Even the north side of Lake Pontchartrain goes all the way over to Mobile Bay. The Mississippi coast very much in danger here. Outside of those protection zones could have double-digit storm surge flooding above normally dry ground when you combine the effects of surge and high tide. Let me just show you a couple of very vulnerable areas. Here's Slidell, Louisiana, on the other side of the lake from New Orleans on the northeast side. Very vulnerable to storm surge. Look how much flooding we could get there. Go over to Mississippi. There's a Shoreline Park, the Waveland area, and across Bay St. Louis over into the Pass Christian area. Molly, if people are told by local officials to evacuate from these areas, you got to go now, because traffic is piling up and you need to be out of those areas in your safe place by the time you go to bed tonight.
Some of the shots that we've seen from the cameras on the interstate. I mean, the cars are just stacked up at this point, so that's some great advice. Thank you, Dr. Nab. Well, Hurricane Ida is expected to lash the Gulf Coast with strong wind, heavy rain, and life-threatening storm surge. Inundation of 9 feet or greater above ground level is possible from Morgan City, Louisiana, to the coast of Mississippi. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us how dangerous those water levels could be.
Hurricane Ida is closing in on the northern Gulf Coast. Expect destructive winds and life-threatening storm surge. Storm surge warnings are up for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And let me show you what storm surge actually looks like. Let's bring that water up to 3 feet. 3 feet of water, very dangerous. It can float cars away, knock you off your feet. Who knows what's hiding in this water, and certainly can flood out parts of the first floors of homes and businesses. But let's bring that up even higher. Let's bring that up to 6 feet. 6 feet of water. That's as tall as I am, even higher than that. Life-threatening. Oftentimes, the only way to escape this is to go up if you can. Certainly, this can flood out the first floors of homes and businesses. But we know some places will see maybe storm surge as high as 9 feet or higher. That can put entire neighborhoods underwater. So make sure you prepare and get those preparations, rush them to completion, because there's only a handful of hours left before you can do that. Stay tuned to the latest forecast and follow the advice of the officials. If they ask you to evacuate, do so. Time is running out.
I feel like we've been talking about this for the entire season. We could probably even go back for the entire year. This part of the country does not need any more precipitation, all right? We're in Broussard, which is just 7 miles, 8 miles south of Lafayette, and this entire area is waterlogged. Give you an example. Soggy grass, we had a little brief storm, and it is a muddy mess. Everything is taking time to subside, and one of the big threats is going to be a flood threat. Our forecast here on the west side of Ida is only supposed to give us anywhere from 3 to 7 inches. It seems minor compared to folks on the eastern flank of the storm system, but it is enough to continue to see these tall trees fall over on these power lines that are extended above ground, and that is one of the reasons we are expecting widespread power damages or power outages in this area. And of course, that could even be long lasting. Now, for areas on the east side of the storm, we've been talking a lot about the life-threatening storm surge and of course the heavy rain amount that is going to come with it and all of the flooding. So, you know, everywhere east of where we are has been a big problem. But one of the reasons why I-10 is closed down is because of that westward traffic. We have a lot more to cover on Ida. We'll be back.
All right, guys, looking at moving traffic at least, but pretty heavy volume here on I-10 north out of Slidell. This is where we start to turn north again before we go east into Mississippi. But you can see there's a lot of people getting out of harm's way in through here. And it's interesting because people are looking at this camera and others and asking the governor and asking, you know, respective mayors, why didn't you do contraflow? Well, this came in a hurry. It takes days to set something like that up and a tremendous amount of resource to turn both interstates around. And so that is the answer to that question. That's kind of the short of it right there. So either you're going to evacuate to another area or you're going to shelter in place. So you need to decide that tonight because tomorrow things go rapidly downhill. Let's talk about post-storm for a minute. We got a chance to talk to the FEMA Administrator, Deanne Criswell, today, and this is what she said will be supplied to these areas hardest hit by Ida. Take a listen.
You know, the COVID-19 pandemic is still a concern. The states are going to be using congregate sheltering initially, and they are taking appropriate measures to make sure that they can respect social distancing, having hand sanitizer and mask wearing. But we also have some shelter support kits if they need them to help facilitate more of that congregate setting and social distancing. Once the storm is passed, we are able to help support non-congregate sheltering, the use of hotels, to get people out of that setting and help prevent potentially any spread of COVID-19.
I apologize, guys. I threw to the wrong bite, but you heard the COVID situation there and how they're responding to that. But what I was trying to get at with my lead into Deanne was the fact that, you know, they've got amphibious vehicles. They've got boats. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine from Kentucky, Jennifer Ruckavina, sent me a picture of boats that are coming down as far north as Kentucky. So they're going to have supplies to get people out of harm's way in a lot of these areas that are cut off from the rain and whatnot. Because, I mean, we're talking about 10 to 15 foot of storm surge in some areas, and in some cases maybe 7 or more feet on the Mississippi coast up in Mobile Bay. We're going to have a lot of issues here, and people are going to need a lot of help in time. All right, let's get an update as we go back to the studios. Dr. Rick Knabb and Molly McCullum. Hey, guys.
Hey, so thanks, Jim. So, Molly, we've got a lot of questions that people have been asking, and I know you've been pouring through them. You're going to throw them my way.
Yeah, certainly. And we have the best of the best to answer them this evening. Dr. Rick Knabb, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. So here's the first question. Will West Baton Rouge get some high winds?
I think that's almost a certainty that you'll get high winds. Now, how high? That's the big question. That's track dependent. But let's take a look at what the risk is, right? Now, for one thing, the Baton Rouge area completely is under a hurricane warning. So you need to be preparing for hurricane conditions, because just because you're not down here where landfall occurs, when you've got 130 mile an hour Cat 4 coming ashore, if this is right, in the Baton Rouge area, you're easily still talking about a hurricane moving through that area. Will you get the strongest winds? We don't know that yet, but you need to be ready and in your safe place in the Baton Rouge area at least by late morning tomorrow, if that's when the winds arrive. That's the most likely time, but I would get to bed tonight in your safe place, because it could be tomorrow morning. Breakfast time when those winds first arrive. And also, Baton Rouge, you are at a high risk of flash flooding. So power outages, down trees, stay off the roads. You're going to have both issues to deal with.
Well, certainly a slow mover as it moves inland. So the next question, wondering what the expected impacts are for Long Beach, Mississippi. We were completely devastated by Hurricane Katrina, and this is hitting on the 16th anniversary. It's causing a lot of anxiety, certainly so.
Yes, and you need to evacuate according to local officials' instructions, even though the height of the storm surge flooding above normally dry ground is not going to be as high in a place like Long Beach as it was in Katrina. But this is still the danger of life-threatening storm surge. So don't compare to Katrina in such a way to go, oh, I'm not worried about this one, Molly. They still need to evacuate if their local officials tell them to go.
Every storm has its own personality as it moves in. So third question here real quick. How bad do you think the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain will be affected?
Well, it is one of those places that is still vulnerable to storm surge, even though you're not on the Gulf front. So let's take a zoomed in look. This is the reasonable worst case scenario of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground along the northeast shores of Lake Pontchartrain. Here's the Mandeville area. Here's the Slidell area. We could be talking about significant storm surge in that area. This area is under a storm surge warning as well. So you got to be evacuated from these areas too, Molly. And it is important that you get out tonight, because, again, this is an area where the winds of tropical storm force probably be arriving very late tonight.
Well, thank you for answering those questions. I know people certainly have a lot of questions as Hurricane Ida continues to move in. So you can actually ask those on Twitter or on Facebook using the hashtag Hurricane Questions. And Dr. Rick Knabb will continue to answer those right here live on the Weather Channel. Our coverage of Ida continues.
We are less than 24 hours away from a very dangerous hurricane landfalling somewhere on the Louisiana coast. Does it come in well to the west of New Orleans? Does it come in closer than we thought? These are all things that we continue to watch for you. Either way, Hurricane Ida continues to gain strength as it makes its way north toward Louisiana. And it's not just Louisiana's hurricane. Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, even where we were the other day in Waverly, Tennessee. You need to watch this hurricane. All right. We've got live team coverage for you spread out all along the coast and through here. Hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp is back in the studio. He will answer your questions and our questions from the field as well, alongside, of course, me here in New Orleans. We've got Stephanie Abrams in Morgan City. She's going to talk about how they are feeling pretty safe, certainly from the surge. But what about the rainwater? What's going to happen there? And Jordan Steele in Broussard also concerned about the heavy rain as well. And he will give his live report here coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back, guys, to our special coverage of Hurricane Ida, a Category 2 on its way to potentially getting stronger than that. We still got a lot of time over some very, very warm water and really very little to weaken this as we go on in time. So this one kind of came in a hurry, unfortunately, even though we knew it was coming the other day. I want to get to Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. I want to bring him back a little bit because sometimes you're just short of time. You don't get to ask a lot of the questions in through here. But Billy, I wanted to ask you right out of the gate here, some 30 hospitals in and around the city of New Orleans. This would probably be a lot different if you had more time. How are you handling that situation with the hospitals?
It's really critical because we have nowhere to move people, and then with COVID on top of that, and then being stretched already, critical situation depending on the storm, where it hits, and how severe it is to those hospitals and the patients in there. So it's something we've never had to deal with at the hurricane, with COVID at the same time. It's going to be a challenge and a test to our ability to respond and move in ways that we never had to do.
Did we just lose Billy, or did we just lose IFB? Billy,
I'm
we
here.
still have you?
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Something clicked out in my ear. I apologize. So let's talk about this, because this is worth taking a little time to talk about. I mean, first of all, after Katrina, with some of these hospitals getting different codes and things like that, and generators. I mean, is everyone equipped to lose power for days, especially with the capacity that you have in terms of patients in these hospitals?
Several of them, the nursing home in Plaquemines Parish has moved. Several of them in Holmes Way have moved the nursing home patients out, but the hospitals generate areas where they could be inundated with floodwaters. It is a concern.
Well, we're going to hope for our best, buddy, and then obviously you're going to react after that. Hopefully, this won't be some kind of mass exodus of patients coming out, whether they have COVID or some other life-threatening issue. So that's something to watch. So let's go back and talk about this, though, because this, the key to this storm is it didn't give us a lot of time. We don't have contraflow. I know there's a lot of other things that you probably would have had in place. You may have even issued evacuation for the city. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But let's talk about what happens after the storm. Whether you get the eye wall of this or you take a lighter hit in New Orleans, how do we get folks in Louisiana back into their homes, back into the towns that they came from?
Well, obviously, it's going to be dependent on the storm surge, where it hits, and it also, you were just talking about the extensive rainfall. I know New Orleans has 96 of their 99 pumps working, but the West End, 17th Street Canal, and Orleans Canal, those three pumps are down. Are they going to keep up? And if not, you'll be rescuing people in those areas because of rainwater as opposed to storm surge along the coast. So it's going to be a juggling act to get where you need to be quickly and get those people that did not evacuate out of there and out of harm's way.
Are you happy with the way the mandatory evacuation's gone thus far, or would you like to see more people
I
leave?
think the highways are still jam-packed going to Florida and Texas. You can look on those cameras and see people have taken the warning, and they needed to get out today before tonight and weather starts to get bad. And hopefully the majority of the people got out, and with the volunteers, the Cajun Navy, and we'll have enough people to respond wherever we need to get in there and get those people that didn't heed the warning immediately after the storm.
Billy Nungesser, Lieutenant Governor, we always appreciate your time, sir. Thanks for coming back and answering these very important questions, certainly about the hospital, about areas certainly of concern where people may not have left, and, of course, the floodwaters. I mean, you're talking about a high risk of flooding, which was issued, Dr. Knabb, for the city of New Orleans and surrounding areas across south central Louisiana. I mean, 10 to 15 inches, a slowing hurricane, wind damage, loss of power, not a pretty scenario as we go into tomorrow night, sir.
No, it's so important for people inside the risk reduction system in the city of New Orleans to not get this false sense of security that they can't have flooding. It's not going to be storm surge. It's going to be rain-induced flooding that there is a high risk of occurring, as Billy Nungesser was just describing. Now, let's go through what the storm is doing now. This was the advisory from 4 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so this has been a couple hours. We'll get an intermediate public advisory here within the hour, and they will base the information in that advisory in part on what they're getting from the 2 planes that are out there. Here's the NOAA P3 that has done 2 passes after taking off from Lakeland. Here is the Air Force C-130 that took off from San Antonio, Texas, not in Mississippi where their base is. They all had to evacuate the planes from there. They'll make their first pass here in a little while. So far, the NOAA plane has not found winds stronger than the 105 miles an hour, but as they went through, though, they did find the pressure's gone down to 970, 969 or so. So the pressure's going down. The winds will soon follow. And the trends on satellite are concerning. The convection continues to really blow up, and it's trying to form an eye wall. This is how hurricanes build a really solid eye wall. And the outer bands that don't have tropical storm conditions out here, they will start getting to Louisiana here in the next few hours. And so it'll start raining later tonight before the tropical storm conditions come in, early tomorrow. But it's already gusty. You're already starting to get to push some of the Gulf of Mexico waters into the concave-shaped coastline up there. That's just kind of table setting for the bona fide storm surge we're going to get tomorrow and Monday. Upper level high pressure just dominating. There's just no wind shear. There's plenty of fuel. So the intensification to Category 4-3 threshold is still a very reasonable forecast. Then it slows down after that, and you can see that path around New Orleans. And that is why Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Morgan City at very high risk of rain-induced flash flooding. And you can also imagine with this much water falling from the sky, it would try to then drain out into the Gulf of Mexico. That's not going to happen with the storm surge going on. And then as this relatively slowly moves northward, that significant flash flood risk goes way inland. So about the storm surge warning, it did get extended at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 Central, to the Alabama-Florida border. So Mobile Bay is now in the storm surge warning. Anybody in the storm surge warning that goes pretty far inland from the immediate Gulf front, does not include downtown New Orleans because of the risk reduction system, but does include the communities surrounding Lake Pontchartrain. And these double-digit values represent somewhere in each of these areas how high the saltwater flooding could get above normally dry ground. That's going to be above people's heads. You can't be there for that. The only way to survive storm surge, Jim, is to not be there when it happens, and you got to get out tonight before those tropical storm force winds start arriving.
Hence the mandatory evacuation, which is why we try and get you out of harm's way. So, guys, if you're watching us from Alabama and Mississippi and, of course, Louisiana, especially on the east side, all right, I'm not talking about Lake Charles, but this will likely be the biggest storm surge we've had in 2 years here. So don't try and compare with all the systems that we had last year, because I remember being, in Biloxi for I think it was Zeta, and we had a pretty high storm surge there, but I think this could even exceed that. So be ready. All right, so let's talk about this. Dr. Knabb pointed out some interesting stuff on the satellite picture. If you remember earlier, we were talking about how the north side was void of the deep convection. Look at that big convective burst there in the infrared. Now, what you're looking at there is very, very cold cloud tops. So this thing goes way up into the sky. And what this means is you've got very intense convection around that center. It's trying to develop. The other trend that we're going to have to watch is where does that center lie with respect to the track? Okay, does it stay east? Does it go back to the west? And right now, I'm just going to run up to this and take a look at it because I have a pretty small camera. It's kind of coming back toward the center point of that cone, all right? Slightly right. So, but still, this is a trend that's worth watching, certainly as we go throughout the night and through here. This is one model all right, that I'm going to show you here. It is one run of that model. That could certainly change. But the thing I wanted to point out is this particular model from this particular run does show some of these bands coming in the morning, first of all. So all your preps need to be done at this point. We start raining. We start getting tropical storm force gusts. And then look what happens in the afternoon. All right, now you're dealing with potentially an eye wall here, pretty close to New Orleans. And if you're up in Mandeville on the north side, you're talking about a storm surge that's pushing on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain. So keep this in mind as we're here. The latest run is back to the west a little bit of New Orleans. So again, that's good. All right, let's bring in Stephanie Abrams, my colleague who's down in Morgan City. Steph, a couple of things for New Orleans. We've had 65 inches of rain so far this year.
Yeah.
The record for rainfall in a year is 89 inches. All right. We've had so far about 10 inches of rain for the month, or actually 4 inches of rain, or actually below average in New Orleans. But if we get 10 inches, we could actually go from a drier than average month so far to maybe one of the wettest Augusts on record here for New Orleans.
Well,
it can change in a hurry with 10 inches.
It's not only New Orleans, Jim. Yeah, I mean, in New Orleans, if you look for the year, you mentioned the yearly total, but for some perspective, we're about 20 inches above average in New Orleans, and that's not the only place.
Right.
I'm talking all over to Lake Charles, this whole area, east-west, Jim, I mean, even inland. We are just so sopping wet.
Baton Rouge.
So flooding is going to be a massive concern. Yeah, exactly, Jim. So let's talk about the flood threat, the surge flood, the rain threat that we're going to see with this system. And just to give you a little overview of where we are, if you're just joining us, I'm in Morgan City, about 90 miles south and west of where Jim is located. They have a huge flood wall here, and it's closed. Behind that is the Atchafalaya River, and if they had not closed that, then the water could just flow right into town where all these homes are located. I want you to notice there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of exposed wires. So yes, this town is completely protected from surge because the whole town is like a fortress. There's levees all around it, but the wind could be an issue. Now we're in Fort Morgan, but over towards Grand Isle, we could see 10 to 15 feet, Plaquemines Parish, that whole area, even up into Mississippi. With that southerly flow and the storm going north, on the right-hand side, you get double vectors, if you will, going right on to the right side of that. And Dr. Nab, as Jim was just mentioning, we're going to start to see the effects tomorrow morning, feel the worst of it tomorrow afternoon into the evening. And Dr. Nab, just because it's taken maybe a little wobble right, that doesn't mean it's going to stay on that path. The northern part of where this ridge is, where it's touching, could be a little bit stronger and push it a little farther west. So we've got to worry about the winds here as well.
Yeah, I know. You know, everybody's rooting for something that makes the impacts for them maybe a little bit less, but everybody throughout the hurricane warning area, throughout the storm surge warning area, you got to continue to treat this as if you're going to get the worst, and that the life-threatening wind and water, or the threat, is just as real as it was several hours ago. We're just getting closer in time, so it's getting more and more important to get out of harm's way, stay out of water, and shelter for the wind. Here's the upper level high pressure really starting to take hold, and even in the water vapor, you see the eye is trying to clear out in there, and it is about to go at least over surface waters that are even warmer than what it's been going over, but it's already been spending a lot of time over deep warm waters. It's not churning up cool water. It has just got so much fuel in there, and wind and storm surge are related here, because when the tropical storm force winds arrive later tonight, tomorrow morning, you got to be out of the areas at risk for storm surge. So that's how important the timing of the arrival of wind is, to be out of the danger areas for storm surge and into your safe place for the wind. And we've got to be sheltering like you would for a tornado for a major hurricane, and get into that shelter by late tonight, early tomorrow morning, because look at this large area at risk for gusts of 110 miles an hour or greater, and how far north the strong gusts go. That's why we've got this big time area that could have massive, long-lasting power outages, Molly.
And that becomes a problem, of course, when it starts to heat up after a hurricane moves through. Well, time is running out to get ready for Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. Weather Channel meteorologist Jordan Steele is live in Broussard. Jordan?
All right, so one big question is, do you evacuate or do you stay? Here in Broussard, which is near Lafayette, there is no voluntary or mandatory evacuation orders. One mom I talked to, she's pregnant, she has 3 boys, her husband, they were here building up some sandbags and bringing them to the house. Here's how she answered that question. Do you ever feel like you should leave?
Yes and no. It's kind of, if you stay, you weather it out. But if you leave, you're not comfortable. In my case with the kids, it's hard to accommodate 5 people and myself, on the road, at a hotel, COVID, everything, just trying to be safe, So I think we're going to buckle down at home and take force and hover down there, right, and be together. Board games. Right, I've got it all planned out. I've cooked about 3 different meals, and we're all set and ready to go.
So she's staying, and you know what? You have about through tomorrow morning if you still need to do some preparations, because conditions will get really bad here in Lafayette, Broussard by the afternoon. We'll be back.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking. Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50. That's a lot of living. So it helps to have a wise friend and fierce defender in your corner. A friend like AARP. So your health lives longer.
This is just slow-mo karate?
Just slow-mo karate.
Your money lives longer.
I just bought that.
I just sold that.
And your happiness lives longer. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Gillette Pro Glide. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke. So you're ready for the day with a fresh face for a fresh start. For a limited time, get a 5th cartridge free.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
Seriously?
Just hold on to something.
This is awesome!
We call this one the Powder Keg. Welcome to the Grizzly's Mouth. Your grandpa and I used to call this the Beast. Hey, why don't you name the next one?
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
When you evacuate with essential items you're going to need if you're away from home for an extended period of time, including food, water, PPE, medicine, your pets.
Governor John Bel Edwards giving a little list of things that you need to take with you should you evacuate if you haven't already. If you are one of those that's heading out, keep this in mind. I want to show you what it looks like on I-10 heading into Slidell here, coming off the water, if you will, across the bridge. And you can see what they're dealing with there. And we're talking about a lot of people, all right, still on the roads, all right? Lots and lots of traffic out here. Too late in the game to do contraflow. So don't pick on the governor about that. Don't beat up the mayors. There's no way that they can logistically set that up. No way. So this is what we're dealing with. If you feel like you need to get out of harm's way, if you're asked to evacuate, please do so. We want you safe. Just take those things with you that the governor talked about. Christina, you know what? Let's pop up the shot of the French Quarter. I want to show everybody what, you know, first of all, we shouldn't see the kind of traffic we're seeing on I-10 right now on a normal Saturday night. Plus, this area would be packed. So think about what these business owners are dealing with. They went through COVID. They started to see a little comeback in March. COVID rears its ugly head again here in the state of Louisiana. It's one of the worst states for it, by the way. And then all of a sudden, now you got Ida coming. And it's a ghost town in the French Quarter on a Saturday night. All right, guys, we're at Riverwalk, which is where we've been so frequently. Even the New Orleans and the Natchez riverboats just kind of sitting here with nobody on them, which is amazing. Lots of east wind right now, which is actually pushing the water back upriver on the top where it's flowing underneath out. It flows that way around the corner. But it's kind of weird seeing this kind of crisscross going on with the water. That's the deal with the water here. This area protected and feeling pretty comfortable with the barrier system and the multi-billion-dollar wall that was set up and the pumps and whatnot to obviously keep New Orleans afloat. But let's talk about another area that may be more vulnerable, too, to even rainwater coming out of the sky. Steph, you're in that same risk as we are tomorrow for excessive rainfall and high risk. In addition to that, you've also got the wind.
We could potentially have that, Jim, with the eye wall potentially going over Morgan City, a little shift east or west. Now, Jim and I are only about 90 miles apart. And remember, hurricane force winds extend out sometimes 30, 60 miles from the center, depending on how big it is. So if it goes right in between us, think about that. 30, 60 miles out from the center, a lot of people affected by that. Now, let's talk about that rain, because people do flood here, even just when you have a heavy downpour. And so that is a concern. The wind is a major concern. We're not worried about surge. This is the old flood wall I'm standing by here, about 10 feet. May 2011, the water got this high, and that was actually from snowmelt and heavy rainfall. It had nothing to do with surge, and they have now since built this, they tell me, about 20, 21-foot wall that will protect them from surge. So surge will not be an issue, but where will the center of the circulation go so we can talk about the worst winds? The worst winds will be around that eye wall. But remember, the rainfall is going to go out hundreds of miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds can go out over 100 miles from the center. So I want you to focus on the center to look at that eye wall to see who's going to get the worst winds. But remember, you can be 100, 150, 200 miles from the center and still feel the effects from this with that surge as well coming up on the right-hand side. It does bring this system in tomorrow, lasting all day long and into the evening hours. Even into Monday morning, we're still going to see this system raining out and bringing some strong winds. Now, a lot of people have been, focused and obsessing Dr. Nab over this little jog to the right. And the way I'm trying to describe it, even in my crew, telling them what's happening, you have an apple, it has a nice edge. Think of that as a high pressure, right? And the nice edge. You take a bite out of the apple, you have a little indentation. So if this storm's coming up the side of the apple, goes in, and then maybe gets pushed back out, Dr. Nab, where you haven't bit into that apple, if you will. I'm trying to give a way for people to visualize what's happening in the atmosphere. What are the other players that we're looking at?
Well, the other big aspect of all of this is the horizontal size of the hurricane, and it's got a front side and a back side that are both going to be really rainy. So this isn't going to be lopsided where you get the rainy side and then the back side is all dry. And it's going to slow down as it comes ashore. So for the rain-induced flooding, the exact details of the track of the center are not all that critical. I mean, the rainfall is track dependent, no doubt, but it's too big to miss. It's just a matter of where does the heaviest rain fall, and that's what is track dependent. Euromodel has very heavy rainfall going through Houma and Baton Rouge. The GFS is just a little farther east, but it implies a possibility of getting over a foot of rain inside the city of New Orleans. That's a possibility. The risk reduction system that protects you from storm surge is not going to protect you from that. That's why we could have some very significant flooding in places like New Orleans and Baton Rouge continues tomorrow night into Monday. There are things you can be doing to get ready for flooding, including getting some sandbags, clearing the gutters, and putting valuables in waterproof containers, raising some furniture, because we have some big-time water coming from the sky.
Fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Down here, you lose power with this a regular windstorm, you know. It's just the way it is, you know, because you have so many trees with power lines and you lose power a lot, and you just have to be prepared.
I'm looking at it just like Katrina. All we can do is hope for the best.
Absolutely. Absolutely hoping for the best. We still have traffic, believe it or not, on I-10 north and eastbound in near the Slidell area. We've been showing you that camera all night. A lot of people just choosing to get the heck out of here, not deal with the power outages, go somewhere, let it ride out its way out. As a matter of fact, you can see that now. I mean, it's moving. Okay, but this would be heavy and congested, no question about it. Too late in the game to do contraflow. By the time this storm formed and, you know, made its way north here, even with as incredible a forecast as this was, I think both intensity and track-wise, there's still not enough time. It takes days and days and days to set something like that up. Welcome back, everybody. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida here on the Riverwalk, which unfortunately I've been all too often, and not for a good time, which was what we want people to come to New Orleans for, but for a bad time. Another hurricane threat, a major tropical threat, certainly, for the city of New Orleans and areas across south central Louisiana. I want to bring in Gaston Corbin, who is the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans Commissioner, and talk a little bit about how we're going to move all the water around in New Orleans. All right? So, sir, we certainly know about the multi-billion-dollar ways that you can hold the water out of New Orleans in the storm surge. But what about the rain that's coming down out of the sky? How do we pump this out?
Well, as you know, every drop that falls on our city has to be pumped. So we've been getting ready for the last couple of days, working around the clock to make sure that all our pumps are working. We have 96 of our 99 pumps that are operational. We have plenty of power that we self-generate. We don't have a lot of redundancy in that power, but we have plenty of it to drive all the pumps that we need to. We're obviously relying heavily on our Entergy, which is our local power company, to drive the other pumps that we need to pump every single drop of water out of the city.
So the pumps that aren't working, is that a concern to you, or can you make do with that area in other ways to make sure that water doesn't pile up?
We can certainly make do because we have a lot of redundancy in the system, meaning we have a lot of backups to whatever pumps that are down. So we are not concerned. Obviously, the main concern we have is the intensity of the rain and overwhelming our system and its designed capacity, much like any system in any city across the country. So we have a capacity that we can manage, and anything beyond that will overwhelm the system and will cause some flooding across the city. And then obviously our mission goes from keeping the city dry to pumping the city as fast as we can.
So we know about the pumps and how they work. It's an inch for the first hour in terms of inch per hour, what's falling from the sky, then a half inch per hour for the next several hours after that, up to 5 inches. The forecast is for 10 to 15 inches. How does that make you feel?
Well, we're certainly concerned about that, and we expect some flooding. And again, we are prepared to work around the clock to pump every single drop out. So like I said before, we may not be able to keep up with the rain, but we will continue to work until we pump every single drop out. So that's our goal. Realistically, we don't expect to stay or keep up with that intensity just because of what's expected and what's anticipated. But it's just reality of our city being below sea level, and water will accumulate. And again, we're just going to work around the clock to pump the water out.
Gaston Corban, you have your work cut out for you, my friend. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck with everything. We certainly hope that you can keep up with it, especially with the kind of rain rates that we're talking about. Remember, the Weather Prediction Center, folks, has a high risk of flooding for the city of New Orleans, for other areas like Morgan City, and certainly over South Central Louisiana. Molly, 65 inches of rain so far in New Orleans this year. Their record for a year is 89 inches. We could easily add 10 to 15 on top of that.
It's been an incredible year in Louisiana so far. Many places seeing above average rainfall. Well, here's what we know about Hurricane Ida right now. The New Orleans National Weather Service says if you can, please leave because some areas may be uninhabitable for weeks. According to Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards, 5,000 National Guard troops are staging in 14 parishes, and they're preparing for search and rescue efforts using high water vehicles, boats, and helicopters. More on Hurricane Ida after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele coming to you from Broussard, Louisiana, just shy of Lafayette by about 7 miles or so. Behind me is US 90, and we've got one of the big thoroughfares that basically connects New Orleans, Morgan City, up through Broussard, and then over into Lafayette, where you would connect with the I-10 corridor. And a lot of folks use this thoroughfare to get up and out and evacuate if time is, because of time of being of the essence. And that northwesterly traffic's been flowing pretty healthy. Now, a unique thing here about what we're seeing in our day that we've had is you've got these dark, ominous clouds. Now, these are basic summertime thunderstorms, could obviously being fed by a little bit of Ida potentially, but Ida technically is this direction, south and to my east. And so you've got a bit of a clearing before you got some of those outer bands and those big cloud tops that Jim Cantori and Dr. Nab have been breaking down. And so we're going to be on the western side of this storm system. And so there's going to be a stark contrast between what we experience and places like Morgan City, where Stephanie Abrams is, or New Orleans. They're going to get more of the bulk of the storm system itself. So it's really relative to where you are. And I do want to, of course, kind of break down the overview and kind of go a little more city specific. And you know, if you guys are on that eastern side, so places like Mobile, Alabama has been gearing up for this storm system as it approaches. And you're going to be on that side where you're not only going to be talking about storm surge, power outages, torrential rain, big wind threat, but you're also got to be watching out for those isolated tornadoes that are going to spin up as Ida continues to push its way up into the north and to the east. So those are one of the areas of concern, obviously stretching out into Pensacola and then, of course, going north up into, you know, even Jackson, Mississippi, kind of working its way up the Mississippi River Valley, where you've got very high rainfall totals projected all the way up through northern Mississippi, you know, western Tennessee as it bends back around and brings big old rain. So I'd say everybody east of your I-35 corridor, basically, every state east of the I-35 corridor are probably going to get some kind of rain out of this. And obviously the heavier rain is going to be on that eastern quadrant of where that storm system itself will be. But since we are on that western side, you've had, you know, we've got more of a choice here whether or not we are going to be, you know, deciding whether or not to evacuate. And I have seen, you know, they've been doing a good job. One of the police officers with us has been telling me they've been basically, the ambulances have been taking some of those at-risk people at the hospitals in New Orleans and taking them up, you know, this US 90 and getting them to Lafayette into a safe zone. Then they turn around, go right back over to New Orleans and turn around, come right back and try to escort as many people as they can. And so this is going to be one of those busy thoroughfares overnight tonight. Conditions are still relatively calm. We really haven't had any kind of impacts from Ida, but that will change. We're going to wake up tomorrow. I still think we're going to be relatively calm. You'll start to see and feel those winds picking up 10, 15, 20 miles per hour in the morning hours. So if anybody around the Lafayette and Broussard area needs to get anything done, early is key. And then, of course, once you hit midday, conditions will start to deteriorate from there on out, going into Sunday night through Monday morning, Dr. Nab. And that's when you're just going to want to hunker down and kind of wait for the storm system to move out of here.
Yeah, absolutely, Jordan. The overall strategy here is before the winds of tropical storm force arrive, get to your safe place that you're going to be for the duration of the storm, staying out of water from storm surge, staying out of really flood-prone areas, and sheltering lowest level, most interior room in case trees come down or you get hurricane force winds. Now, I want to talk about the water problems. And we're going to have in southeast Louisiana a combination of saltwater and freshwater problems. First of all, important to emphasize that the storm surge warning is not just a Gulf front problem. the pink areas on land here are all in danger of life-threatening saltwater flooding. That's how far inland that risk goes. So it includes Houma. It includes Slidell, Louisiana. It does not include the city of New Orleans inside the risk reduction system. That's what protects you from that kind of flooding. But outside of that, we could have several feet to double-digit feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground somewhere in each of these areas. This is extremely life-threatening. This is why you've got to evacuate, according to local officials' instructions. But in the city of New Orleans, that risk reduction system does not protect you from the freshwater flooding, and we've got a very high risk of rain-induced flooding, not just inside the city of New Orleans, but for Baton Rouge, for Morgan City, and for the coastal areas of Mississippi. So it's even possible in some places that are in the storm surge warning that if you don't get saltwater flooding, you could get freshwater flooding, and some of you could get both. And with this much water falling, trying to drain then back into the Gulf of Mexico, the storm surge pushing things the other way, these two types of flooding are going to compete with one another to make for a very high-risk water situation. And look at how much rain is going to fall according to the global models. That's the Euro forecast. Baton Rouge in the crosshairs there. Also with the GFS, New Orleans could get a foot of rain or more, and a lot of you could get a lot of rain. So it's the volume of water that's going to fall in that part of the country. So when you look at the potential storm surge flooding map from the Hurricane Center, this is the Slidell area. This is the saltwater flooding potential above normally dry ground. It could be several feet. This doesn't even account for the rain-induced flooding that could happen. And certainly the storm surge map does not incorporate how much inundation there could be inside the city of New Orleans. We got to get used to the idea that New Orleans could have communities underwater because of the rainfall.
All other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, guys, we've been showing you this all night. Maybe some slight improvement here. Notice the gaps on I-10 that we're seeing now. This is all traffic that's heading in and out of Slidell on I-10. These are people that are obviously trying to get out of harm's way here. So kind of nice to see at least a gap or two in some of this traffic. These are people that are evacuating the city of New Orleans and going east. All right, they're going to potentially farther north into Mississippi, Alabama, and you do have to go quite a ways north because you want to get off the coast because we will have storm surge in Mississippi. We will have storm surge in Alabama. We will have storm surge even into the Florida Panhandle. There will be water rise there to the right of the center, which is where these areas are forecast to track. So if you're just joining us tonight, we've had a lot of coverage on Ida, and I want to say right out of the gate, two things that really stand out. All right, number one, the situation with the hospitals. We have a lot of very full hospitals here that have not been evacuated. Some 30 here make up the city of New Orleans. So the lieutenant governor, I spoke to him just a while ago, he's very concerned about that, especially if we start getting into flooding and power loss. That is a big deal. All right. Secondly, we talked to the water management gentleman, all right, just a little bit ago, and he was talking about how the pumps can handle a certain amount of water in a certain amount of time. And he's worried that those could be overwhelmed because we're forecasting 10 to 15 inches of rain here. And that's a lot of rain, especially if it comes in a very short period of time. The pumps just cannot get all of that water out of this bowl that is New Orleans. So two things that we're very, very concerned about. All right, let's find out what kind of an animal that we're dealing with. Should this storm come to the right a little bit, then you're talking about adding another concern, and that is very strong winds, potentially with an eye wall. That may not be the situation here in New Orleans, but we can't let our guard down. And that's why, Dr. Knabb, if you're in that cone, which is a track cone, that is where the center can go. And that certainly makes New Orleans a part of that cone right now.
Yeah, and I always say, Jim, the closer we get to landfall, the more and more useless the cone gets to describing the area that will be impacted, because the warnings for the hurricane and tropical storm warnings, the storm surge warnings, the high risk for flooding, that will all extend outside of the cone because that's just where the center is probably going to go.
Absolutely.
So, and you know, a lot of people. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just saying, absolutely. I mean, a lot of times people are, I think we're still getting people to understand what that cone means. And I certainly think when you were part of the storm surge warnings and really bringing that to fruition has helped people realize that, hey, if I'm right of this center, I could have water rise, especially with these bigger systems, you know, a Katrina-like storm or certainly an Ike-type storm. But either way, that storm surge warning extends well outside the cone right now as we speak.
Yeah, so two things people tend to focus too much on. They focus too much on where the center is and where it's going to go, and they focus too much on the category. And what we did with the storm surge warning and a lot of other products is to focus on the hazards. So, Molly, we're going to talk about what people need to do to prepare for the wind and water hazards they might be getting in their communities. And that's the main question we get is what's going to happen where I live.
Right. And we actually have been getting questions from Facebook and Twitter all evening long for people trying to figure out what is their question about Ida. So this is the first one. How bad do you think the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain will be affected?
Well, you're under a storm surge warning, you're under a hurricane warning, and you're at high risk for rain-induced flooding. What's left, right? I mean, the North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain is already going to be getting some water getting pushed from the Gulf of Mexico into the lake. We've already got the strong east winds headed in there. And as this system gets closer, this kind of push on the northern side will be what's pushing water into the area of Lake Pontchartrain. So, and also, if you're right there, you know, Slidell's outside the cone, but you're not out of danger from saltwater flooding, freshwater flooding, and hurricane-force winds. That's why it's good that we're seeing a lot of people evacuating from that area, Molly.
Well, a lot of people have questions about Mississippi, too, because I know Louisiana, you mentioned getting a lot of the focus because of that cone and the category. But what about this question? I live in Oak Grove area of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. How worried should I be about potential flooding and storm damage?
Well, you're not going to get storm surge flooding up there. We know that much. But you are at great risk for damaging winds and rain-induced flooding. So you're talking about up in here, and being on the right side of the cone is not a good place to be. That increases your chance of getting the strong winds. So you're at risk of getting, you know, winds to hurricane force, at least in gusts, and you're under tropical storm warning, and there's the likelihood, at least the possibility, of rain-induced flooding starting tomorrow, lasting into Monday and even into Tuesday. So, you know, two things to get ready for that both mean you need to be off the roads and sheltering indoors like you would for a tornado, especially because you got a lot of trees in southern Mississippi that could come down. So water and wind are concerns not just at the coast, but inland as well. We'll be back.
And it looks like we are less than 24 hours away from what could be a very dangerous hurricane coming ashore, likely on the Louisiana coastline, west of the city of New Orleans. The eye wall, is it going to be close to New Orleans or farther to the west? That has yet to be determined yet. But either way, New Orleans, you are under hurricane warnings. You are under the cone. You're inside the cone. So there's a chance that it could track very, very close to here, guys. We will talk about this because it is just amazing when you think back 16 years ago, a hurricane named Katrina came rolling through here on the same date. How eerie is that? That brings back a lot of bad memories for a lot of people. There are similarities and there are differences, and we will outline those for you on this next hour here of our special coverage of Hurricane Ida. We've got team coverage for you to do that. Experts both in the field and also on land. Okay, hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb back in the studio. In Morgan City, Stephanie Abrams has been talking about the wall that is going to protect them from the surge, but could they be at risk for floodwaters? Could they deal with the eye wall of this thing? And Jordan Steele in Broussard, also dealing with what could be heavy rain, flooding. The whole state of Louisiana has been soaked so far this spring and summer, and many areas are 1 to 2 feet above average so far for the year. We are back on the Riverwalk, as we have been so frequently over the last 2 years. Unfortunately, this time, though, it does not look like New Orleans will escape at least some of the impacts here. Very worried about a very heavy rainfall event here, and we will talk more about that in just a moment. It's interesting, Dr. Knabb, I was looking at last year's storms that came ashore, and I was kind of surprised that in terms of a direct hit, in other words, a storm that came right over New Orleans, Zeta, as a Cat 2, did that. That's amazing.
Yeah, and it was a pretty significant wind event, but I'm concerned that this could be worse than Zeta was wind-wise and could definitely be worse rain-induced flooding-wise, and both of those could be worse than Katrina. Katrina was about the surge. Now we've got the risk reduction system, but we're not as concerned about the surge with Ida inside the city of New Orleans because of that risk reduction system, but the wind and the rain-induced flooding could be worse than either Zeta or Katrina.
Right. So we got to watch that. So let's talk about what you're seeing. We got a new advisory out. Not surprised, certainly that the wind hasn't changed. But as you know, sometimes you get that drop in pressure, and then all of a sudden here goes that wind ramping up big time. Yeah, usually the pressure falls are in advance of the wind increases, especially given that in any particular penetration of the eye with an aircraft, you're not necessarily going to catch the maximum winds at that particular time. But the pressure has gone down from 976 down to 969. It has continued to fall with every subsequent pass of aircraft through there. They just haven't yet found winds that are stronger than the 105 miles an hour. Still moving to the northwest at 16 miles an hour. And even though there isn't a new track and intensity forecast issued with this intermediate public advisory, that'll come out at 10 Central, 11 Eastern, they still say in that advisory they continue to expect rapid intensification over the next 24 hours or up until the time of landfall. Then once the center comes ashore, then the strengthening would cease. But it looks like the overall scenario is still anticipated to be intensification rapidly up until the time of landfall. And this line is valid at 2 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. So this is not the time by which you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared tonight because the winds of tropical storm force will start arriving later tonight, early tomorrow morning, and it appears to be generally on track compared to the 5 p.m. Advisory. And when you look really closely, the last few visible images of the day on the high-res look from the geostationary satellite, you do see increasing solidity of the convection, increased symmetry, so it's in the process of forming an even more coherent eye wall, and with the pressure falling 7 millibars in the last 3 hours, that probably portends the strengthening the Hurricane Center is anticipating. These bands out here that are about to come on the extreme southeastern tip of Louisiana at the mouth of the Mississippi, that probably doesn't contain sustained winds of tropical storm force. That would likely be in this area, about 115 miles to the northwest of the center of circulation. But that's not to say we don't already have wind on the northern side pointing toward this concave-shaped coastline of the northern Gulf of Mexico. That's already producing some breezy conditions up near the coast that will become gusty and then downright strong and eventually damaging. But it's already causing the water to rise a little bit. So this is just a smidge of what's going to happen in terms of storm surge flooding. These gauges are measuring a combination of onshore push and astronomical tide and measuring how high is the salt water flooding above normally dry ground right near the coast. So it's 1/2 to 1.5 feet. That's nothing compared to what we're going to get when we get to double digits of salt water flooding above normally dry ground once the center gets up in here and you get that push all the way into Lake Pontchartrain. So the forecast is still for something near the Cat 3-4 threshold. You could have some ups and downs along the way, but it doesn't seem we can much avoid a very significant
significant wind event, not just in the coastal areas, but extending very far inland. And it will slow down as it comes ashore. So starting tomorrow morning, once those tropical storm conditions start, so will the heavy rainfall. And tomorrow night into Monday morning is just day one of a very high risk day and night of flooding from rain inside the risk reduction system in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, and going northward from there, Jim.
Dr. Knabb, I wanted to ask you a quick question here. Do you think by the time the next advisory comes out, we will have a major hurricane on our hands?
It's going to be close, Jim, because it's really hard to time that. But if it's not by 11 p.m., I would expect that it's overnight after midnight. But it'll be close, whether it reaches Cat 3 by 11 p.m. Eastern time. But I still think we need to be taking seriously that forecast of rapid intensification. It's not something the Hurricane Center does all the time to forecast that much strengthening in 12 and in 24 hours, but all the indications are there. We should still be planning for a Cat 4 at landfall.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why not? Dr. Knabb, always appreciate your insight. Guys, let's get into this a little bit because it's been really interesting watching the satellite tonight, these deep convective bursts that are happening around the center, which indicate strengthening. And that doesn't surprise us all that we've seen a pressure drop, right? Deep thunderstorms in and around the center. Not surprising at all here that we're seeing the pressure come down, and you'll see the wind eventually respond to that. The lightning has been very ever-present in the outer bands, not usually a lot around the center, unless we're getting, almost a concurrent what we call ERC, or eye wall replacement cycle. No indications of that, at least at this point. But again, one of the things we were watching earlier on before the 5 o'clock advisory was how far right this was of the track. And now it's come back the other way. So no reason to believe that the current track guidance that the Hurricane Center has provided to us is not spot on. Very little indication that this thing is going to go east of New Orleans. Let's take a look at some of the guidance. Again, this is a high-resolution model that comes out every hour, okay? And I want you to take away a couple things from this. Number one, we start off the day with squally weather. Tropical storm wind gusts, easily heavy rain at times. There'll be breaks in that rain. There may even be a few tornadoes coming on shore. So keep that in mind. Then here comes the machine, okay, which is Ida. And you can see where the center of this goes, again, into these parishes that were evacuated earlier on down there, especially toward Terrebonne Parish. The eye wall, at least on this particular run west of New Orleans, could that wobble back the other way? It's absolutely possible. It's within the realm of possibility here. And look at the wind we're going to deal with by the time we roll into tomorrow afternoon. By the time we roll into tomorrow afternoon, I will not be standing here because more than likely the gates will be shut to the Riverwalk and really around the city, and the pumps will be fully operational trying to keep up with the water in through here. So gusty winds, expect power outages. That's another thing. By this time we roll through tomorrow afternoon, we are more than likely going to be piling up the power outages in Louisiana and potentially even parts of Mississippi as well. All right, let's talk about what's going to be happening in Morgan City. It's for your timeline, you're pretty much once we get out of the gate tomorrow morning, it looks like you're going to be in the squally weather as well.
We are, and the biggest concern here in Morgan City is not the surge, believe it or not, but it's the rain that could cause flash flooding, because we were told by the EOC that there's some neighborhoods with the afternoon showers that they do get some flooding, and then the wind if we get that eye wall. The reason they're not worried about the surge is because of this massive wall that stands about 21 feet, they tell me, and the entire city, it's like a fortress. So the entire city is protected by not only this wall, but levees as well. So they aren't worried about that surge that's going to come up. But I do know that there are a lot of areas that don't have huge walls like this, and there is going to be an issue not only with the surge, but with the flooding and then the wind. And their benchmark storm here is Andrew from 92. It was a Cat 3 at landfall, and they got hit really hard by Andrew, again, due to the wind. But a lot of people live by the water here, of course. In Louisiana, the Coast Guard is ready, but they have a warning.
Coast Guard is ready to respond, but we're not going to take unnecessary risk. You can be your own best friend here and heed the warnings of state and local emergency management officials. But for those who don't, we will try to respond to you as quickly as possible, but it's going to have to be when it's safe for us to do so. Our Coast Guard is fully committed. I think we've shown our ability to respond to any crisis here on the Gulf Coast, and we're going to do so here, but we're going to do so prudently and safely.
So we could see those surges 10 to 15 feet over in Plaquemines Parish. And by the way, Mississippi, over towards the Gulfport area, we could see 7 to 11 feet of water. When are we going to start feeling the effects and what's going to happen? So let me walk you through. Tonight, all is going to be calm, all is going to be fine as we head into tomorrow morning. Now remember, hurricane force winds with these systems can extend 30, 60 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds can extend out over 100 miles from the center, as they have with this system so far. So you will feel the effects of this well ahead of the eye wall that will come in. That will be the worst weather. Dr. Knapp, we're about 90 miles from New Orleans. You know, if you have an eye 30 miles across or so, little shift east or little shift west will make or break who gets the worst winds and the most destruction from the wind.
Yeah, Stephanie, and you made a good point about the timing of when the winds arrive. Yeah, there's always so much focus on when's landfall going to occur. Well, that's an important part of the evolution of this event. But in terms of your personal preparation, you don't want to wait until the center of circulation comes ashore to be ready. You got to get into your safe place, evacuated out of flood-prone areas before the tropical storm force winds start. Because once that happens, it's too dangerous to be out on the roads doing preparations. Bridges will get closed, stores will get closed, the roads will start getting slick. It's just too dangerous. So that's why you got to go to bed tonight in your safe place. Now, where are those tropical storm force winds? Well, they're not likely, at least not sustained, in this outermost band here. That does have a good bit of lightning in it, by the way. Yet another reason to get done with your preps as soon as you can tonight, because even these outer bands could have some nasty lightning and you know, heavy downpours briefly. But I think the tropical storm conditions are going to start right in there, that next band inward, about 120 miles to the northwest of the center of circulation. And we're starting to get sustained 30 gusts to near 40 at the buoys just offshore. So we're not all that far from having tropical storm conditions touch the coastline. But if you're, the mouth of Mississippi River, the most likely time for those winds to start might be 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're only, about 5 hours away, maybe. And then in New Orleans, most likely time would be around 8 a.m. tomorrow, and then getting over in the Lafayette area, maybe early afternoon. That's the most likely time. But if the wind field expands as the strengthening process continues, things could, ramp up a little faster than we'd like. And so, in Baton Rouge, for example, it could be as early as tomorrow morning when you wake up. So much of southern Louisiana needs to go to bed tonight prepared and in their safe place. Then after that is when the center of circulation will come ashore sometime in the PM hours tomorrow, it looks like. But that's just landfall initially on the coastline. The closest pass to New Orleans and Baton Rouge would be after that. And you still see that rapid intensification over the next 24 hours or less. That's why the wind hazard is so significant, not just at the coast, because the stronger it is when it makes landfall, the more we're going to have damaging winds going way inland, and that is going to bring down trees. It's dangerous in its own right. You got to shelter like you would for a tornado. And then, Molly, we got widespread power outages, and some of those extending all the way up into Tennessee.
And it's possible that some of those could last for days and potentially even weeks in some of the hardest hit areas. Thank you, Dr. Knapp. Well, the time is running out to get ready for Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. Weather Channel meteorologist Jordan Steele is live in Broussard, Jordan, where they've been preparing all day long for Ida's arrival.
Yes, we have. And the big question is, how long will power be out? Now, we're standing next to US 90. And of course, you've got, rescue ambulances kind of going to and from Lafayette back to New Orleans, picking up those most critical patients and bringing them out to get them into safety. But we have a situation here in Broussard, which is only about 7 miles away from Lafayette, that a lot of folks know that there's going to become power outages. We know we're going to get relentless rain. It's been such a damp season already, and it's only going to take a little bit more to saturate the soils even farther, topple a big tree, and then more power outages. Now, the police chief was here earlier chatting with me saying, okay, we're going to have crews spread out during the event. We're going to be staging this thing overnight. The big question is, at what point do the police officers need to find shelter themselves? Here's what he had to say.
However, whenever the winds get to sustained 45 miles an hour, we're going to pull the guys in, make sure that they're safe, and we'll be responding to emergency calls only. Emergency meaning that if tree falls on a house, somebody's trapped, we're going to go respond to that. Any other calls, we're going to evaluate and see where we need the services are needed.
So basically, At 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds, he's got to get the crew inside, and then he'll, of course, only respond to those emergencies that are going to be needed overnight. So the folks in Broussard have been, preparing throughout the day today. I expect to see this US 90 continue to stay active overnight tonight, with people potentially evacuating through tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening is when the wind and the rain is really going to start to crank up and deteriorate for us in the south, central, and western part of Louisiana. We'll be back.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, got some new pictures into us here at the Weather Channel. Yeah, the poochers are evacuating. I'm not going to deal with this. I want to go somewhere where I can get outside and not stay inside for 24 hours or even come back to a home that may not have power. So we're getting out of harm's way. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to take the family with me. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But here's the deal. There's been a lot of traffic on I-10, both east and westbound here. That's been the big story today. A lot of traffic in through here as people are heeding the evacuation orders, some of the mandatory ones in the southern parishes, or obviously the voluntary here. Governor John Bell Edwards, of course, declaring a state of emergency. We also have one from the president here. We got a declaration from the president already for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Let's get into this with showing you what it looks like now. This is I-10 getting near the Slidell area. All right, so you go north across the bridge and then out Slidell and east into Mississippi. And look at this. What an improvement. What an improvement here in the traffic that was leaving New Orleans. Now it's wide open. So if you've got power, which I know many of you do here, and you choose to evacuate, this may be the time that you actually get a chance to do that in through here. Again, guys, we've been talking a lot tonight to Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. He's very concerned about the situation with the hospitals. Some 30 hospitals here full of COVID patients and other folks, obviously, with health problems in through here. There was no way to evacuate them. So should we lose power? Should we get into a flooding situation? He's very concerned about how that may go. So we are obviously hoping for the best. The other thing is, too, we have 96 of 99 pumps working, which is a good thing, all right? But can they pump 10 to 15 inches of water out of the city of New Orleans, the city that sits 8 feet below sea level? That will be the other challenge here. And what we're not out of the woods in yet is, will we deal with the eye wall? That's not a slam dunk. We may deal with the eye wall of this hurricane. It could come a little bit farther east than what we thought. It also could stay on current track or even go a little farther west. So we don't have, kind of that end point yet, certainly. But one thing's for sure, as we look at satellite and we look at the intermediate advisory tonight, is we have a Cat 2 hurricane with a lowering pressure with 105-mile-per-hour winds that is probably strengthening, on its way to becoming a major hurricane, as it is forecast to do by the Hurricane Center, guys. So we're keeping you posted here. We've got live team coverage. We've obviously got Dr. Nab back in the studio to keep an eye on things for us as well. We've been watching this satellite all night. The storm getting much more symmetric during the day today. In other words, it's much more circular than what it did earlier. That's for sure. So let's get an update on what Dr. Nab is thinking as we go, I believe, Christina, back to the studio and talk to him this evening with what he's thinking. Dr. Knabb, certainly looking at the pressure here, you get dual hurricane hunters out there. Are we talking about something that's probably going to be a 3 by the time we roll into the 11 o'clock advisory, or too early to tell?
Yeah, it'll be close. I mean, the pressure has been dropping. The aircraft data have made that clear. And when we next get the aircraft going into the center, we'll see if the winds have responded. So there is a chance it's a Cat 3 by the time we get to the 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central advisory. But if it's not, don't think, oh, okay, it's not strengthening very much. It could happen overnight, tomorrow morning, and during the day tomorrow before landfall occurs. If we get to 115 miles an hour, then you're talking Cat 3. So we're not that far away. The pressure has gone down about 7 millibars since the 5 p.m. Eastern Time advisory. And there's another number on here I want you to pay attention to. That northwest at 16 miles an hour. You might be thinking, so what? Well, that's a relatively fast motion, and that closes the time window to get ready. That's why you've got to get to your safe place tonight and evacuated before the tropical storm conditions arrive late tonight, early tomorrow morning. But when it's coming ashore, it's probably going to be moving at about half of that speed as it goes around southeastern Louisiana, maybe about 8 or 9 miles an hour. That's going to ramp up the rainfall totals. The rain is going to be starting in those outer bands before too long. The gusts on that buoy up to 47 miles an hour, so it'll start to get gusty later tonight, and then the tropical storm conditions coming in early tomorrow morning, and then landfall sometime in the PM hours tomorrow. The Hurricane Center still anticipating rapid intensification in the roughly 18 hours we have before landfall, plus or minus. And then there's that relatively slow motion, even as it weakens. And that shape of the track is bad news, because as a center does something like this, you stay on the wet side all the way through. That's why the rainfall totals are so huge. In Baton Rouge and in New Orleans, getting up into Jackson, Mississippi, and the coast of Mississippi. High risk of flash flooding, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and in Morgan City. Stephanie, that's where I get concerned that people think, well, we're protected from the surge. Doesn't mean you can't flood from the massive amounts of rain we're expecting.
Absolutely. And people here can flood just in an afternoon thunderstorm. So that is one of their concerns. But as Dr. Knabb was saying, surge is not, because we have this massive flood wall. This is standing up to about 20 feet. This is the gate that they closed so that if the Atchafalaya River rises, it cannot go into the neighborhood and the businesses right behind this. But this will not protect them from the wind. If that eye wall goes over Morgan City, there will be tremendous amounts of damage. Wherever that eye wall goes, there will be huge damage, homes torn apart, and businesses ruined as well. But remember, that eye wall has the worst winds, but we're going to see flooding inland into Mississippi and up into Tennessee as well. This thing has a lot of different factors to it. We'll continue to break them down for you coming up.
Down here, you lose power with this a regular windstorm, it's just the way it is, because you have so many trees with power lines, and you lose power a lot, and you just have to be prepared.
I'm looking at it just like Katrina. All we can do is hope for the best.
That was the earlier scene, by the way, on I-10. Christina, you know what? Let's show everybody what it looks like right now. Because if you saw that traffic on the cam, you said, oh, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. It's actually improved quite a bit. So traffic is much, much lighter on I-10 eastbound right now, getting out of New Orleans and heading toward Mississippi. But make sure you stay out of the surge zone, because that's going to be an issue for Mississippi, Alabama, and also in toward Florida. Some interesting developments certainly tonight. Got a chance to talk a couple of times to Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. He's very, very, very worried about all the hospitals and how much they are full capacity in some cases, and what happens if we lose power or start to flood. That's going to be a big challenge. Potentially a daunting task, which we hope we won't have to deal with. But it is a big concern. We also talked to Chaseen Corbin. He is the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans commissioner, and this is what he had to say about the forecast 10 to 15 inches of rain that is forecast here for the city of New Orleans.
Well, as you know, every drop that falls on our city has to be pumped. So we've been getting ready for the last couple of days, working around the clock to make sure that all our pumps are working. We have 96 of our 99 pumps that are operational. We have plenty of power that we self-generate. We don't have a lot of redundancy in that power, but we have plenty of it to drive all the pumps that we need to. We're obviously relying heavily on our Entergy, which is our local power company, to drive the other pumps that we need to pump every single drop of water out of the city.
Every single drop of water. There's going to be a lot of drops. A lot of drops. So think about that, 10 to 15 inches of rain. The pumps, as they say, an inch an hour for the first hour, okay, and then a ½ inch per hour up to 5 inches after that. And that's how the pumps work. So we'll see if the system gets overwhelmed. I think by this time tomorrow night, we will have a pretty good idea of how they handle that. And plus, whenever the center even goes north of us, it's going to be something where we're still dealing with the rain bands that are coming in off the water. So we have a chance to really accumulate a lot of rainfall here. And this area is under a high risk of flash flooding, as is much of south central Louisiana from the Weather Prediction Center. That's pretty much as high as it goes. That's like a high-risk day for tornadoes, all right? This is their high risk for flooding tomorrow. So this will be a big, big concern as we go forward. All right, guys, a lot more weather going on across the United States tonight, and certainly more concerns as Ida continues to develop and make its way toward major hurricane status. We'll keep you posted on that. Right now, let's go back to Molly McCullum in the studio for more on the nation's weather. Hey, Molly.
Hey there, Jen. Thank you. Here's what we know about Hurricane Ida right now. At least 28.4 million people are in Hurricane Ida's forecast cone. The Louisiana Lieutenant Governor tells us that 96 of New Orleans' 99 pumping stations are functioning right now. The pumps at the West End, 17th Street Canal, and Orleans Canal are not operational. LSU is closed through Monday, and all weekend events are canceled. Students are staying on campus and sheltering in place. They'll have access to food, and they're allowed to move their vehicles into upper levels of parking garages without getting a parking citation from the LSU police. We want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. You know, we've been watching the intensity over and over again on this, and I know you've been analyzing this, every part of it. What are kind of the signs you're seeing right now that we could see some intensification in the short term?
Because the thunderstorm activity, the convection around the developing, consolidating eye wall is just getting more solid, and the pressure has been falling, according to the hurricane hunters, and just waiting for the winds, unfortunately, to catch up to those pressure falls. The advisory from the Hurricane Center, the last hour has it still at a Cat 2 at 105 miles an hour. But two other pieces of information. I know your eyes are drawn to those big numbers, 105 miles an hour Cat 2. But this number is important. Pressure 969, that's down 7 millibars from the 5 p.m. Eastern Time advisory. Pressure falls usually portend stronger winds coming, and then that northwest at 16 miles an hour, that means the window of opportunity to prepare is really just tonight, because then the tropical storm conditions will start arriving. But then that forward speed is going to be cut in about half after landfall. But we're going to have another set of data from the NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane. They're coming in from northwest to southeast. We'll see if the winds have come up when they get in there. They're coming in on this side, and you can see how the whole eye wall is starting to get more solid. So more strengthening is on the way. We'll keep you up to date on what the planes show. Stay with us.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Here in Morgan City, their biggest issue that they're worried about, the wind and the flooding rain. They're not worried about the surge, and I want to show you why. Here's the town behind me. You have the businesses. Behind that, you have homes as well. And what they have built is about a 20-foot flood wall. And it's not only this flood wall, but there's actually levees that surround the entire city. So it's basically a fortress. And I'm coming up these stairs. Remember, one-story building is about 10 feet. So we're going up about two-story building here. And we can show you on the other side the river, and it's the Atchafalaya River. And all's calm right now. Of course, 24 hours from now, it's going to look a lot different than this. And they are concerned about the winds, because if the eye wall goes right over this area, we will see tremendous destruction. Hurricane Andrew, Dr. Knabb, is their kind of benchmark storm kind of came in the same direction, and it's a Cat 3. But again, a wobble to the left, a wobble to the right will make a huge difference in who gets the worst and most destructive wind from that eye wall.
Yeah, and Stephanie, another hurricane that some people might remember or have read about is Hurricane Betsy in 1965 that came in along a similar path as Ida, also made landfall as a Cat 4, and it produced storm surge flooding in Lake Pontchartrain on the coast of Mississippi. And that was, of course, before the risk reduction system built after Hurricane Katrina. So we've got a lot of water problems to get ready for, both saltwater flooding from storm surge and freshwater flooding from heavy rainfall, and some places could be dealing with a bit of both. And the rains are just starting there on the mouth of the Mississippi River. There's some nasty lightning in some of these outer bands. This is not bona fide tropical storm conditions, not sustained winds of 39 miles an hour or greater yet. That's going to be in that band right there, I think. That's arriving late tonight or early tomorrow morning. But you've already got pretty stout winds on the north side that are pushing the Gulf of Mexico waters into this concave-shaped coastline, and we're already starting to see, even though we don't have sustained tropical storm force winds up in this area yet, you're starting to get the gauges respond to the onshore push combined with astronomical tide. You're getting 1/2 to 1.5 feet, nearly 2 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground right at the waterfronts. And this is only going to get worse. That's just a taste of what's to come. Storm surge warning is the danger of life-threatening salt water flooding above normally dry ground. Combination of storm surge and astronomical tide, mainly surge in this case. The tide range in the Gulf of Mexico here is not all that big. But look how far inland from the Gulf front the storm surge warning goes. It does not include downtown New Orleans because of the risk reduction system. But I want to emphasize that New Orleans is at risk for flooding from heavy rainfall, even though this amount of storm surge flooding that could be twice as tall as a 6-foot guy or girl, up to 15 feet above normally dry ground. That's why people are being told to evacuate from those areas, because of the storm surge. But then we're going to maybe even be measuring rainfall in feet. There's at least a possibility of getting a foot or more of rainfall in places like Baton Rouge and New Orleans, and just the rainfall alone makes it very likely we're going to get some flooding, Molly. But there are places like Morgan City, New Orleans, that are protected by storm surge from the infrastructure there, but they could flood due to the rainfall.
Certainly rainfall, a big concern. You're talking about areas that flood just from afternoon thunderstorms. While Hurricane Ida is expected to lash the Gulf Coast with strong wind, heavy rain, and life-threatening storm surge. Inundation of 9 feet or greater above ground level is possible from Morgan City, Louisiana to the coast of Mississippi. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us just how dangerous water levels could be.
Hurricane Ida is closing in on the northern Gulf Coast. Expect destructive winds and life-threatening storm surge. Storm surge warnings are up for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And let me show you what storm surge actually looks like. Let's bring that water up to 3 feet. 3 feet of water, very dangerous. It can float cars away, knock you off your feet. Who knows what's hiding in this water, and certainly can flood out parts of the first floors of homes and businesses. But let's bring that up even higher. Let's bring that up to 6 feet. 6 feet of water. That's as tall as I am, even higher than that. Life-threatening. Oftentimes, the only way to escape this is to go up if you can. Certainly, this can flood out the first floors of homes and businesses. But we know some places will see maybe storm surge as high as 9 feet or higher. That can put entire neighborhoods underwater. So make sure you prepare and get those preparations, rush them to completion, because there's only a handful of hours left before you can do that. Stay tuned to the latest forecast and follow the advice of the officials. If they ask you to evacuate, do so. Time is running out.
Well, it is the calm before the storm here in Broussard, Louisiana, about 125 miles west of New Orleans. We are very near Lafayette, and this is an area where it is the calm before the storm. We've got dry river drainages, we've got the power that is on, nice calm conditions, but everything will change tomorrow, and it could change fast for some of you. So let's break down, of course, the forecast. We're going to be feeling the winds first here in Broussard, and then eventually you'll get the rain. We're expecting to see about 3 to 6 inches of rain here locally. It is not going to take a lot to flood. It is not going to take a lot to see additional power outages. So, of course, you know, meteorologist Jim Cantori and Dr. Nab and Stephanie Abrams, everyone, we've got a team kind of showing you the big picture of what this storm system is doing and how it's strengthening. We have been on that western flank, and we're on the western edge of the cone, but areas to the east could be drastically change. We've already had some, you know, waves of the outer bands push up the I-10 corridor near the Pensacola area, and of course we're going to experience more of that. In fact, by tomorrow morning, if you're around the Mobile area, you could have that first squall line push through. That could be very, very intense, and then it'll just pick up right after that. For some of you, you might have a quick chance to get any last-minute items tomorrow morning, and then after that, it's time to hunker down.
And night has fallen on the Crescent City here in New Orleans. It's also fallen on Interstate 10 near Slidell. You can see, you know, some traffic out there, but nothing like what we had for most of the day here, and really from just about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, where that traffic really started to lighten up. So if you have any aspirations of evacuating, especially if you're mandatory evac, now's the time, all right? Whether you want to go east or west, things are certainly looking better on the interstate here, at least from our vantage point around Slidell, excuse me. So Deanne Criswell, FEMA administrator, we got a chance to hear from her earlier, and she was talking a lot about, and I love this too, especially coming from her, how this is not just a coastal event. Take a listen. Oh, unfortunately, we do not have that. So let's go into the graphics. But I can tell you what she said because I heard it before. But the good news is, you know, they're focused on this in places like Baton Rouge. If I was in Waverly, Tennessee, where they just had that historic flood, I would be concerned about this too. So, you know, that's the Tennessee River Basin up there. So, and it's interesting, it's going to affect people all the way back into northern Georgia and Alabama because they're going to stop letting water out of those TVA dams. And that's going to allow that water to come up. So hopefully there won't be that much rainfall added to that part of the watershed. But they're going to kind of hold off, you know, on that so that they can let the water that's in Middle Tennessee up toward the Ohio and Mississippi rivers spill out and come down because there's been so much water there of late. So it's a delicate dance when you're trying to balance all the water that's coming out of the atmosphere. All right, let's talk about the water here in New Orleans, because as you know, we are a long way from where we were 16 years ago when Katrina came a-calling, eerily on the same date tomorrow. All right, we did not have the flood protection that we have right now. That will hopefully keep the surge out of the city of New Orleans. The wind, the power outages, and the rainwater is another story. You can see how low we sit, how much of this area sits at or below sea level, essentially from Lake Pontchartrain all the way down into the southern part of the city and through here. And again, the storm surge around us is going to be an issue, and certainly on the northern part of Lake Pontchartrain with a southerly wind, we're going to have to worry about the water piling up this evening on the west side of the lake, and then tomorrow as the winds start turning around more southeasterly on the north side of the lake. So if you're up there in Mandeville, all this water is coming your way. And then look what falls from the sky. 10 to 12 inches of rain, maybe up to 15 localized in the city of New Orleans. So the challenge is for the 96 out of 99 pumps that are working, can that get it out of the city before it floods? If it falls all at once, no. It cannot. If it falls over a 24-hour period, yes, it can. So we're hoping for a steady rainfall here because we know it's coming. And you can see why. You're surrounded by water and you're in a bowl. That's where New Orleans is. That's why the levee protection system and the risk reduction system, as it's called, sits around the city with canals, with pumps, with walls, and things like that to keep this area protected. So in 24 hours, it's going to look a lot different here. We will not be on the Riverwalk. We will be out on Canal Street. And hopefully we'll be able to stand on the street and not be retreating to higher ground. Time will tell. It's still not clear if we deal with the eye wall of this storm or deal with the eastern side or a weaker part of this storm. But we know one thing's for sure, Dr. Nab, we will deal with the rainfall threat, and that is the biggest concern right now in the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, so important that people really comprehend, as you've been explaining, that flooding could happen in New Orleans due to the heavy rainfall. That risk reduction system is not going to protect you from that. Now, we've got a lot of questions that are coming in, Molly, so let's talk about some of the science that's going on with the hurricane that influences the forecast and what people can experience where they live.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's our first question that we got on Twitter. What exactly is eye wall replacement and why is it so important?
Well, right now, Ida has basically one eye wall. Okay, but sometimes major hurricanes can, as they intensify, they can then get a secondary eye wall, and then that outer one kind of chokes off the inner one disappears, and then the outer one becomes the new eye wall. That's what an eye wall replacement cycle is. Now, why is that important? Because, Katrina did that. It lost its inner eye wall, then the new one was taking over, and that's part of why it weakened from Cat 5 to Cat 3, but then it got larger. But I don't see that happening in Ida, no indications of it, and I'm not sure it's ever going to happen because it's still building the main eye wall. And the aircraft that went through there a little bit ago found that the pressure has come down another 3 millibars, so the winds, while they haven't come up above 105 miles an hour on this pass, you don't have a double wind maximum. You got just one wind maximum on each side. So, Molly, that tells me there's no second eye wall coming, and this is just the main eye wall. It's going to keep strengthening all the way up to landfall. That's the most likely scenario.
All right, thank you. So our next question, we've been getting a lot of questions about Mississippi. So this one specifically, since Mississippi is in a hurricane watch, is there any chance that the storm can shift more towards Long Beach or Gulfport or Pascagoula?
Well, the entire coast of Mississippi under hurricane warning, and you've got to deal with a storm surge warning as well. Now look at how you've got the right-hand side of this system. They're going to be putting Mississippi on that strong onshore flow side. Okay, so that's why you got the storm surge warning. In fact, all the way to the Alabama, Florida border, and the storm surge flooding on the Mississippi coastline could get to be double digits. Now, it's not as high as Katrina, but you've got to evacuate tonight from storm surge before the tropical storm conditions arrive.
The sun has just set in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, here on the banks of the Mississippi River, as residents and visitors here are making their final preparations to wrap things up before the arrival of Hurricane Ida. We'll have the latest on the timing and the impacts, plus a live interview with the mayor. That's coming up.
And countless people on the Gulf Coast are boarding up or packing up and leaving as a hit from a major hurricane less than a day away from bringing extreme wind, flooding rain, and up to 15 feet of storm surge to Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Time quickly running out to finalize your preparations and hunker down. We know that Hurricane Ida is quickly approaching here overnight. The wind and rain will begin to move in. We have the very latest data on Ida for you tonight. Welcome into our coverage, folks. Here's what we're looking at, a storm that's going to work its way, we believe now, closer and closer to Louisiana. You're taking a live look on the left-hand side of your screen at the French Quarter there in New Orleans. You're seeing the traffic below you there. It's been pretty heavy throughout the day here, but I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. You just saw Jackie Jarris also be joined tonight by meteorologist Julie Martin. So, folks, we've got a lot to talk about here as the hurricane gets closer and closer. It's been intensifying. Pressure has been dropping, so everything is there for this system to move in and bring us significant effects. All right, so let's talk about what's going to happen as this storm moves in. Places even like New Orleans or Baton Rouge could be at risk here. Lafayette as well. So let's get to Jackie Jarris. She's to talk us through this. Jackie, I know where you are, Baton Rouge. People are like, well, we're nowhere near the coastline. We shouldn't have to worry about that, but that's kind of the wrong mentality to have tonight.
Yes, absolutely, because the ocean's just about 80 miles down that way, and that's not very far when we're talking about a Category 4 hurricane making landfall. It takes a while for those winds to begin to die down, and we are expecting hurricane force winds here. In fact, winds could be as strong as 100, maybe 110 miles per hour. So the wind and power outages and the damage from that is one of our top concerns. Of course, the Mississippi River is behind me. We think that will be okay, but there are many other area rivers that we have to watch out for, not to mention the torrential downpours for the rain. So now that the sun has gone down, preparations really need to be completed because conditions are going to be going downhill as early as tomorrow morning. We'll want to bring in the mayor of Baton Rouge. And Mayor, thank you so much for being with us here for today. Sharon Wistenbroom, by the way, you've had a very busy day, lots of preparations underway. Give me an idea of what kind of pre-positioning and planning you've done today.
Well, our team at the Mayor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness has been working on the possibility of shelters. We've also been communicating with all of our partners, whether it's elected officials or nonprofit organizations, just trying to build an infrastructure, if you will, of preparation for our community. We're a real resilient community, but we recognize the severity of the Hurricane Ida, and our message is everyone has to be prepared.
A lot of people leaving town today. We've got the I-10 just behind me, and it's been bumper to bumper here all day. Some folks coming through from New Orleans, other folks trying to get out of town. The ones that have stayed, I know we've done sandbagging today and trying to clear debris and also the drains today. Tell us more about what you've done with that.
Yes, we have been preparing for weeks, not necessarily for the hurricane, but water management is a way of life for us. So we've been working on our drainage cleaning, our culverts, our canals, because we had an incident that took place in terms of flooding earlier this year. And of course, you know, 2016, we had a major flood here. So I do know that we have been preparing our team, whether it's MOSEP, Department of Public Works, everyone has really worked tirelessly to make sure that we are prepared to the best of our ability for Hurricane Ida.
Now, you've declared a state of emergency. You mentioned the water issues, water rescue teams. You've requested some help with that.
Yes, well, of course, we have implemented a state of emergency. The governor did, and I did one for our city and parish. And we are using all resources that are available to us as needed. And of course, that may mean the National Guard or water rescue. Of course, locally here, we have our EMS team, our fire department, who understand the issues surrounding hurricanes, and we've had many deep conversations around what we're going to do here locally. But we just want everyone to be safe, to be aware, to be vigilant, and we will get through this if we pull together.
Let's talk about power, because winds here could exceed 100 miles per hour. That's likely to put power out for a lot of folks here, possibly for a long time. Are you prepared for that, and are crews coming in from other places to help in the aftermath?
Crews are coming in today during our 11 a.m. press conference. We did have Entergy present, and they told us they've been looking at the history of events like this, and so they are prepared with a great crew to address any outages that we might have. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen until, as we are anticipating Sunday to get the greatest impact, perhaps Sunday through Monday. We are prepared for the worst, but we are hoping for the best.
Had a lot of storms in the last decade plus, right? Last year was a tough year. This weekend we're coming up on the anniversary of Laura, also coming up on the anniversary of Katrina. And Baton Rouge has taken a hit, even from Gustav back in 2008.
Correct.
What are you most concerned about?
I don't want anyone to take this for granted. Right now, as you notice out here, it's nice. It's a nice evening out here in Baton Rouge. But we want everyone to know that the window is closing in terms of preparation. So don't wait till tomorrow. Make sure you're prepared by now. in, hunker down, and let's just see what happens tomorrow.
Is there a curfew in place, or do you expect to put one in place?
We are anticipating a curfew perhaps tomorrow night. There's not one in place tonight because we want everyone to get all the materials that they need in preparation for 3 days at least. And tomorrow we've already discussed the possibility of a curfew.
Any last words of advice for your residents?
I just want everyone to prepare, be calm, stay strong, look out for your neighbor, and we'll get through this together.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Broome, for being with us today. Wise words. We wish you all the best as we get through here with Hurricane Ida. So that's one of the biggest concerns here for tonight. I think, wind damage may ultimately be really rough here. Winds could exceed 100 miles per hour. The center, or the eye wall of all of this, could potentially be moving right over us here in Baton Rouge. So if it tracks a little off towards the east, we'd be in better shape. If it tracks a little off towards the west, boy, that really could put us in the bullseye of some of the worst of conditions that we're going to have to endure for hours. So power outages, they say hide from the wind, run from the water, and we're all going to be hiding from the winds here tomorrow evening. I think especially evening into the overnight, Mike, is going to be the timing where the worst of the conditions bear down on Baton Rouge.
Yeah, it's a really good point too, Jackie, because we have a storm that's likely to be intensifying, maybe even up through landfall. The winds, could be a big factor that a lot of people need to really pay attention to. Jackie, thank you so much. More from Jackie throughout the evening. She's going to be with us here live for the next couple of hours. I want to give you some details here on Ida this evening. Winds with the latest advisory still pegged at 105 miles per hour. We've actually had a hard time finding a real discernible eye. It's in there for sure, and I think maybe it's going to start to tighten up as what you see, this convection all really loaded on the south side, really starts to wrap around the north side as well. The pressure has dropped, but the winds did not correspond. As you're going to see in the next few hours, maybe through the night, the winds start to pick up now as the pressure may continue to drop. Northwest movement here at 16 miles per hour. It's only 200 miles away here from the coastline. Real zoomed in view here, and you're going to see a lot of really nasty stuff around the southern eye wall here. All this stuff that's down here is the real business end of the eye wall, if you will, as the eye is now starting to form a little bit more. It's becoming a little smaller to a little pinhole here, which means we may be looking at some more rapid intensification happening for us here. But once that really starts to fill in on the north side, then you're really going to see this storm, I think, take off as far as wind speeds go. Let's pull you up here to the radar, because now we're getting into the range of radar, and you can see these outer bands, and sometimes these outer bands are the ones that will produce the tornado, so you've got to be concerned about that, and that'll happen well before landfall occurs, okay? So once these bands come on shore here, you're really going to start to see some nasty winds with those, and the possibility that some quick spin-ups of tornadoes happen. Right now, winds aren't that bad at all, 5 to 10 miles per hour, but those are going to go up throughout the night tonight and get really violent throughout the day tomorrow. From yesterday evening, when we were at an 80 mile per hour hurricane, we've now gone up to 105. And now that we're getting the storm getting closer and closer, we're going to watch the push of water coming as well. Storm surge warnings in effect here, coastal Louisiana through coastal Mississippi, and then Alabama as well. Not bad just yet, but that's all going to change as the storm gets closer and closer here, and then the approach comes in. We're really going to start to pile up the water kind of in a direction more like this. And I'm really concerned how much water we could push from Lake Bourne into Lake Ponch and to Lake Pontchartrain, especially depending on the angle of approach. It's all going to depend. Does it come in here? Does it come in here? Does it come in here? Does it come in well to the east? We don't know exactly just yet, but that'll play a significant role in how much surge we get in certain locations. We'll talk more about that throughout the night tonight. Let's get back to Jackie in Baton Rouge. Jackie?
All right, thanks so much, Mike. We want to talk about some more of the wind impacts and just how far-reaching they're going to be. This is a pretty big storm, and those winds extending out more than 100 miles from the center of the storm. The hurricane-force winds a little bit smaller, but we do think hurricane-force winds will be arriving here in Baton Rouge by late tomorrow, perhaps in the evening and then continuing into the early morning hours. I always think it's a little bit scarier when some of those worst of the conditions come in after dark. So folks really need to be aware and watching for that. So winds may get up to 130 plus miles per hour at landfall. It will ramp down a little bit as it slows down and take its time moving right towards Baton Rouge. So we do think it'll probably move west of New Orleans, but may get very close on top of us. With the latest track, if that holds, we'll likely have more wind concerns here in Baton Rouge, say, than they will in a place like New Orleans, and then it will continue to track up to the north and eventually take that northeasterly track back as well. So something I want folks here to keep in mind is that when that eye wall and those worst of the winds come in here, they need to treat it like tornado conditions. You want to get inside of your home, lowest level, away from doors and windows. You know, don't feel weird about it. Put on a helmet, grab a mattress if that's what you need to do. Now, the only exception to that would be if we have flooding happening at the same time and you need to elevate and get out of that life-threatening situation. Speaking of flooding, that's one of the biggest concerns we have for New Orleans. Of course, New Orleans below sea level. That's where we find Jim Cantori with the latest on preparations there.
A pretty nice night here in New Orleans, but boy, what is looming offshore is not nice at all. Things we're seeing tonight, the entire French Quarter shut down, restaurants, bars here in the city that people come to kind of relieve a little stress. The New Orleans and the Natchez both kind of sitting here on the shoreline in port where they would normally be enjoying a nice little river cruise, especially during the daytime hours. Either way you slice it, this area is going to deal with a hurricane, whether they deal with the right front quadrant or the eye wall or the outskirts of that. There will be big impacts in through here. First of all, rainfall. This is a city that sits 8 feet below sea level. Can we pump 10 to 15 inches of rain out of the city? That's the first question. 96 and 99 pumps are working. The other question is, you have many, many hospitals here around New Orleans, 30 of them. They are full of patients, many with COVID. Should we lose power? Should we need to get them out of a flood situation? That will be a daunting task, to say the least. So these are things we will be watching as this storm potentially grows overnight into a major hurricane. That's the forecast, and that's what's coming ashore in Louisiana sometime on Sunday. The anniversary of Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago to the date. How eerie is that? Reporting from the Riverwalk in New Orleans, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
It is eerie to think that that's happening on the exact same weekend, potentially, you know, the first storm to really test the new levee system there for sure. Rainfall will be a huge issue. Widespread areas of southeastern Louisiana likely to get, 10 inches of rainfall or more, perhaps even some spots as much as 20. That's one of the big threats as we get a system that makes landfall and then slows down and really takes its time across the area. So, Julie, as I head back into you, I know you're going to time out some of these threats for southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, we're going to zone in on New Orleans, Jackie, and the potential impacts there, and there will be many. We're talking about a tremendous amount of rainfall coming in starting tonight and really lasting throughout much of the day tomorrow before the storm even makes landfall. So with this, we are looking at the flood potential to be quite high. This is a look at 8 o'clock in the evening tomorrow night here in the city of New Orleans. Really all of the southern parishes in Louisiana going to be still getting just inundated with plenty of rainfall. Then we have the wind factor as well. This is a look at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. We're dealing with 90-plus-mile-an-hour winds in a place like Homa. We've got tropical storm force winds extending well beyond that and inland into the New Orleans area, and still dealing with wind, rain, and so on as we head in through Monday. So really, you have the water issue and the wind issue here. Now, mind you, in the city of New Orleans itself, that extensive levee protection system they have implemented since Hurricane Katrina, that is said to protect from this type of event. And for that reason, all those residents have not been evacuated that are inside that zone, but everyone outside of the zone is being evacuated. The one thing that is not great for New Orleans is the fact that all of the water that comes into that city does have to be pumped out. And so those pumps are going to be working nonstop to try to get that water out. And we're talking about a tremendous amount of rainfall potentially leading to flash flooding. We're looking at maybe a foot or more coming into some of these southern parishes here in the state of Louisiana. We could even see isolated amounts well into 15, 16 inches of rainfall. So that is going to be quite a lot for those pumps to keep up with, to say the least, and flooding's expected. Here's a quick rundown, though. We're looking at tropical storm force gusts starting tonight, hurricane tomorrow. Stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage of Hurricane Ida as it nears the Gulf Coast. We have a team of reporters and meteorologists spread out across the Gulf to cover the storm like no one else.
can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
When you evacuate with essential items you're going to need if you're away from home for an extended period of time, including food, water, PPE, medicine, your pets.
Louisiana Governor John Bell Edwards giving advice as we prepare for what Hurricane Ida is going to be bringing southeastern Louisiana. We are just hours away from landfall now. In fact, conditions will be deteriorating overnight, and those tropical storm force winds will be here before you wake up into some of these coastal areas. Hopefully everyone has heeded the warnings and gotten out of the way and have made those final preparations, because now as the sun is down, our time is running out to get ready, and conditions are not looking good on the coast by the morning. Here in Baton Rouge, where we are, conditions should be going downhill by the late morning hours. Let's give you the latest on Hurricane Ida. It's a Category 2 hurricane with maximum winds around 105 miles per hour. It's been moving to the north and west at a pretty good clip, so that should bring it onto land sometime, at least by early afternoon is what we're thinking. There was a little bit of that wobble that was a little bit more east of some of the guidance, and that could bring it in a little bit sooner, but it has started that rapid intensification process. I know that the hurricane hunters are flying into that this evening. We'll get some more data and check out if those winds are getting any stronger as we speak. Mike?
All right, Jackie, thanks so much for that. We know that Hurricane Ida is going to pose significant threats right at the coastline, inland as well. There's going to be a significant threat, we think, for wind inland. There's also going to be a threat for flooding. Keep in mind, it's been a very wet summer across the southeast, and so the ground is already very saturated right now. And then you have something like a hurricane come in. That spells bad news for sure, especially a hurricane that could produce this much rain. Significant rain, especially Louisiana and Mississippi, but now notice going all the way up through the Tennessee Valley. And I know the poor folks that live in Middle Tennessee do not want to hear that, especially after what happened this past week in Waverly, Tennessee. But then some of that rain goes all the way up toward the Ohio Valley, and would not at all be surprised to see some localized flooding somewhere near the Ohio River and then up into Pennsylvania as well. Other places that have been pretty soaked so far this summer as well. You take a look at the high-resolution future radar. It really tells you a story here as well. So in comes the hurricane. We'll get some banding out ahead of that, but the really heavy rain associated with it really slams us in Louisiana as well as Mississippi. We'll get some heavy banding here over into places like the Panhandle of Florida, over into Alabama as well. Now, some of that could contain some severe weather as well, so we'd be worried about tornado spin-ups in those locations, in addition to the possibility of some flash flooding. As the center gets closer to maybe like a Tupelo or a Memphis, look at all the heavy rain through Tennessee, back down through Alabama, now getting closer into Georgia as well. Some really heavy rain that trails back into a Pensacola or a Destin or maybe even a Panama City. But you just watch that big shield of rain roll right up toward the Ohio River Valley. Let's take you up to I-20 because we think significant rain could come that far north here. 5 to 6 inches of rain forecast for us now in a place like Jackson, Mississippi. Vicksburg, we're looking around 5 inches of rain coming our way. If you get that in a short amount of time, and I know the time frame up here says Sunday through Tuesday. This is not going to be a 3-day rainfall for you. It's most likely to happen over the course of maybe 12 hours or so. So if you get 5 inches in 12 hours, that could certainly cause some flooding. Let's track it farther now. Let's go into Tuesday and put that right near Nashville, the center of circulation near Nashville, with heavy rain all along the track there. Follow it farther now. Now, this is the European model, putting out some really heavy rain from Louisville to near Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, Harrisburg, New York, Newark, right into Boston, looking for heavy rain later in the week, Tuesday through Friday. GFS model also has something similar, maybe not as much rain, but notice this. Still forecasting 3 to 5 inches in some spots through Pennsylvania, up through the Hudson River Valley, up through maybe a Springfield or a Boston. So heads up, later in this forecast, later in the week, we could be looking for significant rainfalls even as far north as Massachusetts, Jackie. So Ida's going to have some reach. There's no question about that.
Oh, yeah, and we want to talk about some of the rainfall impacts right here because we could be seeing some of the heaviest rainfall totals from Ida. We're expecting anywhere from 8 to 16 inches widespread across Baton Rouge, and we could get some locally heavier amounts. So flooding is one of the big concerns. We sit here on the east bank of the Mississippi River that you can see behind me. We just saw a tugboat go on by, but outside of that, very little traffic. We're on the riverfront walkway. A lot of folks trying to enjoy a nice evening. We actually got pretty lucky here with the showers and thunderstorms pretty much skirting up to our north throughout the day, but we don't need rain here in Baton Rouge. We've got quite the surplus. If we go back to June 1st, we've got a surplus over 8 inches. If we go back to January, our surplus is more than 20 inches. So you put rain on top of saturated ground and it makes it much easier to flood. Rainfall rates will be one of the key things that we're watching. If that eye wall does come very near us or just off towards our west, that could really put us up there into some of the higher totals. Now, not much concern right now that the Mississippi is going to be flooding behind me and causing issues into the downtown area, but some of the other smaller river creeks and streams could be a problem. So the Amite, the Comite rivers, both already forecast ahead of time to get into moderate flooding. We'll see what those rainfall rates do, but they do have water rescue crews pre-positioned and ready.
This is not just a coastal event.
We're preparing for the worst.
I've already signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana.
Welcome back. Some of the sights and sounds there as the U.S. Gulf Coast gets ready for Hurricane Ida, a powerful storm, Category 2 right now, with winds of 105 miles per hour, only forecast to get stronger upon approach. And we are within that window, maybe 12 hours, maybe a few more before landfall, and conditions are going to be deteriorating already just overnight tonight. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We're a little farther inland here, about 80 miles from the Gulf, but serious impacts are expected. A hurricane warning is in effect for Baton Rouge, and folks here are going to have to be hunkering down tomorrow with winds that could be exceeding 100 miles per hour, not to mention torrential downpours likely to cause flooding. We spoke with the mayor earlier saying folks need to be prepared for this, and they need to be prepared to be without power for perhaps as long as 7 to 10 days. So time is running out on those preparations. Let's give you the latest cone and showing you the latest forecast timing. And there you can see 130 plus miles per hour as this moves towards the coast. That warm water in place, there's nothing really to stop Ida from getting stronger until it finally reaches land. So Mike, behind me, if you can see, we've got the bridge here. This is I-10. This is the first time all day now that we're actually seeing traffic moving. It's been bumper to bumper. Of course, I-10, a huge thoroughfare. A lot of folks evacuating from New Orleans and other parts of southern Louisiana.
Yeah, it only makes sense. Today was the day to get out, so it's maybe good to know that a lot of people were heeding that warning and they were evacuating. Jackie, thank you for the report. More from Jackie coming up here in just a second. I want to break down the nuances of Ida tonight, the stats of Ida, so that you're up to date on that. Winds at 105 miles per hour as of the 8 o'clock Eastern time advisory. The thing that was interesting about it, though, is the pressure came down a couple of millibars here. So it's a deepening low pressure, and I think that the winds will correspondingly go up in subsequent advisories. The hurricane hunters are out there right now. They're flying in. And one thing I noticed on the satellite is you see this dark color in here. It was really low on the south side, but notice now it's starting to wrap around the north side. So we're getting some deeper convection wrapping around the eye itself. Also getting these outer bands that are becoming a little bit more intense and larger as well. So I think all signs of a strengthening hurricane at this point. And nighttime nocturnal convection, or these thunderstorm towers that can form around the eye, those can oftentimes happen at night. And so nocturnal blow up of a storm is possible. You can see that the bands really extend just off the coast of Florida now. As we come northbound here, you can see the thunderstorms with lightning here, meaning now we're getting tall thunderstorm clouds in these outer bands. Those could contain even severe weather, including tornadoes. Right now, winds aren't that bad right along the coastline here, 5 to 10 miles per hour. When those storms come in, big time wind will come with those storms, maybe gusting more than 60 miles per hour. Julie?
All right, Mike.
Thanks so much. You know, as residents scramble to leave New Orleans, the airport feeling the impacts. Aaron Burns with the Louis Armstrong International Airport joins us now live with the overcrowding they're seeing with outbound passengers. Thanks so much for joining us, Aaron. You know, that now that the flights are all canceled, departing and landing as of tomorrow, what are you telling people who are still at the airport right now?
Well, the crowds have already started to calm down a little bit and diminish. But we're asking anyone who does not have flights scheduled to depart this evening to leave the airport and seek shelter elsewhere. Once all the flight operations are suspended, we really won't be able to accommodate any passengers.
What if they don't? Let's say they are still in the airport. Are you prepared to have them hunker down there?
Well, you know, we can be flexible and prepared for any circumstance. You know, we're all just trying to just try to do our best to make it through this situation with this active nature, you know, that is just part of dealing with emergencies here in Louisiana.
Sure. Yeah. Well, talk about the level of storm security at the airport. The winds are going to be a factor. Flooding could be a possibility. Is the airport built to withstand those conditions?
It actually is. We, in November of 2019, just moved into a brand new facility, and the facility was built to withstand hurricane force winds of up to 150 miles per hour. We've got 100% generator backup power, so if we do lose power in the area, we'll be able to sustain our operations and keep them going.
All right, Aaron, we wish you the best. Certainly, it's going to be a tough couple of days there. That's Aaron Burns with the airport in New Orleans. More coverage right after this.
My Dad and I. Fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris reporting live from Baton Rouge on the banks of the Mississippi River, where a hurricane warning is in effect. We're about 12 hours or so away from landfall, and conditions are going to be deteriorating overnight on the Louisiana coast. Now, this is going to be affecting not just us here in Baton Rouge, it's going to be affecting New Orleans and many other locations well outside of where that center is going to be making landfall. But of course, New Orleans, a very unique situation because they're between the Mississippi River and Lake Pontchartrain up towards the north, not to mention that they're well below sea level and rely on pumps to get any of the heavy rainfall out of the city. Now, they did not issue a mandatory evacuation order here ahead of Ida. The mayor said that there just simply wasn't time to implement contraflow.
The National Weather Service, as well as the governor of the state of Louisiana, have indicated that our time for even implementing contraflow, we don't have the time to do so. Therefore, the city cannot issue a mandatory evacuation because we don't have the time.
With no mandatory evacuation in place, people who didn't already leave are hunkering down, boarding up their windows and planning to ride the storm out. Since New Orleans is below sea level, surrounded by water, the city levee and pump system will be put to the test. City officials say the pumps are working and they are preparing for the worst.
We're certainly going through a lot of preparation. We are running all the pumps, making sure that they are functional. We are making sure that our self-generating turbines are online and are working well. As you know, every single drop that falls on our city has to be pumped out. So obviously, with the intense rain that we're expecting, we are very concerned and we're preparing for the worst.
Now, it is a very elaborate and well thought out levee system, which of course has been reinforced since Hurricane Katrina, but it has not been tested by a major hurricane since that time. Here's a closer look at how those levees work.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are 4 primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
So I might mention that there are parts of New Orleans that do sit outside of that levee system, and those locations were ordered mandatory evacuation. You know, a lot of folks did go ahead and pack up and were able to leave the city today. But unfortunately, Julie, you know, there still are a lot of people that just really don't have the means to be able to do that on their own.
Yeah, we definitely saw, though, the good sign. A lot of traffic there on I-10 throughout the day today. A lot of people heeding those evacuation warnings. Jackie, we're going to check back with you, but let's zone in on New Orleans, the city itself, what we can expect in terms of impact. So we're looking at tropical storm force winds arriving by tomorrow morning in through Monday. So that's going to be ongoing, but we amp things up when Ida gets closer on Sunday. By late Sunday afternoon, perhaps mid-afternoon, hurricane force wind gusts coming into the city of New Orleans, all of those southern parishes as well. So the wind's going to be a factor. The water is going to be another huge factor here. We're talking about not only storm surge coming into those southern parishes, but we're talking about a lot of rainfall, a ton of rainfall coming in. And so those pumps are going to be working overtime to get every drop of water out of the city of New Orleans. That's the only way to get it out, is to pump it out. Here's a look at 3 o'clock. We see the eye coming in, perhaps maybe just to the southwest of New Orleans. Maybe that shifts a little bit farther to the east. Moving on, but the rain just continuing, those bands continuing to pile up, falling still as we get into the late night hours on Sunday in through Monday. So we're talking about a tremendous amount of rainfall coming in. We could see a foot or more in a lot of these areas that are at or below sea level here in Louisiana. So those areas outside of the levee protection zone, of course, that's where those mandatory evacuation orders were issued. And we do hope, as Jackie mentioned, that lots of folks did heed those warnings and get out of there while they can, because the flooding, it can happen so quickly, and it can be, well, it is one of the most deadliest weather phenomena. So looking here at the map, anywhere from a foot to a little over a foot as we get into the New Orleans area, maybe just south of New Orleans, before we are all said and done. Here's a closer look here at New Orleans as well. We've got Lake Pontchartrain, we've got the Mississippi River. Those pumps, they can pump about an inch the first hour, then a half an inch every 45 minutes later. But we're talking about maybe a foot of rain. So again, their work is cut out for them. We've got our crews spread out as Ida approaches.
People today.